at everyone. I'm leave. Okay. Since no one's gonna answer that, I'm gonna just check out myself. Answer that, I'm gonna. Holy fuck! Holy fuck! L Mike, you sounding better? L Mike, you sounding better? L Mike, you sounding better? Alright. Um. I don't know what to call you. L Mike, you sounding better? Um. Wow. What the fuck? Hello? Um. Wow. What the fuck? Hello? Can't pick it up. Why? Orbital crop on human. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Yes, I am aware that the mic sucks. Choose output. Properties.
Hello, hello, hello. Yo, what up? Yo, yo. Hello, hello, hello. Yo, what up? Yo, yo. Okay, so that sounds better. Now it's good. Okay, I just have to change some of the settings. Holy shit. Alright. Getting called emu is one thing, but actually talking like him is crazy, not gonna lie. Sure. Thank you guys. We figured it out. Look at that. We were capable. Oh, the Bleach bingo board. Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Bleach bingo board. That's right. One of you guys. Yeah, we should make a Bleach bingo board. So how's everybody doing? So I'm taking a bit of a small break from like just making the video just because I needed to get my headspace out of I had a conversation with my family. My aunt told me that like just take a bit of time off. Like you'll get it done whenever you get it done. You can't be stressing yourself over it too much. And yeah, she's right. I need some breaks from a lot of things. Will you play Wukong now? I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean, if you guys want to see me play Wukong, I can try to pull it up. I can try to download it real quick. Listen to your community and scale Rally's Crack House. No, I'm not gonna listen to you specifically. Evening in. Have you seen the Easy's Naruto versus Luffy video yet? Yeah, sure. We'll pull that up. We also are going to, since I've just been reminded, what the fuck's this?
So there's
Okay, I don't care. Uh, Easy, you said? Naruto versus Luffy. By who? You said by Easy? So, which video is it? This is Wubsy. Oh, this is just a reaction to it. The votes say otherwise. The One Piece teaser. I've seen it. Are you down to watch 40-minute Wukong speedrun? Fuck no. That's a lot. Wukong speedrun is a lot. Oh, it's easy with one Z and two Y's. I named my 2-month-old son after you. Well, I appreciate it. Oh yeah, we did watch this. I appreciate that. have fun with your kid being named a fucking fossil from here on out, because I can tell you that from personal experience. Yeah, we already checked it out. I think the guy has an overall decent take, all things considered. I don't personally stat equalize. I think the fight's way more one-sided without having to equalize the stats. Can't wait for your scaling on lowlies on Fent. I'm not gonna scale. Do you remember which stream? It was definitely one of like the latter ones that I did before I kind of stopped. Just check out like I don't really recall. Just check out like the last 5 streams. It should be somewhere in there. Maybe it's like the last 5 or 6 streams. Let's see. Bingo board maker. Bingo board maker. Free bingo cards. No, not this one. Was it this one? I think it was this one. Sweet. What should we make the bleach one? What should we make the bleach bingo board? Let's make it pink. I want to make the bleach bingo board pink. Alright. So, what are some of the dumb things you guys hear that people bring up about bleach? Clorox. We'll name it Clorox. Hey, what's up? You should check out this this YouTuber out. He's called Eon. Can you debunk his terrible takes? Oh, for sure. You want me to debunk some random assholes terrible ass takes? Sure. Which one should we watch? Which of these videos should we click on? Oh. The characters are outer versal. The characters are outer versal. Don Guy is 4D. Soul Crush GG's. It's so deep, bro. You just don't get it. Never heard of Outer. Infinite Moon. Spiritual Light. Fuck you mean spiritual light isn't normal light, isn't light speed. Fuck you mean it's not light speed. Aizen is the deepest, bestest villain ever. It inspired so many next gens, bro. So, bro, Chad hitting hollow with a pole. Influencing equals better. Spiritual pressure or you're dead. Aizen planned everything. Nanao. There are no Deus Ex Machinas. There are no Deus Ex Machinas. They attack the soul. The soul, bro. They attack the soul, bro. I cannot imagine Chad losing. I can't imagine Chad losing. The three realms are universes. Fuck you mean Bleach isn't the best written. Bleach isn't the best written shonen. Rukia solos, not even Rukia. Orihime solos Dragon Ball. Yuhabaha is the most broken character in fiction. Fuck you mean. You can't see them. So GG's. Everything in Bleach is foreshadowed. Kubo foreshadowed everything. Foreshadowed everything. Fuck you mean the world building is bad. The world building is bad. 15 million degrees is enough to destroy the universe. Normal slash. Oh, yeah. Getsuga Tensho is the most iconic sword attack. Kyoka Suigetsu GG's. Soul Society. The Soul Society is the size of a planet. Iconic equals well written. Iconic equals well written. Fuck you mean you haven't read the novels. Fuck you mean you haven't read the novels. What's the last one? Oh, best drip in anime? That's a good one. Well, so far that one's on top. Let's see what else you guys can come up with. The characters are outerversal. GG's. Island is the best. The three realms are universes. Dangai is 4D. Soul Crush. GG's. Inspired millions. Yours didn't. You just don't get the complexities of Kubo's writing. What about you? You don't get the complexity of Kubo's writing. I never looked into Bleach, but you guys make it sound like it's really bad, so I'm kind of glad. You can check it out. I'm not saying don't check it out. Go ahead and read it. I think you might like it if you... Oh, I'll put it like this. I think you might like it if you turn off your brain. Like, don't think about the plot. Don't think about the characters. Don't think about the writing. Just basically look at the panels, look at the pretty artwork, and that's it. Yoruichi. The anime fixed problems in the anime, therefore those problems never existed. We might have to make it a bigger board, if anything. We might have to make this just a straight up bigger board. I think I'll just keep it at 5 for now. Ichigo just mods. Yoruichi over the 3 female cast. Inspired so many gens. Aizen is the deepest, bestest villain ever. Aizen planned everything. They attack the soul, bro. It's so deep, bro. You just don't get it. Yeah, but genuinely, what's fun if it's just, haha, look at the cool panels. Again, if you are not gonna find anything, Hogyoku diff, Aizen always evolves and wins. Bleach has the best drip in all of anime. That might just have to be it. You haven't read the series correctly. I like that one. I think I'll swap one of them out for like the drip thing. You haven't read the series correctly. Fuck you mean Bleach isn't the best written? I can't imagine Chad losing. I'm just gonna remove that one because that's more of like a joke that's not making fun of Bleach. Bleach has the best drip in fiction. We'll probably swap some of these out. I'm gonna take out Rohime Solo's Dragon Ball. I'll watch some reviews. I'm promising you right now, Kaiseron, every single review that you will watch will glaze Bleach. There is not a single review. There is likely not a single review that you will find where it'll actually attack the like the actual issues that Bleach has. Hogyoku diff, maybe not that one. Ichigo just mogs. Fuck you mean 228 isn't the best episode in anime. Bro, 40% filler isn't bad. Ruki is the best character. Ichigo, fuck you mean Ichigo isn't extremely... Fuck you mean Ichigo doesn't have boring... What do you mean Ichigo has boring abilities? Has boring abilities. I was reading something. I need to understand how people say Bleach stops at Namek. I think they should reach Buu Saga at least. I don't think they reach Buu Saga personally. Well, maybe besides like Ichigo and Yuhabaha. Besides like Ichigo, Kenpachi, Yuhabaha, and Aizen, I don't think anyone in Bleach really reaches that. Movie feats are canon to anime version. You want me to add that? Kubo foreshadow everything you can't see them. GG's. Soul Crush plus you can't see them. GG's. I'll remove this one. Soul Crush plus you can't see them. GG's. It's only the top tiers I'm at. No, yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Cheesecake top. How many abilities does Ichigo even have that aren't Getsuga derivatives? Counts as one ability for real. Are we including the Shunpo? Are we including Shunpo as an ability? I recommend watching Mr. Tomo. He's informative, doesn't care for power scaling, and knows the issues of the series. Yeah, he could probably work. Mr. Tomo, I think, does like pretty decent content. Totally Not Mark make really good reviews where he actually critiques. Sweet. They are faster than instant teleportation. Oh, Kenpachi can cut anything. Kenpachi can cut anything. Bleach has the best fights. I think Aizen actually is the best villain in the big three, so far at least. I would disagree with that. I would probably disagree with that. I don't know, because, like, what makes Aizen such a good villain besides, like, the aura? You know what I mean? Like, that's just a movement technique, yeah. Where do you actually skill Bleach top tiers? Like, Yuhaba, planetary. Planetary at best. Maybe multi-planetary, planetary plus, large planetary, wherever the fuck you think being able to destroy multiple planets is worth. That. I think it's worth that. I'm not giving them anything higher. There's no reason for me to. Naruto should have better fights. Ichigo, Mogs. Wait. It's the most realistic of the big three. It's the most realistic / grounded of the big three. Realistic / relatable / grounded of the big three. There we go. That's the last one. That's the last one. Yeah, that's it. Yuhabaga is more about hacks. I agree. It's more about hacks. 100%. I disagree because even to this day, no one can truly agree on his motives and some silly considering. Bleach is mature deep unlike Naruto and One Piece. Bro, it's so deep, bro, you just don't get it. Maybe we'll just leave it like that. There are no Deus Ex Machinas. It's inspired so many next-gen manga. Bro. Getsuga Tensha is the most iconic sword attack. Fuck you mean. Next to Shunpo and Getsuga copies, does he really have anything? Fullbrinker arc doesn't really count. I mean, Fullbrinker arc didn't give Ichigo anything new, though. That's the thing. Like, it didn't give Ichigo... It didn't give Ichigo anything. I'll get 8 pages for this. Yeah, we'll get 8 pages for this. Maybe I'll take away Kyoka Suigetsu and switch it for something else if you guys... Based on generation. I never knew Bleach was considered one of the big three. I gave him drip, though. Yeah. Ichigo, Getsuga are just color swaps. Like, there's a blue version, a red version. Bleach has the best power system. Oh, Bleach is so well thought out. I'll change that to, like, Bleach is so well thought out. Because I don't really care about the Kyoka Suigetsu GGs. I don't really care about that one. Bleach... Well, I guess no. Bro has 2 abilities. No, it's not 2 abilities because, like, the Shunpo thing is something all Shinigami can do. If we're not accounting for things that other Shinigami can do, like something that literally anyone else should be capable of, then, I don't really know. Because, like, it's just basic part of, like, the toolkit. It's just, like, different names all for the same shit. You're not going to sit here and tell me that, the Quincy's, Hyaren Kyaku is anything different than, like... Or Hyuren Kyaku, whatever the fuck it's called. You're not gonna tell me it's anything different than an actual one ability, different variants. Bankai is the most iconic power system. And I know it's not... Bankai itself is not the power system, but we'll make fun of them with it. We'll make fun of them. We already made one for Naruto. We already made one for Naruto. I already have a ton of them. Download. All right, give it a second, and I'll post these. I'll post these in chat. All right, guys, time to screenshot. If you want them for yourselves, you can also screenshot them, but don't worry, I will print screen here for you guys. So these are gonna go into the servers. I'm gonna post these in the free server. If you guys want to check them out, you're more than welcome to. If you guys want to download them, get your bingo cards out. There you go. So, what are we doing today? I have no fucking clue. I might start doing some work. I might not. I realized, you know what? It is kind of the summer. It is kind of the summer. I'm not going to necessarily take a break right now, but, like, I do need to just remove some of this anxiety. So, while I'm doing that, yeah. So, while I'm doing that, doesn't mean I can't stream for a little bit. I do miss talking to you guys every now and then. Don't expect this to be an everyday thing, but, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'm very capricious about the things that I do on my day-to-day basis. So sometimes I work on things, sometimes I don't. We'll figure it out. Over the next coming weeks, as a heads up to everybody, and I'll post this on the Discord servers as well. As of the next coming weeks, workflow might be a little bit slow for me, just because I have even more family coming. I've been told that, like, essentially because of the World Cup, a lot of my family wants to come to the States so they can get, like, easy access and hopefully be able to go head out themselves and go see stuff at the World Cup. They want to go see one of the matches, so I think they're heading out after they reach my place. They're heading out again to go see some stuff. I don't know if they're going to want me to go with them on these trips or whatever, but between that, showing them around my hometown and everything, I got stuff I need to do. So, yeah. These are gonna go into the Discord server. The Quincy's do in fact use Bankai. Was that what you said? All right, let's head here. Let's put these in the free Discord server. I'll put these in the free one, and I'll also throw these into the regular one. I'll throw this into memes. You guys can check these out at in memes. Let's upload. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Upload. There we go. Yeah, there we go. So, that's there for everybody. React to Modulo Diatribe. I don't feel like it. Convergence 3.0 for Elden Ring coming out today. What's Convergence 3.0? Is that one of the mods you guys sent me? The power scaling is consistent. You just didn't pay enough attention to the story. So he has a singular ability that's worse than Naruto. Yeah, no, Ichigo has, objectively speaking, one singular ability, and that is Getsuga Tensho. There is nothing in his arsenal. How to join your server? I got you right now. I'll post the link for you guys if anybody wants to join the free server. This is the debate server. If you guys would also like to have any discussions, or if anybody has any specific gripes with any of my scaling, you're more than welcome to also just hit me back up right now. We'll have it expire in about 6 hours, and I'll just put a no limit thing for now. Not moderator, not ancient one. You know what? I'm just not doing any of that. You guys will just be invited in. Copy. 6 hours, and then no limit. Also, if you guys aren't able to join right now, or if you guys have something that you need to do right now, or if you're at school or whatever, and if anything, you guys can check it out tomorrow. I will be streaming later on with my girlfriend. Will always be the most boring character in Bleach abilities-wise. Probably. I would probably argue... I mean, yeah, I would say him, but also, like, Chad. I would also say, like, Chad. Chad just doesn't have anything interesting in his arsenal. It's like, design-wise, Brazo Derecho del Gigante and Brazo Izquierdo del Diablo look extremely impressive, but, like... Or they look extremely cool, but it's like they don't do anything. Speaking of Elden Ring, did you know that the walls of Lingdal are 250 meters tall, 5 times the walls of Attack on Titan? That is insane. Like somebody actually counted the the number of meters for one of these things. That's actually freaking insane. React to 12 minutes of Ichigo Glaze? Sure, why not? I can raise my cortisol levels. Why not? I'll do that for you guys. I'm kidding. It's not really gonna raise my cortisol levels. Oh yeah, you guys want to react to some loser named Eon? Who the fuck is this guy? What is he talking about? Can Naruto and Beast stop a Buster Call? Of course they can stop a fucking Buster Call. Are you out of your fucking mind? Why wouldn't they be able to? Worst signature move in Shonen? You would have to be an absolute idiot to look at Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho and say that it's anything worse than just one of the greatest, most interesting, most amazing techniques ever. 12 minutes of Ichigo glitch. Let me get some water. I need to get something to drink before I start watching something that might piss me off. It's wholly sad how creative Kubo is in every design department that isn't character abilities. No, he's I'll say this. I'm gonna express something for you guys in a second. A little pattern that I noticed as I read through Bleach. I'll cover it in a second. Just give me one moment. I gotta get some. I want you guys to notice something really interesting about abilities, specifically character abilities, when it comes across Bleach. Before we even watch this video, I want you guys to notice like the importance of just picking up on like different little tropes that authors might like build up, or little tropes where authors might, or little patterns in terms of like an author's end of writing. Something that you guys may not have noticed, but if you genuinely go back to Bleach and check it out, if you go to like the earlier arcs of the series, like Soul Society, for example, let me ask you this. Do you guys think that they're, out of the original, every character in Soul Society, right? Out of every character in Soul Society, I want you guys to write down who has the most complex ability, right? I'm not talking about future developments. I'm not talking about things that happen down the line. I'm talking about from the characters that show up until the Soul Society, what is the most complex ability in the arc, right? What's the most complex ability, right? Mayuri, that's a good one. That's not a bad example. Mayuri easily. I'm talking about Shikais, by the way. I'm talking about like their specific abilities, their Shikai, their Bankai, etc. What's the most the blind dude in Mayuri? Those are good answers, but let's break down what Mayuri is capable of, right? Before we even look at anything, before I give you guys the answer, at least what I would say is the answer, let's look at what Mayuri Kurotsuchi's abilities are, right? Mayuri's ability is essentially a blade that has a specific kind of poison that causes pain and a neurotoxin that essentially affects your body, right? So his blade basically poisons you, right? That's essentially the argument, right? Like the complexity of Mayuri Kurotsuchi's abilities, the complexity behind it essentially boils down to, can I stab you with this sword? Now, yes, he has a Bankai, but the Bankai in of itself, it's just a big worm baby. It doesn't do anything else. It releases a poison, and that's it, right? Up until this point, this ability is just a giant worm baby that basically spews out poison. It has lethal poison and 100-mile radius. Cool. Somebody said Tozen, right? Let's look at what Tozen's abilities are, right? Tozen eventually fights Kenpachi Zaraki. His ability is to deprive the opponent of their senses, right? So he essentially removes your ability to like see, right? He essentially removes the ability for the user to see, right? So again, you could say pretty fucking Pretty fucking specific ability, interesting, etc., etc. But yeah, his ability essentially boils down to basically making somebody else blind. Then there's Shunsui, right? But we never actually see Shunsui Kirako's, we never see his Shikai abilities. We don't actually legitimately see them throughout this arc, right? He basically just fights, he basically fights Head Captain Yamamoto. Where the fuck did that happen, actually? Do I not have that? It would be insane if I didn't have that. Where the fuck is it, actually? Tozen, Kenpachi. Do I just skip chapters here? Why the fuck did I... Wait, 141? Okay, so there's just like a whole slew of chapters here that genuinely I just don't have, right? Let me pull those up real quick. Soifon is another character, right? Soifon is another character. Her ability is pretty simple, though, right? If she hits you twice in the same point, it kills you. It just instantly kills you. It doesn't matter what it is. We see his abilities against Starks and Lilith, but we don't see them in the Soul Society, is my point. We do not see them in the Soul Society, right? What about Byakuya Kuchiki, right? Just talking about Byakuya for a second. What's his ability, right? What's his Bankai? What's his Shikai? It's just a bunch, a couple thousand, a bunch. It's thousands to millions of very sharp petals. That is it. Tozen, again, you probably can't see anything right now. Yeah, so all of these are good answers, right? All of these are good answers. So let's just write them down, right? Tozen, Bankai makes you go blind. Bankai makes you go blind. Shunsui doesn't reveal abilities in Soul Society. Mayuri, poison sword, giant poison baby. Soifon hits you twice in the same point, you die. Benihime is Kisuke Energy Blast, right? Okay, so you guys see the abilities aren't that complex, right? Oh, and I guess Yamamoto, Big Fire. Big Fire, right? Okay, so, what's up, Monkey Man? Okay, so, these are the abilities. Now, there's one that I think some of you guys missed, and that's, Aizen. Now, we don't know what Aizen's ability is, but we know to some extent is the ability to create illusions, right? So, for now, illusions, right? Kyokusui gets to illusions, right? Can you guys see how none of these abilities, besides, I guess, arguably, Soifon, can you guys see how none of these abilities are per se very intricate or interesting? One guy makes big fire. One guy sends out a blast of energy. One guy has a sword that is full of poison. One guy makes you go blind. One guy doesn't even remotely have abilities until they show them later on. Now, let's look at Bleach. Right now, more abilities than Ichigo's existence. Now, let's move this down a little bit, right? Let's go on to the Arrancar, right? Right? You have Baragon decays everything near him, right? Ages / decays. I don't know if it's aging or decay. I don't really give a shit. Age / decays everything near him. Hallibell controls water. Opero, Zael, makes toys of his enemies and breaks their organs through toys. Can we please stop spamming that whole... Can we please stop spamming, guys? Can we please... what else is another, like, very intricate, like, ability from the Espada? Espada number 4 had nothing. Espada number 3 had nothing. Stark had nothing. Yami just gets angry. Shunsui plays games with Shikai. Not this discussion again. They say immune, yet he has to be with physical punches. He's immune. Some shit, right? My point with some of these, I'll even express Toshiro, because this is where like Toshiro, Hitsugaya. I'm just gonna write Hitsugaya controls all forms of water. I hope you guys can see that, like, the abilities start to get a bit more complex. The abilities start to get a bit more complex as we go from Soul Society to the whole, like, fake Karakura Town stuff. And then once we get to 1,000-Year Blood War, let's look at some of the abilities that exist within 1,000-Year Blood War, right? You have, Uryu / Hashwalt with the Antithesis / Balance, which are the same thing. Listen, it's the same thing. I'm not even going to remotely entertain the idea that these two abilities don't literally just function in the exact same way. Yeah, you can make an Elden Ring channel, Aster. You can 100% make an Elden Ring channel and fill it up with as much information as you guys want, right? You got which means no you. You got the Antithesis / that. You've got Yhwach with the Almighty, right? You got Yhwach with the Almighty. You have, what's his face? Valkyrie with, Miracle / Immortality. You have the weirdo with, Fear. The weirdo that has, Fear. What are some other really weird abilities? Gremmy with the Visionary. You have, who else in Bleach? The Superstar guy. Superstar guy with, gets stronger the more fans he has. Like, Senjumaru, right? Senjumaru with some string ability. Weird ass strings. Let's keep moving. You have Ichibe with Painted Black. I'm just gonna call it Painted Black, like the song. Shinji with his Bankai. Well, Shinji would go more so up here, right? Shinji. Illusions through smell. And then you have Ichibe, and then you have, you have Shinji again with, Bankai makes everyone target friends, and, you have Shunsui with, weird AF play, weird as fuck play that ends with opponent, with op dying, right? You missed the super chat? Oh shit, did I? Oh, Duponazon, thank you so much. Can Universal Punches bypass Luffy's blunt immunity? Fuck if I know. I'm gonna be honest with you, by the way. Thank you for the 2, guys. Can we get some W's for Duponazon? Okay, so my answer to that is, I don't know. If Luffy is meant to be immune to blunt force trauma, it doesn't matter if you punch him with universal force. He should still be able to withstand it because his body's made out of rubber. At least that's where my logic goes. Like, what am I supposed to tell you? No hockey, you can't hurt him. Now, I'm going to be real with you, though. The reason why I don't think you should take my opinion as gospel on this is because I'm just straight up telling you the following. Luffy has never once fought an opponent, as far as I am concerned. Luffy has never fought an opponent who can actually wipe away a bullshit. Sorry, I read bullshit right there, and I from Sailor Diamond's thing. Luffy has never fought an opponent who has the power to destroy a universe with his punches. As far as I'm aware, I cannot actually answer that question. I'm not gonna have a back and forth. Yeah, it's all good. There's a lot of controversy around it. I am not. Well, I mean, he did fight Goku, but then was it a canon thing? Blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? And that version of Goku, I don't think is the one from Super that beat the guy, the giant monster that needed to go Super Saiyan 3 and all that crap. Like, listen, I'm not gonna get into this whole thing of whether or not Luffy should definitely be demolished by that kind of a punch. I'm gonna be honest with you. If Oda genuinely intended for Luffy to be immune to blunt force trauma, I genuinely don't think a universal punch would matter at that point. I don't give it. Like, immunity would mean you're not affected by it, so why would I... If you want to see the Langdale stuff, I put us in the server. I'll check it out later. But that's if you think that Luffy is immune to blunt force trauma. If you don't believe that Luffy is immune to blunt force trauma, if you believe that Luffy just has extremely high resistances, then yeah, sure. A universal punch should be 100% capable of one-shotting him. I'm not going to try to remotely argue that it is the case. The only reason why I say that I can't answer that is because Luffy hasn't fought an opponent that can wipe away a universe with a single punch. So what am I supposed to tell you? That he can? Technically speaking, I don't know. Because whether or not if he's actually immune... and it would still work, I can't actually argue that it could, right? Yeah, but we're talking about fiction, so saying that a universal shattering punch produces crazy heat is also kind of just headcanon at that point. You're using real-world physics and science, which I don't abide by. So, I'm just saying. Just to finish up this little thing, and the reason why I'm writing up all these characters, I want you guys to notice a trend, right? Let's even throw in the execution, right, guys, right? So you have the video game guy. Video game guy creates his own spaces that work like video games, the cute girl or whatever that stuffs people into objects she deems as cute. You have the time guy, which has the powers of the god of time, whatever the fuck that means. You have the book guy inserts self into past. Alright? Can we stop using Vivi damaged Luffy? Those are gag scenes. I wouldn't really say it's a gag scene, more so she didn't actually hurt him. Ask him. Yeah, you get the point, right? Yeah. I want you guys to just notice the trend. Alright, I don't really care about the abilities themselves. I'm just asking you guys to notice a trend, right? Look at the abilities that we first see from some of the characters, right? Just look at the abilities that we first see from some of the characters, specifically from the Soul Society, right? They're very simple. I don't think you can sit here and argue if a punch can destroy space-time. Is it still blunt force at that point? I don't fucking know, dude. Again, it depends on how you're choosing to view it. It depends on how the person who wrote it is writing it. That's kind of what I'm getting at, right? It just boils down to personal preference or opinion at that point. It boils down to how far you think Luffy's immunity takes him. How far do you think that immunity means that if it is inherently a punch and it does not have haki, will it ever actually affect Luffy unless it's some kind of a shockwave? Does Oda actually, when Oda writes that Luffy's immune to blunt force trauma, does it mean that just anything at all that would be considered blunt force trauma or could fall down in the category could it wipe out Luffy? You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not here to tell you whether or not I'm right or what is the correct opinion to have. I'm just telling you there's a lot of avenues you can have here. There's a lot of ways you can argue it. I'm not telling you that there's one way of looking at it that is objectively correct. More so, there's a lot of avenues for it. And it just boils down to what you personally choose to believe, right? I think, like, yeah, you make a good point, right? If a punch can destroy space-time, is it still blunt force at that point? Well, again, is a punch still a punch, right? Is a punch, no matter how powerful it is, it's still a punch. Does it still classify as blunt force trauma? Like, is the force of the punch blowing away the rest of space-time? Sure, but would it still bypass the durability of a guy who was stated to be immune to blunt force trauma? Do specific scenes in One Piece necessarily negate the idea that Luffy is, is immune to blunt force trauma if there's an explanation behind each and every one of them. You know what I mean? It's like there's just so much that can go into swaying a person's opinion that it just genuinely boils down to whatever you choose to believe. 8-Gate's guy would obliterate Luffy. I disagree with that, Natalie, but you're more than welcome to believe that. And if you want to have a discussion about it, we can on stream. Anyway, so back to what I care about right now, which in the context of like what we're talking about. Are you on Insta? On Instagram? Yes, I'm on Instagram. No, it's a private profile. I don't know if I'm necessarily comfortable with you guys seeing my face. Luffy would laugh at Night Guy. He would laugh in my opinion, but yeah, get 1 minute Gate of Death past Katakuri. He's just gonna run around, yeah, all that stuff. So, notice these abilities real quick again. Just focus on just to finish up the Bleach conversation before I react to that video. Just notice on these points real quick. You have a Bankai that makes you go blind. You have an ability that isn't revealed until later on. You have a Poison Sword. You have a girl that if she hits you twice, you die, an Energy Blast, Big Fire, and Illusions. That's kind of it, right? Abilities introduced within the early portions of Bleach are way more fucking simple, and as you go down the rest of the series, it gets a lot more fucking insane. Then you have Baragon, right? You have Baragon who can decay everything that's near him. You have a woman that just controls water in general. You have a guy that can make toys by absorbing his enemy and then shitting them out. He essentially can create replicas of their internal organs and essentially just can blow up your basically he can voodoo doll you. A guy can literally voodoo doll you, right? Shunsui plays games with a Shikai. Hitsugaya controls all forms of water. Shinji will literally make illusions through a weird smelly mist that his Bankai reveals. Genichimaru's Bankai works more as like turns itself into dust, right? Like you can already see that the complexity of the series and the abilities are increasing more and more as we move on to like later parts of the story. Then we have like the Fullbringer arc people, right? A guy literally just creates his own space, and these creations essentially work as and I don't know how it would interact with Soifon's attack. They never interacted. I can't tell you how it would work or if it would just pass on straight to her. I would probably say the latter. You have a girl who like basically makes people. She basically stuffs people into objects into like a dollhouse, right? You have her and her ability to like make cute things come to life or to stuff people inside a dollhouse and play with them until they die. You have a guy that essentially has the power to manipulate time because of the god of time or whatever the fuck. You have a guy that can essentially like stick himself into people's pasts. Like abilities are objectively speaking, as far as Bleach goes, becoming more and more and more and more and more weird, more specific with what they can do. They become more and more complex. And then Kubo just writes himself into walls with abilities like the antithesis / the balance. It's like Kubo wrote down abilities that are just inherently designed to be overpowered, but then it's like, how do I beat these abilities? How do I have a guy like Kenpachi Zaraki who has no powers whatsoever? It's just big unga bunga / beat the guy who has the ability to imagine everything he wants. Well, I just imagine him to be so strong that, well, okay, he's just so strong the guy can't imagine himself beating him. You have a guy whose powers are fear, so what do? You give a girl the power to freeze fear itself, right? Not a very interesting way around it, but hey, you gave a person with very simple powers a way to beat someone with very complex powers. Kubo is essentially Toriyama if Toriyama kept on writing abilities like Guldo, who has the power to stop time, and essentially said, yo, if I keep writing all of these overpowered abilities, I'm just never going to find a way to beat them. Majin Buu is essentially immortal by every metric possible. You literally cannot wipe out Buu unless you wipe out every single portion of him, so you literally had to use an attack that essentially destroys all of the evil inside of a person or whatever with like the Spirit Bomb, right? It's like, the more you go into Bleach, the farther you go into it, it's like you have very caveman, simplistic, anyone could have literally have thought up of these abilities to, well, you're someone who clearly can think up of more complex abilities, but you don't have the capacity to actually know how to write your way around them without just writing the characters to be stronger, right? It's just what it is, right? In Bleach, either you out-hacks your opponent, or you catch them off guard by either overpowering them or, you know, having a very simple workaround, right? Like, every single one of these abilities the reason why Ichigo and so many captains in the prior portions of Bleach abilities seem so fucking weak and so very weak and boring in comparison to like the later villains, and why people think that they're so overpowered is because how do you essentially build up characters who start off a series in a very basic way, and how do you have them beat characters who have very broken abilities? You just have to write them to be stronger. That's really just it. That's really just it. The reason why the reason why Ichigo seems so boring is because Ichigo was essentially meant to be like a Goku-like analog, right? A Goku-like analog where it's like simple characters, simple abilities. It's through his own capabilities that allows him to eventually, surpass these guys. But it's like, so he gave what? Ichigo? He gave Ichigo his own version of the Kamehameha. He made a very basic attack, something that's very fucking powerful within the context of the story, but it has no properties. It has nothing special to it. It just is basic sword slash energy slash on its way. So how do you have him beat guys that can create miracles, that can manipulate the future or see all futures, that can just say no you and put the whole situation on you instead? Like, you just have to be stronger than them. Just overpower them. That's the only thing that he can write because he hasn't given his characters anything special. And how the fuck does he write an ability that beats the Almighty? Well, he just has his main character get a Bankai that allegedly has the power to do so, a very dangerous power, but he never reveals it because how the fuck do you beat that, right? I don't know. Yeah, the Kamehameha is far more effective, but it still has its moments where it's just an energy blast. I mean, what is so amazing about the Kamehameha? Like, look at the Kamehameha, right? Look at the Kamehameha as remove any emotions, right? Remove any emotions, remove any kind of emotions, nostalgia, anything specific about these attacks, right? I'll use this image as like everything that I'm encompassing, everything that I'm trying to encompass, right? You tell me what the functional, listen to the words I'm saying. Tell me right now what the functional difference is between a Kamehameha, a Super Kamehameha, an Ultra Kamehameha, a Gallic Gun, and a Final Flash. Tell me what is the functional difference. What is the functional difference? What does one ability do that the other ability does not do? Answer me that question real quick. I'll be back in a second. Ichigo's mom is the Bonnie Blues of Bleach. You guys tell me what the functional difference is. What would be the difference between me using one attack over the other than it's allegedly just more powerful? Tell me the difference. I'll come back in a second. Is there a reason Ichigo more power? That's it. That is the reason, Natalie. You are 100% right. It's just more power. It's kind of perfect though. Kamehameha gives you the most power for energy use. That's objectively not true. That is objectively not true, Monkey Man. You made that up. There is no difference between Kamehameha. The reason why I said Kamehameha, Super Kamehameha, whatever the fuck else, Gallic Gun, Final Flash, the reason why I said that and I specified those is because all of those attacks essentially use up both of your hands. Yes, you can fire a Kamehameha with one hand, but like in general, you fire them with both hands. There's no difference. It is just the color and the shape of the Ki Blast. There is nothing else. There's no expenditure, there's no key ratio, there's nothing like that, right? Yay, I'm a good student. Well, I figured out they are more advanced forms. Yeah. And that's what it is, right? And that's what it really is, right? I'm not saying that the Kamehameha is a bad attack because it's simple. There's beauty in simplicity. It's one of the most famous attacks of all time. I'm not here to tell you that Getsuga Tensho is bad because it doesn't, well, it's bad because it doesn't work, but I'm not here to tell you that Getsuga Tensho or whatever is a bad ability because of XYZ. What I'm saying is the difference between a series like Dragon Ball and a series like Dragon Ball and Bleach is that with Goku, most of the opponents that Goku fights, just to show you something, most of the opponents that Goku fights Depends on the charge. Not as much charge or piercing as Special Beam Cannon, but it's still better than most of Vegeta's. But what makes it better than most of Vegeta's? What makes it better is that Goku's the one who ultimately defeats the villain. That's really what makes it better. But it's not because it's a Kamehameha, it's because Goku's the one using it, because Goku's the one firing it. The attack itself is irrelevant, it's just an energy blast. You put Vegeta in Goku's situation, you put Vegeta in Goku's situation with the exact same plot points that are supposed to go through and through. If Vegeta shot a final flash at Frieza, Goku versus Beerus, right? Goku versus Beerus, just as an example, right? Right? Like, what's the difference between this Kamehameha and what's the difference between this Kamehameha? Like, yeah, he can charge it, he can shoot it, but who gives a shit? Alright, sure. Let's say Golden Frieza, right? Now let's go to Golden Frieza, right? Goku eventually, yeah, Goku again, just a Kamehameha. There's no bang for your buck, it's just a charged up energy blast. It just shoots, they try to block it, they get pushed back. Oh, look at that big explosion. Goku versus Jiren, right? Goku versus Jiren. Goku does the whole thing. Goku blasts with Jiren. Like, it's never a scenario. It's never a scenario, right? Where, like, it's never a scenario where, like, Goku is clashing with a character that has, like, the most broken abilities in all of fucking fiction. Anytime that there is a beam clash or he's fighting an opponent and he hits him with a Kamehameha, it's essentially just a finishing move, or it's essentially just a beam clash or like someone's coming out on top. There's no complexity to it. It has some sort of power increase different than other ki blasts, but you can't tell me what it is because it just generally speaking, it just boils down to how you choose to view it, right? Like, that's really what it is, right? Like, I'm not saying that there aren't abilities in Dragon Ball that don't have like specific contexts, like the Soul Punisher, right? Like Gogeta's Soul Punisher, which damages the opponent. If they are evil, it destroys them, right? Like Gogeta Soul Punisher, right? Gogeta Soul Punisher, right? Like, there are some moves that do have some level of complexity to them, but it's like, oh wow, it's so interesting. This attack is meant to destroy beings that are pure evil. Like, wow, I couldn't have written something more complex than a ball of energy that will destroy my opponent if they are pure evil. Like, come on. Like, what are we talking about, right? Again, it's not to say that characters don't have these crazy abilities. Like, yeah, Goku Black, specifically like Zamasu, because he is a god, he does have some crazy powers or whatever, but it's like, at the end of the day, they're really not learned. If you're upset it's more well known than your favorite attack, any favorite attack you have, then just say so. I'm not saying that I'm not upset by it. What the fuck? Okay, so you're one of those people that cannot handle. Okay, so let's rephrase that. If you, Destricio, or whatever the fuck your name is, if you are upset that someone is literally just stating the objective fact that the Kamehameha has no special properties to it, it is just an energy blast. That's something, if someone is simply pointing out an objective fact about an ability or an attack, that is not saying, and they're literally verbatim, I am literally verbatim saying, it's not bad, it's not terrible, it just is what it is. If you are upset by that to the point where you have to literally make some bullshit generalization like, I don't have a favorite attack, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't have a favorite attack. I'm simply just making a comparison here. That's like 80% of the attacks in DB. Yeah, like, I don't give a shit if Dragon Ball, if the Kamehameha has an iconic attack. I never once said I had an issue with that. What the fuck are we talking about? To charge it allows it to hit above the user's weight class to a certain extent. I was just clarifying that a Special Beam Cannon does that even better. But the Special Beam Cannon in and of itself, right? The Special Beam Cannon in and of itself is an ability that has, for the most part, no differences with any other ability. With any other energy beam besides the fact that it has a piercing quality to it, right? That is what the Special Beam Cannon is for. It's because it has a piercing quality to it, right? That's what separates it from a Kamehameha. Could there be scenarios where the Special Beam Cannon is better? Sure, but I'm not saying that one is better than the other for any reason. I'm just saying there's just no functional difference, right? And that's basically what Getsuga Tensho is. It's just an energy blast. It's just an energy slash. So when you have a series, stop lying, we all know your favorite attack is the Beam Blast. No, my favorite attack is the Baja Blast, but sure. Would you say Sukuna is evil? He can take... Yes and no. Yes and no. I would call him more of a sociopath rather than straight up evil. I would call him more of a sociopath and a curse rather than him being just straight up evil. Because he lives by his own. Because he lives simply by his own metrics, by his own nature. It's not like he just doesn't value human life. It depends on whether or not you think that valuing human life is not valuing human life is inherently evil. But then you're also equating Sukuna to the same standards as a normal human being, which you could say he was at one point. But it's the same thing with Gojo, where Gojo said that at some point he had to find out whether or not he was going to draw a line between himself and human beings because he's just that far above human beings. It's like, if you are so much far above another race or another group of people, and I'm talking about like in a literal sense, you are stronger, you are faster, everything about you. It's like in The Boys, it's like with Homelander. It's like, how do you not draw a line, especially as a sociopath? How do you not draw a line between yourself and people who are, at least by certain metrics, beneath you? You know what I mean? I'm not saying that he can't be evil. I'm not saying that I don't think Sukuna is evil. I'm just saying, like, I guess it depends on how you choose to view something as, isn't really true in Bleach, asking literally off-screen the Ichigo. Well, I'm not saying so much the power level thing. I'm talking about so much how abilities are meant to interact, right? If Ichigo, all he has is an energy slash, a singular giant energy slash, if that's all that he has, it would make sense as to why Kubo essentially has to write this Dragon Ball-like feature of the stronger you are, the less effective certain abilities are against you, because you essentially have no other way of beating the character otherwise. Can you allow all comments instead of top? My bad. Let me put it out. Again, this is not for me to like debate you guys on like the complexities of anything. I'm just telling you guys like straight up. Like, I don't think that it's really that serious. I'm hyped for JJK season 4. I'm hyped too. It's gonna come out maybe like in 2 years. But I'm not really interested in the culling games. I just want to see Shinjuku Showdown. I don't really care about anything else. We all know your favorite attack is Juvia's armpit water. Fuck no. That's not even an attack. Yeah. Anyway, that's kind of just my point with all of this. Going back into like Bleach is just like, I mean, it's just a very simplistic series of abilities for the most part early on. It's not that Kubo doesn't have creativity. He was creative enough to design these abilities. Granted, they were just broken abilities that anyone could come up with. Realistically, I mean, decaying everything around you. I thought of that shit up when I was like 15. It's more so of a case of the earlier characters essentially not having anything complex about their abilities, so then you have,
when it comes to characters and
like, well, when you have characters with more busted abilities later down the line, you might eventually, can you please confirm Jesus' resurrection for me? I don't know if I'm supposed to answer that, so I'm just not going to. It's an attack to you because it would make you fold immediately? Absolutely not.
Anime and manga, there are only really a
make you
handful that
assume
can
something
really
like that.
move me. Through a variety of character writing, amazing dynamics, and plot development, I think several MCs have a ton of sauce to be all-timers. When I look at a character like Gon, what is it that drives me to him? Is it the great dynamic with Killua? Is it the romantic and beguiling paneling? Is it the character arc and
I think the
acceptance he
Megumi form
goes through?
Sukuna looks better than Yuji form. He looks better with the dark and pink hair. With the dark hair rather than the pink hair. That's fair. I think that's a fair comparison. He also does say that Megumi's mug is more handsome, so that probably also adds on to it. What about Dragon Ball Hero / Xenoverse? Their attacks are complex. I mean, they're doing things with the complex universe or multiverse or whatever the fuck you want to call it, but I wouldn't necessarily call every single ability out there is a better written ability than in all of Bleach. I don't know about that, but that's also because I'm not exactly sure about all the properties of Bungee Jump besides it having the properties of like Bungee Gum besides it having the properties of like rubber and gum or whatever the fuck. I don't really know everything that there is to know about that ability, so I can't really speak on that.
Realistically, it is all of these things congress.
All I'm saying is that one thing before I keep pausing it. I'm gonna stop pausing in a second, but I guess the reason why I'm kind of bringing this up is because I'm saying that because what I'm trying to say is if you are writing a series where you're giving characters very broken abilities, but you're not exactly writing like decent workarounds, and essentially just boils down to, well, they are stronger, therefore they are capable of doing it, with it just being like, well, I have a higher power level than you, therefore I ignore it, then, I mean, sure, That's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But if you guys are ever looking at different manga series and you notice that things start off very simplistic and then they devolve into something more complex, pay attention as to how the author. You fixed the voice issues? Oh, you fixed the voice issue. Lovely. Lovely. Just think about it from the perspective of how does the author go about in fixing a specific problem that they wrote, right? Just look at it from that perspective. In Bleach, you're either a hacks merchant or stat merchant. Yeah, there's kind of no in between. Baragon ages things, not decays them. He isn't Shiggy. He's just Shinbo mixed with Bonnie, technically. Got you. Now that you talked about it, I'm not thinking about jutsus in Naruto. Yeah, like, you're not thinking about jutsus in Naruto because jutsus in Naruto, for the most part, are kind of complex, right? Creating a giant dragon made out of water, but then also being able to shoot oh, you're now. But, like, in Naruto, like, abilities aren't always, like... there's a certain level of complexity, even within, like, Naruto, that, like, it doesn't push past a certain point, right? Like, you just don't give, like, a blanket, straight-up crazy ability, like... you can essentially balance out all misfortunes between you and your opponent, or you give the antithesis to the result of whatever your opponent is going to do, or you're essentially getting an ability that just straight up counters anything your opponent does. Like, there's no limitation to that, right? It basically just is, it'll work when it needs to work in favor of the villain, and it'll stop working when the author needs it to stop working, right? With Naruto, you have abilities like Kamui that have very simple but limited applications, or simple but limited weaknesses that can only be exploited by certain characters, right? Like Kamui. People say that Kamui is the most busted ability, right? And I mean, sure, if you don't have Kakashi with you right then and there, or you don't have an ability that instantly teleports you, you're likely losing to Kamui because he just evades all your attacks and then gets up close, right? You essentially have to be able to attack Obito while he's trying to be he's materializing himself. Otherwise, he'll just phase right through you, right? Like, things like that do happen, right? Like, there are limitations to the ability to certain extents where if you're not fighting him with another Kamui user with his other left eye, then Obito's extremely hard to deal with because he's essentially just going to keep teleporting himself into another dimension, yada yada yada, blah 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 blah, right? Kishimoto generally gives a weakness to the busted hacks. Correct, right? Like TSO. TSO are weakened by Sage Energy. TSO can also be broken through raw physical force. What's the ETSO's weakness? Well, it takes a metric shit ton of time for it to expand. Ameno Minaka is pretty dumb too, but Ameno Minaka, what's the weakness? Kaguya can only use it like 4 times before she starts. Kaguya can only use it like 4 times before she starts to, like, you know, run out of chakra, before the chakra reserves just lower down. Yeah, the TSO can only be controlled up to 700 meters. Kamui double Mangekyo Sharingan Kakashi can only exist for like 5 minutes, right? Or 6 to 7 moves. I'm not making the joke. I'm just saying, like, 5 to 6 to 7 moves. There is... what's another busted ass ability, right? Flying Raijin, right? Flying Raijin can only teleport you to specific markers. There are ways of circumventing said weakness, but essentially you can still lose if you get outsped, if they can hit you faster than you can react, right? Like, there's a lot of ways of looking at it, right? Limbo clones, right? Like, limbo clones are one that, like, Jojo did the same thing. It was punch, punch, punch. Now if you bleed for 5 seconds at 4 a.m. in the morning while eating up under my control, and you're not bringing that up. Right, Jojo's does it, but Jojo's also specifically tried to increase the complexity of the abilities that the characters have alongside with the main protagonists. It's not the same thing with Bleach where Ichigo, Kenpachi, Byakuya, and Renji, who have extremely boring and simplistic abilities of 1,000 sword petals attacking you at once. It's just Gaara's sand but sharp. It's just Gaara's sand but sharp. It's just manipulating water around you but sharp. It's just manipulating a large mass of an object but it's sharp. Versus manipulating a character manipulating fucking reality or the future or whatever, right? Like, exactly who the fuck is gonna win in that? You want to talk about JoJo's? Okay, well, sure. JoJo's was all about punching and stuff within season 3, right? There weren't that many abilities that were too complex. Sure, you had the Hanged Man, but it had to reflect between objects, right? Sure, you have the world, but Star Platinum countered it by simply also having the world as well, right? Armored Purple wasn't very complex. Hierophant Green wasn't very complex. Chariot Silver Chariot was also not very complex, but then you move on to season 4. Season 4, part 4, gets more complex. You have now, you have, what's his face? Crazy Diamond being able to heal everything or fix anything around him, but it also, it can only do it to things that aren't directly Josuke, right? And he's fighting a guy who, if he touches you with his bomb, then he can turn you into a bomb and instantly blow you up, or has a bomb that continuously follows the opponent. So what do you have to do? You have to essentially trigger the bomb instantly and have it explode, but you can only do that with, again, stopping time, right? You have Killer Queen Bites the Dust, and how do they beat Bites the Dust? Essentially, the kid had to find a way to create a loop. He had to find a way of breaking out a loop by breaking out of the loop by essentially waking up Josuke early, right? Like, there are ways to circumvent it, but as the abilities progress, they progress more. The main protagonist's abilities progress along with them. You have someone like Pucci who needs to perform through very specific circumstances to get Made in Heaven. And there is essentially no counter to Made in Heaven besides having the universe be reset and then using a very complex ability of removing all of the oxygen in the atmosphere of a room so that the guy could die. That's kind of what I'm getting at, and that's kind of what you're not understanding. The difference between Bleach and something like JoJo's is that, yes, both series do increase in complexity with their abilities, but with JoJo's, the complexity, it's not just the complexity of the villains, it's the complexity of the main protagonist. Giorno Giovanna had a very complex ability with Gold Experience, and then when it becomes Gold Experience Requiem, also very complex. Abakio, a complex ability that only works under specific circumstances. Narancha has a very simple ability, all things considered, and only beat out the guy by outsmarting them. It's not like with Bleach where I can't outsmart my opponent, it's just more so boils down to I just have to out-hacks him. Like, it is a complex stand in part 3. It is a complex stand in part 3, but the way that they beat it was essentially, again, using knowledge to write down baby stand in one's arm and then work their way around that. Its abilities only worked if you could wake yourself up by essentially breaking your own finger, right? I mean, it gets crazy at part 7 and 8, honestly. The stands do get insanely specific. Right, the stands do get insanely specific, and I agree with that, but also the main protagonist's abilities, the character's abilities also grow with it. Yeah, you can't really compare Jotaro to D4C because they're not even within the same context of the timeline anymore. It's a completely separate world, a universe. With Bleach, it's like Ichigo has nothing in his arsenal that is even remotely interesting, complex, or impressive besides Getsuga Tensho, even up until the final chapter of the story. So don't sit there and tell me that I'm not complaining about JoJo's, because the fact is there is a difference. There is, again, an objective difference in context and in nuance. The problem that I feel like what this guy have and so many people have is that they view everything off of the same exact lens, as if everything should be viewed in an equal lens. And to a certain extent, that might be true, but also it's not possible because different writers, different writing styles, different stories are written by different people, so you cannot exactly have the exact same circumstances beyond everything. Can I abide both by the same kind of scrutiny? Sure, but the difference between Bleach and JoJo's is that JoJo's has different parts that also have different characters. Sure, you might have parts where certain characters come back, but it's not the same exact thing as a series where it all takes place within about a 2 years worth of time span, and all of the opponent's abilities are getting more overpowered, but all the main protagonists and all the good guys' abilities are staying exactly as stagnant. Byakuya doesn't get any new abilities. He's just slamming down the same millions of petals on the same fuckers from episode 1 from the first episode he shows up till the last opponent that he fights. It's not interesting, it's not important. It's just, can we overpower this guy? If not, Deus Ex Machina it. And the difference between Kubo and Araki is that Araki doesn't require Deus Ex Machinas doesn't necessarily require Deus Ex Machinas to defeat his opponents or his villains. He more so writes a situation and writes the circumstances behind it for all of it to build up to that point. With Kubo, it's like, here's a girl who has a sword that can allegedly cancel out this one dude, and she doesn't show up for the final battle even though the main guy is a god. But one thing I hated was a lot of characters' abilities didn't really advance or didn't get any new ones. Yeah, and when you have characters like Renji, who gets a brand new Bankai, guess what's so complex about his Bankai? It's the exact same thing. It's just a monkey arm. It's just A, stat check Bankai. If you can stat check Renji, he does nothing. It adds nothing. His Bankai isn't anything important. All it does is shoot out an energy blast and has a big monkey hand, and that's it. Anyway.
Into the molds of a character in which I come to like.
That's
Someone
kinda
like
my whole
Light Yagami, he commands such a strong grasp over his narrative. Liking him or not is irrelevant to the fact that you are moved by him and want to see his exploits. I believe these two characters are probably the best Ebiden have to offer, with the exception of Ichigo Kurosaki, of course. Ichigo Kurosaki is the best main character I've ever seen in my life. To a lot of people, I understand he's a pretty basic and generic and goofy character. I am more than willing to say that Ichigo isn't perfect. However, to me, his flaws, different bugs, are just features. Ichigo has consistently risen in terms of quality for me. In the last 3 years, Ichigo's been my #1 MC and has only gotten better. I ask myself, how does Ichigo do it? How is he a reigning champ like this? I think Ichigo has multiple reasons for why I believe.
The best things I like about anime is seeing the characters advance and progress up their abilities and gain new ones. Yeah, exactly. You want a series. You want a series where the characters essentially either start off with nothing or start off with a very rudimentary set of abilities, and then not just the main protagonist, but the supporting cast, other characters, even if it's not something that like has to necessarily be progressed very very long or a lot, right? Like, you don't need like a lot of the side characters to have full-on progression of all of their abilities, but it's nice to see the progression in and of itself, right? You don't have to give like series of side characters that befriend the main protagonist like in season 2 or 3. You don't have to give them like all of these crazy abilities later on, but if you do see them grow in and of themselves, and you do see new abilities that they got maybe from seeing the main protagonist, or maybe from seeing other abilities within the verse, then that's also interesting, right? Because again, it shows growth with other characters, not just with the main protagonist.
Believe he's a great character, and I think it's time to come out the closet. We are all Kurosaki sexuals. For me, Ichigo's one of the coolest anime characters I've ever seen. To be fair, Kubo does not deserve all of this credit. To me, it's clear that Ichigo is super Yusuke coded. Yusuke Urameshi from Yu Yu Hakusho is a delinquent, kind-hearted high schooler who changes his moral code and disposition for the world with his exploits. Yusuke gets his morality, convictions, and even bloodline challenged. Ichigo seems to be like Yusuke but times 50. Ichigo is literally introduced as a cold-eyed delinquent type of guy in the first arc of Bleach. This idea is developed later, revealing that Ichigo is not a delinquent by choice. Because of his orange hair, people assume that he is a delinquent, so he built a persona to fight back against this assumption. This persona ended up being more delinquent coded, accidentally digging his hole deeper. Funny enough, this bully type of persona is dropped within later story arc. What I enjoy about this layer of his character is that it shows a weird type of juxtaposition with his sensitivity. Ichigo is an incredibly kind and empathetic person. Despite all that, he can stomp someone out and enact violence. This is a thing incredibly common for Ichigo. He shows a tremendous amount of kindness and empathy to his opponents. Ichigo's exterior, crafted by his environment, is a brooding underachiever who is prone to violence. In reality, his interior reflects an incredible compassion and sensitivity to the feelings of others. This is reflective of Ichigo's own backstory. From where he was introduced in the story, when did Ichigo stop smiling? Ichigo as a child wanted enough strength to protect everyone from harm and prevent tragedies everywhere. Only after losing his mother does he lose this idea of protecting everyone. It is a nice arc in the early stages of Bleach to show how Ichigo has an intrinsic desire to protect. It is the same way I have an intrinsic desire to be the best Torch player ever. There are certain anime main characters where a facet of their desire is just told to us without it being explained why they have that, but Bleach takes its time to get intimate with its core and basic desire from Ichigo. It gets even deeper with how and why Ichigo has motivation. It comes from his mother and father, who are directly connected and responsible for his most troubling conflict in the series. I think saying Ichigo's hollow is the most divisive thing in Bleach is an understatement. The several different writing decisions made with Ichigo's hollow lead to the entire event being contentious and critical. For me though, Ichigo's hollow reflects the intense desire he has for protection. Let's look at Volume 5's poem. I cannot protect you without holding a sword. I can't embrace you while holding a sword. Ichigo's hollow explores his contrast between violence and protection on a macro level. Ichigo would be able to protect his friends and overcome his foes with these hollow powers, but what will he become? How far will the hollow powers take him? Through the multiple insights we see, Ichigo's own fear of his power shackled him and put him at a crossroads, unable to protect. The inability to balance his instinct versus reason, the eyes of someone who is not able to ideologically overcome his opponents, and finally, the fear of hollowifying. All of these things build the mental fatigue we come to see Ichigo in at the end of the Deicide arc. All of this matters because it challenges Ichigo on a personal level. There's a meticulous layer of Ichigo's writing that is present throughout all of the story. I know this sounds like random glaze, but actually peep game. Look at Luffy for a second. He is the main character characterized by his ability to free people and ignite a fire under them and be themselves. Then look at Naruto. He's a character that fundamentally fills people with hope and inspiration. Now look at Ichigo. Time after time again, Ichigo seems to fulfill and show his enemies a facet they were missing. For Renji, Ichigo inspired him to move forward with his heart. For Byakuya, Ichigo freed him from his projected duties to the dead. For Grimmjow, Ulquiorra, Ginjo, he was able to give them the thing they were missing most in their life. What I admire about Ichigo above these other main characters is the range. A shonen main character inspiring change where they go is the norm.
Early Ichigo looks rough, I agree. Smash, Bleach, waifus, Naruto waifus, or One Piece? One Piece.
I know, but Ichigo's empathy and sheer volume as a character can solve an existential crisis, solve a decade-long emotional conflict, and admonish deep-seated insecurity manifesting in ignorance and vanity. It is all because Ichigo is the bright sun in the world of Bleach that can illuminate the shadows on others. A lot of people make jokes with Ichigo's multiracial Jalen Smith type behavior. I've heard people say that Ichigo would be dead if he wasn't every race in the series. People saying he's Lana Rhodes' son. Even people saying he needs random super genetic abilities in order to do anything. I obviously fully disagree, but instead of challenging those quote-unquote criticisms, let me offer another perspective. The reason why Ichigo is a part of every race in the series is to make him connected and grounded to what the series is. Ichigo is able to understand the Shinigami, put himself in the shoes of the Visors. characters, sympathize with the Espada, empathize, understand the Fullbringers, and above all, reason with the Quincy's. By making him literally connected to everything, Ichigo is able to correct the faults of others. I said it a year ago, Ichigo, just by being himself, was able to show Gin and Aizen the right things to do. It is a video I am proud of because my favorite section is talking about the different nuances of Ichigo and Aizen. That isn't exactly my intent this time around with Ichigo, but it's important to recognize these different complexities if you want to set your glaze ablaze. Ichigo's bag has been criticized a lot when it comes to his combat and fights. The term Bankai Spammer practically originates from this man. Ichigo's lack of variety and overly simplistic attacks is on purpose. Not only would it be difficult for writers to write complex abilities, constantly being drawn and interacting with other abilities, unless you're Rocky, Ichigo is crafted to be rigid and unmoving. Ichigo is an ignorant character at
One Piece, Naruto, Hunter x Hunter, Jujutsu Kaisen, Black Clover. It's almost as if it's not as hard as this guy is making it out to be, because, well, other writers have been able to do it, right? Being able to give some level of complexity to the characters and still find a way to, write actually interesting fights. I mean, Asta from Black Clover literally has the antithesis to the power system of his own story. Don't act like Destrichio. Don't act like whatever. I don't agree with this point that he's making. I 100% disagree. Saying that it's a good thing that Ichigo's bag is so fucking simplistic is on purpose because it's hard to write diverse or complex abilities that you have to like interact with every other character. Literally, all writers do that. It doesn't even have to be anything very precise, but the fact that it's just stuck at Getsuga Tensho is ass. What sympathy does Ichigo show the Espada? We could probably go back and check it out.
Beginning of the series. He's unaware of his own mother, his real race, and the hollow inside him. Above all, he's unaware of the looming threat guiding him to his inevitable conflict. Further, above all, he is unaware of what Zangetsu really is. Zangetsu uses ignorance to force Ichigo off the path of a Soul Reaper. This is why he has only one move for majority of the series. Zangetsu paved a linear path for Ichigo so he could eventually stop fighting as a Soul Reaper. It is only when Zangetsu stops restricting him and creates multiple paths, Ichigo is free from the rigidness of a simple Getsuga Tensho. After this, Ichigo develops a new technique.
So then why didn't you mention that his new Getsuga Tensho is just another Getsuga Tensho? It's just Getsuga Tensho +1. It's just Getsuga Tensho 2, the sequel. Like, am I lying here? Like, this is what I mean when I say like, even if everything that someone says about Bleach, it has some level of validity, right? Even if Ichigo really is just this massive... I'm debating if I should watch Calamity. What's Calamity? Even if we're gonna sit here and say, like, okay, sure, I can agree with... Even if I were to agree with the whole, like, Ichigo has a way to, like... confide and empathize with every single major race. Even if I were to say that Ichigo's ability to, just try to save Rukia was enough to... First of all, I'm gonna say this. Ichigo had no intention of changing Byakuya or fucking Renji or any of that shit. I don't agree with any of that at all. Ichigo was just trying to save his friend. And if it meant fighting everyone else, he was going to do it. I don't know... If his actions end up changing how Renji or Byakuya are because they see this guy with full of so much hope that, okay, well, he's willing to fight the system, he's willing to fight me, he's willing to do all this shit, then maybe I can too. It's not even remotely direct correlation with what Ichigo's doing, more so just as a byproduct of what Ichigo did, right? Ichigo himself is not actively trying to change these people, he's simply trying to, at least as far as I care, he is simply trying to save his friends, and this is what everyone else is taking from it, right? It's like with Luffy, right? It's like in the same sense as Luffy. Luffy is not out here trying to liberate people because, oh, it's the right thing to do. Or because he's trying to change the way people perceive pirates or whatever. No, Luffy goes into a kingdom. There's just happens to be some fuck shit happening. He makes friends with a person that's being directly affected by the thing. And it's because of the byproduct of what Luffy does that everyone else changes, right? So it's in a similar sense. Even if I were to concede all of that, you're not going to sit here and tell me that Zangetsu trying to restrict Ichigo from going down a path and then Ichigo eventually evolving and developing more techniques and going down a separate path or whatever. Like, you're not going to sit there and tell me that that the execution was well done if the only thing Ichigo gets out of fully understanding all of his powers is... If the entire concept of Ichigo gaining all of his powers or at least, like, fully understanding where he comes from is... getting a second slash for the Getsuga Tensho. Am I the only one that shipped Ichigo and Rukia because of the Soul Society arc? You're not the only one. You're 100% not the only person. I've had people here tell me that he should have been with Rukia at the end. Yeah, with Ichigo facing people, it's not so much the challenging their ideals, it's more so, hey, don't kill my friends or destroy my home. Yeah, and it's just the hope that he has against such overwhelming odds is what makes them look like, oh, well, shit's crazy. I don't think that he's directly intending to do anything. This is one of those things where it's like interpretation versus intention. Ichigo's intention is to just save his friend, get the fuck up out of there. That's really it. It's everyone else adding in like extra layers as to what he's doing. They do the same thing for Luffy too, don't get me wrong. Luffy's intention isn't to save people. He's not here to be a hero. I don't think Ichigo's here to be a hero either. He's just trying to do the right thing for someone that he cares about, and that's basically it. They do have quite a bit in common in that ground, and there is quite a bit of a parallel between One Piece and Bleach. Granted, I do think, yeah, they had a sibling dynamic, I would say.
He uses Zanpato's spiritual pressure together, and he even develops new Bankai. From this, we see how Ichigo was never
Yeah,
a one-trick
Bankai that
pony.
does
He was just
nothing.
coerced and forced to behave a certain way. It took his unrelenting strength and determination to break out of that box. Ichigo's steadfast.
You say that he takes his strength and unrelenting determination to break out of that box, but he's still in the box. He's everything that he's doing. Yeah, I don't know how Ichigo changed Soul Society history when it's super vague what it is in the first place, especially when creeps like Mayuri exist, right? Yeah, I guess Ichigo was able to change 2 guys in the Soul Society, but no one else gave a fuck about all the war crimes that are happening within the context of the Soul Society. Like no one gives a shit. It's one of those scenarios where like Ichigo is a hero for his friends and literally no one else. No one in the Rukon district. People are still living in poverty, but no one gives a shit because Kubo doesn't expand upon that anymore. Kubo doesn't expand on how people exist within the Rukon district and how they view Shinigami, because the Shinigami are essentially just bullies to everybody else. It's not like the Shinigami themselves have changed and anything, right? Anyway, as far as like powers and abilities, it's like, what is Ichigo really doing here? Like, everything that he has done up until the series, you can say that he's been guided through, but he's still kind of doing it off of his own quote-unquote volition. He's saving Rukia because he wants to save Rukia, right? He's saving Orihime because he wants to save Orihime. It doesn't matter if you think that, well, his path was being laid down by Aizen or by Zangetsu / Yuhabaha's, his Quincy spirit inside of him. You could say that it's actually being, like, detailed and, like, planned out for him in that regard, but then it's like, isn't the same shit happening then in the 1,000-Year Blood War and even afterwards? Because he's not changing what he's doing. He's not changing the way he's acting. He's not going about it in a different way of trying to talk to you about or whatever. No, he basically just had an internal conflict, goes up top, gets his powers, comes back down, and then goes in straight to try to fight Yhwach. That's literally it. Am I high? Am I on drugs? Like, nothing has changed for Ichigo in that regard. Again, I understand the complexity that they're seeing in this, but again, the execution doesn't flow out in a way where I can't sit here and just point out all of these issues. Right? Like, there's no like, there's really, after Ichigo gets, like, both of his Zangetsus, then why did Ichigo inspire Byakuya saying, "I'd fight the law"? Because he's not trying to inspire Byakuya. He's literally there like, fuck your rules. She's being put on death row for no fucking reason when all she did was help me save my family. Fuck your rules. That's what he did. What are you fucking talking about? What do you mean? Then why did Ichigo inspire Byakuya? Again, did you not hear anything? I'm not repeating myself. Go back and listen to the shit that I said
This
before.
is the most important trait
Yeah,
about character.
by the way, Destrichio, again, you're just coming across as one of those guys that you cannot accept any kind of criticism for your fucking series that you like or whatever. I could clearly pick that up with Dragon Ball. I don't give a shit, dude. Whatever comments you make, I really don't give a shit, dude. You're literally just coming across to me as someone that I can literally just pull up the. I'm gonna be so honest with you, dude. You could probably fill out one of these bingo cards for me. You could probably fill out one of
Start of
these
the
bingo
series,
cards.
it is
if we actually
Ichigo's
went
bread
back
and
and
butter
forth.
for how he interacts with his
Anyway.
world. Unlike rigidness, which is the state of being inflexible and resisting change, steadfastness is the quality of being firmly fixed, unwavering in faith, and fiercely loyal. It was Ichigo's steadfastness, not rigidity, that compelled him to fight against the system executing Rukia and Soul Society. Let's all take a look at chapter 476 of Bleach. The captains had been
he's
ordered to watch
steadfast.
over Ichigo and look at his choice that Ginjo was going to present to him. Ginjo told Ichigo the truth, and Ichigo made a choice. His choice was to say the same. Rukia thinks that it was Ichigo who hasn't changed. It was his steadfastness that caused everyone to change. It was his steadfastness that changed the Soul Society at its core. It was the same ferocity that overcame Byakuya's blade. This is one of my favorite layers to Ichigo. There isn't just a goofy do what I want stuff that changes people. There isn't a talk no jutsu. It is the character doing what he thinks is Byakuya's blade. This is one of my favorite layers to Ichigo. There isn't just a goofy.
I find it so crazy that like people can see this shit for Bleach and not see this shit for other series, dude. Sure, I can give you Naruto. Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to give you Naruto. And the reason why I'm not going to give you Naruto is because Kishimoto does employ a very important set of ideals that I think people in general don't consider. But it is quite literally the best outcome for anything, and that's talking through your problems. It doesn't matter if you were born in well, okay, to an extent it does matter, but to a very big extent it does matter, but like, if you are born... everyone goes through some level of trauma and problems. The extent to which you will suffer any kind of situation will depend on where you are born in the world, what kind of a class system you're born into, etc. Those things do affect a person's perspective on how it will shape them in the future. That is 100% true. However, Kishimoto created a scenario, an ideal, where by understanding that other people have also struggled through pain, that even if things look like they are nice and bright for the Hidden Leaf Village, there are people even in the Hidden Leaf Village that have suffered through certain level of discrimination, certain level of attacks, certain levels of pain, that ends up creating a scenario where, yeah, I can't fully understand the traumas that you went through war, but I can empathize and I can try and talk things through, because it doesn't have to be that way. We don't have to perpetuate a cycle of hatred, right? With One Piece, again, Luffy is on a journey. It's not some goofy ass story where he does whatever the fuck he wants. Luffy goes into all these different kingdoms. He goes into all these different islands. He's there for simply an adventure. What ends up becoming of it is due to characters around him and situations around him evolving, developing, and eventually, Luffy having to be the one who takes down the bad guy, not because, again, it's the right thing to do, but because you fucked with my friends, you've been fucking with all of these people, I think it's just time for you to go. It's not a matter of, it's also steadfastness. Whether or not it's through a different sense, it's through a different lens, whether or not it's through it takes a different approach. But I think there are positives and negatives through both approaches, right? I think there are clear positives and negatives through both approaches. Oh shit. I clicked end by accident.
Only are they literally related, they reflect similar thematic motifs, and Hiso's protector characterization is the same reason why he was able to sympathize with the steadfastness that caused everyone to change. It was his steadfastness that changed the whole society at its core. It was the same ferocity that overcame—
Correct. I'm surprised they said OG Naruto was good for kids to watch with the blood and gore and sexual suggestions. I guess. Have a good one, Sornum. Naruto's a good character as well. No need to add the most or the best or whatever, make it top one. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not a matter of a competition, right? It's not a matter of a competition. If there are qualities about Ichigo, and there are a lot of things in this video that I can say, you know what, from a different perspective, I can see entirely where he's coming from, and I can actually agree to a couple of these things. You know what? I'm not going to sit here and disingenuously say that everything that this guy says is wrong. But what I'm saying here is that, like, if you're going to make this comparison for Ichigo, but you can't even see it for characters like Luffy or Naruto, again, this is where, that inherent bias for people goes.
Byakuya's blade. This is one of my favorite layers to Ichigo. There isn't just a goofy do what I want stuff that changes people. There isn't a talk no—
Goofy do what I want stuff that changes people. You mean having a carefree attitude even in the hardest of situations, because you know that there is something that you can do that no other person can do, and in the same way that there are things that you can do that no other person can do, there are things that others can do that you can't do. So allowing others to simply flourish and do as they want, as Luffy lets his crew do and as he lets his friends do, since they can take care of things that he can, that he can't, and he can simply deal with the biggest issue on board, which is the main bad guy. Yeah,
no jutsu. Okay. It is the character doing what he thinks is right and directly challenging people on their ideologies and sentiments, only for Ichigo to denounce and hold a mirror to them and admonish what they represent. It is a lot more cathartic and clever in my eyes, especially since this is all in line with how Ichigo views himself. Sure. Ichigo wants to be a hero and protector. Ichigo wants the burden of protecting people, and with that will in mind, he extends the same kindness and empathy to his enemies. Ichigo's protector characterization—
I agree that a series doesn't need to be grounded to be good. Naruto's relatively grounded pre-time skip, post-time skip. Hell no, I agree.
It's the same reason why he was able to sympathize with Aizen. A man who moved as an island was able to have his first connection because of a 15-year-old boy with one huge sword and one bigger heart. There is a hugely underrated part of Ichigo's character to have his first connection because of a 15-year-old boy with one— It's the same reason why he was able to sympathize with Aizen. A man who moved as an island was able to have his first connection because of a 15-year-old boy with one huge sword and one bigger heart. There is a hugely underrated part of Ichigo's character. Ichigo has a ton of character dynamics.
Bigger heart. Able to make a connection. What connection did they make? Aizen completely broke down in front of Ichigo. I guess if showing that level of vulnerability in front of your opponent who's literally trying to kill you is a connection, I mean, sure, I guess. But it's not like Ichigo necessarily changed Aizen.
A lot of them are decently surface level, but you have multiple thematic gems. Throughout the first half of Bleach, Ichigo is constantly compared to Kai and Chiba. I would say Kai and Chiba's main function is to mirror Ichigo. When Ukitake thinks of Kai and Chiba, he says Kai always chose the path of greatest peril, which is a one-to-one with Zangetsu telling Ichigo he chose the path of a protector, which would lead him to fight.
Like, Soul Society literally took Ginjo body for some reason. Ichigo himself had to come to retrieve it. So what system did he change? I guess, yeah.
Yuha. Kind Chiba was nothing but ordinary. Confronted by the prodigious class of Rukia, he simply treated her like a subordinate. There's a subtle compassion and empathy Kind Chiba shows to his company, and especially Rukia. He knew Rukia wouldn't tell him exactly what's going on, but it didn't matter to him. Some crazy writing here is the fact that Kind Chiba says he will always be a friend to her for whenever she's ready to talk about her issues. Rukia learns this from him to then tell Ichigo at the beginning of the series, then Ichigo learns this from Rukia to then tell Isshin at the beginning of the Deicide arc. It's all one full circle reciprocity of empathy that the characters share, started by one Shiba, interlapped with Ichigo, then ends with another Shiba. It is done to tie Ichigo and Kind Chiba together. Not only are they literally related, they reflect similar thematic motifs and ideas. Kind Chiba believed the heart only exists between two people, and people have to come together to truly develop a heart. Meanwhile, this ideology is almost hereditary, as child Ichigo believes he ripped the heart out of his universe with his mother's death. These ideas are obviously intentional, as they were both communicated under Memories in the Rain and Memories in the Rain 2. Kind Chiba died giving his heart to Rukia, only for her to have a jaded perspective on being a Soul Reaper. Masaki died to protect Ichigo, only for him to believe he tore the heart of his universe and stopped being a protector. It is clever and dramatic writing that has not gone.
By the way, how old is Ichigo supposed to be in comparison to his sisters? Because he looks like he's only like maybe a year or two older than them. And isn't he already like... Like, don't his sisters start out high school when he's about to end? I guess like 3 years, right? Something like
unnoticed on this channel. Kind Chiba and Ichigo play parallel thematic roles in Rukia's story. At first, she comes to accept how the heart works and learns how to follow it. Afterwards, she comes to accept how a steadfast disposition is necessary for protecting what you hold dear. These ideas are all super intimate and communicate a fragile message about the human condition and the intrinsic conflict people have about losing themselves the more they experience the world. It is really just that compelling to me. Ichigo is a rare MC to me. He is an MC with an infinite amount of depth you can find. He's like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Some people only get a plate or two and pay their tab and take off, but me, I'm staying there for hours. I'm pulling up a Captain Mac video essay and hunkering down for hours. I'm getting as comfortable as possible to enjoy the splendor of Ichigo Kurosaki. There is so much to appreciate and love about him. His beautiful design, his emotional complexity, his combat and hot-headedness, his character dynamics, his character conclusion, his maturity, his
character dynamics, character conclusion.
Comedy. Ichigo is not a real character. I mean that figuratively, as in he is so good, he ascends being a character for me. Ichigo is like a light in my life. He is like the brother I never had. He is like the lunch lady that says, "The brownie's on me today, sugar."
Well, all right, that's the glazing end that he's 5 years older than them. He's currently 12 in Thousand Year Blood War. They're currently 12. Oh. Huh. There's a Gacha Kuda game. Whatever. So what's up with everybody? What do you guys want to do? I kind of got nothing else to talk about right now. Actually, I did watch yesterday a stream with Six, not Six the X mod, Six from Tokyo. I did watch this stream where like him and some other guy named Troy, they were talking with Jordan, this like TikToker that like shits on Naruto or whatever, like makes claims about Naruto or whatever. And like halfway through the stream, I'm just thinking to myself like, Jesus Christ, this is almost unbearable to watch. I don't know. I was like, a lot of what these guys are essentially saying is like, why are you saying that this thing is this? Why are you making such a claim because of this information? Okay, but that's objectively not true. Okay, then, but this is how I interpret it. Blah 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 blah. What other realism does Luffy bring to the table? What are you talking about with realism? Unlike Bleach is about knowing yourself, being lost in loneliness. What realism does One Piece bring? Being able to actively have a dream and seeking it out, even if it means reaching your death, depending on what kind of dream you have. Are you willing to have the capacity, the drive, the will to seek it out no matter what, regardless of what anyone says or thinks? Showing people that they don't need anyone. Here's one, for example, showing people that what's gone is now, helping people deal with death and trauma by essentially having them experience a moment in time where if you are suffering from losing your friends and your family, focus on what you still have and how you're able to move on past it. There are discussions about how no one is meant in this world to actually be alone. Everyone is meant to have a friend. All you have to do is find like-minded people who will care and love you regardless of a connection. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yo, you know what? Get the fuck out of my stream, dude. I don't need people like you on my like people like you really piss me off, dude. People like you genuinely piss me off. People like you genuinely piss me off, dude. I don't know. All you do is shit on a fucking series. All you do is shit on everything. You guys are actually funny enough fucking hypocrites, dude. And this is what pisses me off about people like you. The moment anyone criticizes something about a series that you like, you immediately go into this whole defensive thing. Well, what about series that you like? Blah 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 blah. This and that. When you have a person like myself explaining to you all the complexities, all the differences, all the yada 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 yada, You're like, well, that doesn't really matter because it's not as good as Bleach because I don't like it as much. I don't give a shit, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. What about JoJo's? Why didn't you make a comparison with JoJo's? I did make a comparison with JoJo's. I explained the thing about JoJo's. It's always the, what about this other series but the one I like? Guess what? I don't like Bleach. I think Bleach is a terribly fucking written story from a side character perspective. I think Bleach is dog shit when it comes to the actual implementations, and not just implementations, but also executions of certain things that happen, dude. So why the fuck are you still here trying to get me to say, oh, well, Bleach is fantastic. Good, if you like Bleach, it's great. I even just said, while I was watching that video, that yes, there are a lot of points that this guy brings up that definitely changed my perspective on Ichigo as a character, but that's not enough for people like you, no. Because unless I'm on fucking Kubo's rod, going and doing some crazy fucking shit, saying, "Oh, it's the greatest piece of media to come out since the fucking Bible." Unless I'm doing some shit like that, dude, you're not gonna relent and you're gonna keep being on your bullshit. Get the fuck out of my chat, dude. I don't give a shit, dude. Genuinely, what the fuck, dude? God damn, people like you are so fucking annoying. My God. Ichigo's did must be so good to be getting this glaze. That's what I'm saying, dude. I wanted to ask you if you think Frieza's army could take on the One Piece world, obviously excluding their top tier fighters like Ginyu Force, Zarbon, Dodoria, Shizami. So like just the fodder soldiers. Let me ask you this, Yanbo. Do any of the fodder characters, do any of the fodder Frieza army men, do they have any kind of power levels? Do they have any kind of scaling, right? Like, are any of them stated to have the capacity to blow up a planet? Do any of them have a stated power level like King Piccolo, right? Like, I know Kui or whatever the fuck the Apple guy is. I forgot one of his names. I forgot their names. Like, yeah, they could probably wipe out the One Piece planet, right? If they're almost as strong as Saiyan Saga Vegeta, right? I'm sure. So they're mad at Jordan for being right? Something about that. I don't know, dude. What do you think the outcome of Luffy versus Gojo were? I'd have to rewatch it, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll have to rewatch it. I think you said Luffy won, right? I think you said Luffy won. I don't remember what the fucking reasoning was. Let me pull it up again. Let me just pull up the reasoning again. I've said this before on stream. Guys takes. I've said this before on streams. Guys takes Luffy versus Gojo. Here, give me a second. I've been drinking a lot of water. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Tough. His video is too long for you guys' attention span. It's what happened? What's your opinion on Gabiru D Rat hockey video? He says there's nothing like advanced hockey. It's an international fan misconception, and I agree. Type the title of the video for me. Type in the title of the video for me, and Luffy versus Gojo. What about this? Dude, where the fuck is it? What the fuck? I can't find it. I think I follow you. I should be subscribed to you, right? So I should be able to find it through there then? What the fuck? Guys takes. There we go. Guys takes. Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me just go use the bathroom real quick. I really need. Write down the name of the video that you wanted me to check out. Real quick. Alright, I'm back. Bro, I don't get why they are so close-minded. It's not. It's because I don't know. I'm just gonna lock it up. I'm just gonna walk. So does Blackbeard's Yami no Mi bypass Gojo's Infinity? I'd probably argue so. But it was like around here, right?
Registers a threat. I don't know what it is. Secondly, you can't brute force your way through Infinity. No matter how powerful the attack is, under normal circumstances, it still cannot reach Gojo. Thirdly, the mathematical concept of limits itself, which is what Gojo's ability is based on, really doesn't care or pay any respect to the size of the object. If that attack is something that travels through space fundamentally, the rules of limits would just make it so it never reaches. Luffy honestly doesn't even need to leave base form to fight Gojo, but since he can't make contact, does that mean he loses? Well, no. There just isn't much ground for Luffy losing. Luffy is too fast to be caught and has all the means to dodge and sense all attacks from Gojo. If you want to actually give Luffy a winning chance, you could just say Gojo just burns out. No people would say that's biased, seeing as Luffy's Gear 5 has terrible endurance, but like I said, he really doesn't need to go into Gear 5. Moreover, when he sees his Team Force isn't doing any damage, he can just go back to base. But even if you say he maxes out his endurance in Gear 5, a tired Luffy still unironically has better stats than Gojo, just enough to keep up and avoid damage. If he manages to go Gear 5 twice in a row, he should definitely be able to stay on his ground in base pretty easily. So how does Gojo actually burn out? Well, if he uses his domain expansion in an attempt to catch Luffy, he would suffer Curse Technique burnout. Now, it can go two ways. Luffy could exploit the opening as a rebound to the attack, but if you argue that he won't know how to do that, Gojo would still have to use Reverse Curse Technique on his brain. The more he tries to catch Luffy off guard with his domain, the greater the risk. And there's a 5-time limit he can keep refreshing his brain before total burnout. There's also a chance that in between these periods, Luffy would have caught wind of this weakness and take advantage of it. Eventually, Gojo wouldn't be able to defend himself. Even if this isn't the way it goes, it could only end in a stalemate. Luffy is not losing much energy fighting a much weaker character, and we have seen people like Ace and Jinbei fighting for days. If you don't want to compare other characters, Luffy's fights with Hanakuri and Kaido took multiple hours, and they are both considerably stronger than them. The worst it could be is a stalemate. But as for Gojo winning, there just isn't any logical way for it to happen. Luffy may be a foolable fool, but like Goku, his battle IQ is sound and the best in the verse. Even if you use Gojo's biggest win condition in Infinite Void, Sure Hit effect would not even work on Luffy since he has no curse energy. Only the King of Curses canonically has the ability to Sure Hit non-sorcerers and inanimate things. If you want to see how Sukuna interacts with One Piece, click the link above. For those who would bring up Gojo's 2-second domain working on regular humans, those humans were part of the JJK verse and inherently had burst energy. This is the same reason I didn't bring up Conqueror's Haki. There's an argument that they could overwhelm Gojo, even if he has strong will. Whether that would be a win condition here is debatable, but definitely bypass Infinity as Conqueror's Haki is not a physical attack. Now if you choose to equalize energy and give Luffy residual curse energy, Gojo's domain expansion does become a threat. If Unlimited Void catches Luffy off guard, his brain gets fried, leaving his body vulnerable to Hollow Purple. However, actually catching Luffy off guard is practically impossible.
No, that wasn't the part I was looking for. You mentioned the Bajirang gun, right?
Including support. Luffy, much like Gojo, is a prodigy, and he was able to master all forms of Haki.
I guess, so, like, here's the thing, right? I agree with the result that, like, Luffy should likely beat Gojo unless, like, you're just equalizing so much shit that, like, you just basically give Gojo a chance. I think the issue obviously comes down to speed plus Future Sight just completely bypassing everything that Gojo does, right? I think the issue just in general in regards to, like, a fight like this, and... Guy, what was your take on, like, the Bajirang gun again? Let me see this.
Letting him run on air, play with lightning, and all those kind of shenanigans. But Infinity is not a physical barrier. It's a mathematical concept brought to life using a technique. So Luffy would have to be able to manipulate the very concept of space, which is just something he can't do. The argument for the Bajirang gun bypassing Infinity also has little ground to stand on for 3 reasons. Firstly, Infinity automatically filters incoming threats based on mass, speed, shape, and cursed energy. If an island-sized fist moving at extreme speed isn't registered as a threat, I don't know what is. Secondly, you can't brute force your way through Infinity, no matter how powerful the attack is.
Well, yes and no, right? So, it's based on mass, speed, and the amount of residual curse technique. Do we think that it could be viewed as a threat? 100%. But I think the issue when it comes to, like, Bajirang gun, and I've always come from, like, the perspective of actually just the Bajirang gun itself. I'm doing good, Sui. I think the issue with the Bajirang gun itself is if you believe that Gojo has the capacity to stop an entire island-sized object traveling at the speed of light towards infinity, right? Because, like, it does work on a mathematical concept, right? It's essentially a mathematical concept with the way that works, right? But Guy, can I ask you a question? And by the way, if you guys would like to, Guy, if you want to have this discussion live right now, again, there's a, I can send in a link to my server again. I think we had one up earlier. I can I forgot to mark it. I forgot to ping it. So I can always put it again. If you guys would like to maybe have a discussion on this topic live right now, we can. I think it boils down to what you personally choose to believe, right? If you believe that there is, I know what the name of the ability is limitless, but fuck the, fuck name fallacy and all that shit. If you believe that if an object is large enough and fast enough that it can overpower the amount of, I guess, immediate damage, I guess, the immediate spatial manipulation that Infinity can, like, adhere to. Do you think it'll surpass Infinity, right? Yeah, I'll check out the Langdale stuff. I'll start pulling it up right now. Whoa. Whoa. That Infinity can, like... Okay. Chill, we don't know how that works yet. What are we talking about? Let me pull up the Langdale stuff real quick in the server. Let me pull it up real quick. Elden Ring runes. Beautiful. How big is the architecture? How big is the architecture of Elden Ring? Let me copy link. Let me put this, push this up, move this down, the ludicrous power. Did somebody fucking ask me to put on a goddamn Noodles video? Jesus Christ, dude. Alright, fuck it, I'll watch it. Just think how weak Toji would be if they didn't have the Heavenly Pact of the special grade tools or whatever, yeah. And we'll just throw this to Q. Anything else you guys want me to check out before I just start watching these? Because if not, I'm just going to watch these two at like 2x speed and then just get through it. If that's what Limitless is, then Yami Yami definitely passes. Shadow/Darkness doesn't mean any of those conditions to get stopped outright. Well, that's the thing. Like, I'll put up a poll real quick. I'll put up a poll. Do you think? Because there's no evidence to imply this, right? Like, never once within the context of the story do we see Gojo stop an attack that is relativistic to the speed of light, as fast as the speed of light, faster than the speed of light, and we never see an object have so much mass that Gojo couldn't stop it with infinity. And then there's also the conversation about, like, well, when Gojo was fighting Hanami and Jogo, and they were using cursed amplification, he mentioned to them that the more they try to amplify their cursed energy in order to bypass infinity, the more cursed energy he would have to output, thus creating, again, this big stalemate, and he just kind of overpowered them through that. Do you think an island falling at the speed of light can be stopped by Limitless? There's no way... I sent you what I asked. What you asked. Where'd you send it to me? Did you tag me in one of the server channels? You tagged me in one of the channels. Not here. Text debates. Never mind. Where did you send it to me? Are you part of? This is the Warhammer 40k stuff. Okay, wait. Behold, the worst place in all of Harmony, the Gothic sci-fi DMV. I'm crying. I'm crying. There is no way they have a fucking DMV. No way Warhammer has a DMV. I'm crying. This is why humanity is struggling with Harmony because of paperwork. Seriously, people are trying to get permits. I've been waiting for it for years. Where did you send it to me? Why Naruto versus One Piece isn't close video? Where? You've probably already seen it. Sounds like bro needs a ventilator. I think another good video idea is to explain whether or not Naruto and Sasuke was or was not nerfed in Boruto because they lost the Rinnegan and Kurama. I really see videos on people making videos on it. Oh, you rarely see video topics on it. React to why One Piece versus Naruto isn't close. He talks about Langdale in about 9 minutes. I got you. I'll check out the full video. I'm just... Why One Piece versus Naruto isn't close. Sure. Which one? Because if it's the Ty-Learned one, I already watched it. If it's the Six Path Sage 69, terrible fucking video. Terrible logic behind the video, at least. Have they put out any more content? They have not. They have not put out some more content. So which of the videos is it, Steven? Because if it's... Steve Aaron. Because I've already watched all of these. Yeah. I think the whole limit thing might be somewhat similar to how the whole Luffy being immune to blunt force attacks. So wait, do you think there is an upper limit to what he can slow down? Or do you think that there is no, that it's just like total, like, it doesn't matter the size or the object, as long as Gojo's Infinity registers it, he's capable of stopping it, right? People always leave out the Bajrangan has Ryuo, an ACOC application which should bypass Infinity. I'm not including the Lightning. Yeah, no. I know what you're talking about. You're referencing like the fact that it doesn't need to make physical contact, and Luffy can just, even if Gojo stops, Luffy can just shoot out the whole force at him. Yeah. Even so, that falls into the regard of, again, react to One Piece is not FTL yet. Sure, I think it is ambiguous. That's the thing, right, guy? So it's like, if you were to ask me, right? If you were to ask me my genuine opinion, guy, I'm gonna be so honest with you. I think that, personally, unless some information comes out about JJK that, specifically about Gojo's Limitless, that says he can just stop anything, right? It doesn't matter the size, the speed, whatever. As long as it can register it, he can stop it. I think that the Bajrangan should be fast enough and strong enough to bypass Infinity. I think it's fast enough and strong enough. I don't think Gojo has an answer for it. Especially if Luffy... that's without going into the whole discussion of whether or not Haki should be stopped by Limitless. That's without going into that whole discussion. You commented on the Sage 6 Pad 69 video. People always leave out the Bajrangan. Yeah. No, talking to Obito Madara got snuck by Zetsu and Kaguya got sealed, but for some reason the fan base thinks Naruto scales to those characters. Yeah. The emanation of the emission of the Bajrangan would probably be enough. I think Infinity is also such an abstract and subjective concept. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, there's only enough information for us to make so many assumptions based on how certain interactions would go, but we don't have every bit of information possible, and this is what I always tell people when it comes to, like, power scaling. It's like, you have to, at some point, come down to a conclusion on your own. There is no way that anything is objective because the lack of information for so many things is... For the lack of information regarding so many different topics within any one of these stories, within so many attacks, within lack of information as to how powerful certain jutsu attacks, how fast characters are within specific points of the story is so fucking vague that there is no fucking way. Are the YouTube chat rules new? Yeah, they're new. There is no fucking way that you can, like, make any actual objective claim on anything without it boiling down to some level of an opinion, right? That's kind of my issue with most of it. If that's the case, just disappointing that we lack exact details. Well, it's one of the things you just kind of have to accept, right? It's just one of those things that, like, if you can accept about fiction and anime as a whole, fiction, anime, all these things I said sounds like bro needs a ventilator because for some reason the last 10 minutes I was at the start of the stream. Don't know how confused genuinely. Oh, it was because I think I just had a bit of an issue with, like, some of my mic settings, but I fixed it. Don't worry. I love that they applied mathematical concepts to Gojo's techniques. I like it too. It's interesting, right? It's interesting actually adhering more to real world science and math. I think it's more viable for something like JJK than anything else. Granted, I don't believe in granted, I do not believe in pixel scaling still. What if Naruto and Luffy switched fights? By the way, I have a thing that I wanted to bring up. It's a Sage video. Guys, do we watch the Sage video? Do we watch the Sage video? Because I already know it's going to be some bullshit. I already know there's going to be some bullshit inside. There's going to be some massive One Piece downplay already. I know it for a fact. It's in the name. It's from 2 years ago, so definitely no way he's not just downplaying the fuck out of Luffy. Should we watch the Sage video? Get Naruto past Smoker. Yeah. I'm back. What did I miss? Also watch Sage. Cool. That's one vote. The moment Kaguya created her TSO ball, Naruto immediately said, oh no, we have to seal her now, meaning he doesn't have to scale to the TSO. Correct. I agree. I think if I take the whole Blunt Force thing with no limits at the moment, to make it make sense, I just have to use Infinity's limits application. Like, that's the thing, right? Can Luffy outlast Gojo in terms of a long spread out fight? Sure, rather watch a Steinixos video. I love Steinixos videos. Steinixos makes really good content. At least he applies at least some level of a consistent logic to it. If your attacks can bypass or manipulate space and fabric, then only it touches Gojo. Haki is not a bypass of space-time, but Okuyasu from JoJo's Part 4 can touch because he deletes space-time. Well, he doesn't delete space-time, he just deletes space itself. But yeah, 1 second. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Focus. Sweet. I got some razors. One of the best parts about having my family here is that they sometimes go run errands that I haven't had a chance to run. You guys really want to watch it? Sure, why not? Add to queue. What other videos you guys want me to watch? I'll throw in like one more. I think this is a fair, quite handsome dude. I think that's also like a fair comparison, right? Like, if you don't think that, like, if you believe that only attacks that can bypass space, mind you, I think sound almost hit Gojo. But yeah, I think the video does have some basis for it though. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that I think it was a bad video either, right? Like, I honestly think that, like, there's some sound reasoning for what you're saying, and if you believe that the Bajirang gun cannot bypass Gojo's Limitless, and the massive amount of Haki that he shoots down wouldn't bypass it either in any way, it would just like kind of stay there, sure, that's fine. I do think that the second win condition of like Luffy essentially like trying to like time out Gojo or like out stamina him, I think it could work, because yeah, I think it could work, right? We want to fuel your suffering, sure. So is that it? No more videos? I think it's ambiguous. React to One Piece is not FTL yet. One Piece is not FTL yet. Sure. Oh my fucking god. It is a key video, bro. We already watched this video, bro. I'm not watching that again. I'm not watching that again, dude. Did you know that the dragon that breached Langdale's defense is 328 meters long, while the dragon in the DLC is 392? That's pretty fucking big. That's bigger than Sarume. For your guys' context, that's bigger than the Kraken. That's bigger than the Kraken that Luffy one-shot. What's a good image? Yeah, that's like bigger than this fucking Kraken, mind you. It's kind of crazy. Light isn't light speed, yeah. Luffy can't touch Gojo, but Gojo has nothing to quite harm Luffy either. Yeah. Also, do you guys think that like Luffy could survive being crushed by an advanced application of blue? We watched it and it was horrid. Just suffered through Seijunk, sure. I'm suffering through fucking noodles content, dude.
Wake up to reality. Nothing ever goes as planned in this accursed world.
Power scaling channels
Hey
I'll
guys,
subscribe to is
so
you
why
and
don't you-
Nixos, and not because I'm a One Piece fan, because of good, fun content. I appreciate that.
Probably already aware that I'm doing a collaboration video with Just a Robot on his channel, where we'll be covering the controversial topic of Madara vs. Aizen. If you weren't aware, I definitely suggest you go and check that out. While you're at it, check out the rest of Just a Robot's channel as well. He has hundreds of hours of binge-worthy content, and he's also kind enough to give me a shout-out on his channel. So please go send him some love. And to those who just came from Just a Robot's video and are watching me for the first time on my channel, this video was made specifically to help welcome you. Anyway, now that introductions are out of the way, we are ready to take a dive into the
Do you think Fujitora's gravity powers could work on Gojo? I don't know. Is Gojo affected by gravity? If so, then yes. Like, does Limitless stop gravity? If no, then yes. Blue and red is doing nothing to Luffy. Yeah, red. Do you guys think red kind of counts as like a blunt force trauma attack? Because it's kind of just like repelling Luffy. It's divergence. It's just sending out. It's just a massive CE that's essentially just being blasted outwardly. Me saying lightning is slower than sound is this argument. Well, that includes the tail, the body, like half the height and length. Still pretty impressive, especially since Granzax is not the strongest dragon. Just a robot fell off majorly. Just a robot fell off majorly. Who's just a robot? I don't know if Juju has precedent for gravity. Jujutsu Kaisen does have precedent for gravity with anti-gravity systems. It's one of the techniques that Kenjaku got from Yuji's mom's body, since it had the grave tech. Since he had her curse technique engraved onto his brain. But yeah. My biggest problem with infinity scaling is when other energy and power systems are equated to cursed energy, infinity shouldn't be able to detect ki, magic, chakra, and stands. Yeah, then the limitless, the six eyes will just inform them of everything. That's how people claim that Almighty Push could one-shot Luffy, even though it's literally just a crushing force which would do nothing to him.
most respected and legendary shinobi in all of Naruto, Madara Uchiha. There are many things to say about Madara Uchiha, most of which has already been said, but this video in particular will be analyzing even the most minute detail of Madara's capabilities. To be clear on what this video will go over, we will be taking a look at all of Madara's physical power, speed, and durability. Then I'll proceed to cover his massive array of non-physical abilities or hacks such as Genjutsu. I will also be including multiple forms of Madara, specifically Warring States Madara prior to his unlocking of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, aka EMS Madara, the one who fought Hashirama at the Valley of the End, Rinnegan Madara during the War Arc, and the video will end on Tenten Sage 6 Paths Madara, the strongest variation.
What are some of these? I know that this isn't his fault, but some of these just have like really weird like Yeah, this is like a really weird like image for Madara. Like his head is kind of slanted, the hair's kind of weird. I don't know.
There's some other forms of Madara that I won't be mentioning, as there simply isn't enough noteworthy information for me to cover, such as blind Madara. To clarify, I will be only using evidence from my claims from the manga, as it is the original source material. But even though there's some funny scaling in the games where Madara can apparently reverse time, the canonicity of the games are questionable at best, so I usually stay away from them.
Okay, I got you. I'll slow down the video. I just wasn't trying to sit here for 27
I still will be
minutes.
using the data book, however, because it directly references the manga and was released alongside it as secondary source material. Alright, now that that is cleared up, we will begin with Warring States Madara. The Madara that will be scaled in this section is anything prior to his unlocking of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, as that was around the time of the Leaf Village's creation and end of the Warring States period. There's not much to say about this Madara, as he only appears over a short span of a few chapters in the original manga, but I came to the conclusion that it would be worth bringing up this variation of Madara, as it would make this video essay a bit more cohesive because of the massive time gap, and also because though there is a shortage of information discussed, there's still enough to briefly...
I don't think it's ever necessarily stated that Gojo has to be able to physically perceive what is attacking him in order for Limitless to be up, right? Like, maybe before he awakened, but I don't think that was the case afterwards. That's the thing.
Talk about. The Warring States period takes place before the foundation of the five great villages, when many shinobi clans were all at war with each other. Most prolific were the Uchiha and Senju, who were regarded as the strongest of all the other clans, and their leaders were specifically selected as the strongest amongst them. Madara was born during this period, and the era would last until he became a young adult. A war-torn land doused in the blood of fallen clan members, an era that was so ruthless and unrelenting that the average lifetime frame
I don't care
sought
about any of this,
revenge.
dude.
This is
I don't
important
know,
because it
God.
displays the kind of environment Madara grew up in. To begin, we will start with Warring State Madara's strength and attack potency. Even early in Madara's life as a child, he was apparently able to kill fully adult Senju warriors. This is not only a testament to his physical capability, but also to his skill.
That's a question I had
Madara himself was
longer
stated to have
time.
been born
It's
with the greatest and
calc-based,
strongest
but
chakra the clan had
what-
ever seen. This supports
what
the
if it's
idea that even at an
subcon
extremely
and
young age, he
6 eyes
still
don't have time
represented
to
a
calc
threat
it,
to
I
many of
guess.
the Senju. During his teen or adult years, Madara and Hashirama became the
Well,
leaders of their
Gojo-
families and establishing themselves as...
Okay, so just to clarify, so Gojo is the target of the ability itself, right? The target, the intended target of Limitless, as far as like the constant barrier that Gojo, the barrier in quotation marks that Gojo has around him, the automatic barrier that Gojo has around him, he is the target of the technique. It's not the objects that are the target, it's him. The technique essentially slows down anything that's coming towards him per se, right? So it's not a matter of like him detecting it, it's more so a matter of like the curse technique itself picking up on it, and then it's basically like automatic. Like the only issue would be like running the curse technique 24/7, but that's why he uses reverse curse technique to basically refresh his brain.
the strongest in their respective clans. Madara and his younger brother Azuna participated in
On the
perpetual
metaphysics
battles
of
with Hashirama and
Hockey
Tobirama, suggesting
video
they
is
were
too long
relative
for
in
your
combat.
attention span, but
Madara's
the
combat
metaphysics
speed even
argument
as a
of
child
Arunaki
was
is
extremely
short and good if you
proficient
like
as
power
both
systems.
Hashirama and Madara.
I don't really care for like metaphysical arguments and stuff, just because it starts to delve into like this tier of, did the author truly intend for like all of this to be considered as something that should be taken into consideration with the story, right? Like when people talk about like the metaphysics of certain abilities and stuff like that, it just kind of more so makes me believe like, okay, but does the author agree with this? Does the author agree that there is a metaphysics to his ability? Does the author agree that some of the concepts that people bring up or some of the theming that people bring up is actually something that was inherently intended, right? Like if it's not, it's one of those things where like if you want to put in the energy to talk about that, then sure, but it's one of those discussions that essentially boils down to what you personally choose to believe.
Intercept their father's attacks with rocks, even whilst being a significant distance away.
Because Noodles was the first video
Madara is
that I
also
threw up.
comparable or above Azuna in speed, who constantly fought against Tobirama.
I already
a man
added
who
the
is
Sage
considered to be
video. The
fastest
Sage
shinobi
video
of
is
his
down
time. Madara also is consistently able to react and combat Hashirama.
Cool.
As for durability, Madara must be able to at least withstand a comparable amount of damage of his own attacks, or his body would break apart from the strain and automatic counterforce whenever he exerts himself. Finally, Madara possessed the Sharingan and all of the abilities that
I love shit like, I love when they bring up shit like this, because again adds this concept like real world physics must apply, but then in so many examples where you see like Naruto characters like having to tank their own attacks, you usually see like, oh, they didn't tank it as well. I know that there's like a whole like controversy going on because of the latest Boruto chapter with like Kawaki essentially being stated to being able to put, where essentially all of their power is pooled into like 100 attack or 100 defense, but it is 100 total. It's never 100 for both or whatever. I don't know, man.
whenever he exerts himself.
Yeah.
Finally, Madara possessed the Sharingan and all
Makes
of the
sense in
abilities
terms
that
of
come with it.
ACOC are
In
all
short, the
fan-made.
Sharingan grants precognition similar to that of Spidey senses, as it allows the user to predict the attacks of their opponents. Madara also presumably has access to
technique
base
uses
Sharingan
Gojo senses to
Genjutsu
track
at this
and
time,
catalog
as that is
data.
the
It's why
staple
the
of the
pencil
Uchiha
stopped
clan,
at
as
the
well as
eraser
fire
pass. It's
release.
automatically
Madara
measures
towards the later part of the
itself.
Warring
It's the
States
hardware,
period
the
also
technique,
shown
the
to have mastered
software.
Mangekyo Sharingan, which actually comes with a few significant
That's a fair way
abilities,
of
the
looking
first
at it,
of
I
which
think,
being
yeah.
the Susanoo. The Susanoo is a suit of armor that significantly increases Madara's durability and battle power, but more importantly, it is stated in the third data book that in order to even use the Susanoo in the first place, you're required to meet two prerequisites, the first of which is Amaterasu, the second being Tsukiyomi. Both of these jutsus represent concepts necessary to the development of the Susanoo, Amaterasu being the material world and Tsukiyomi being the nightmare realm, both of which the user of a Susanoo is required to have mastery over. So what this means is that Madara is capable of using jutsus like Tsukiyomi and Amaterasu, even in the early stages of his lifespan.
Yo, Noodles, I swear to God, the way that this dude will read into something, the way that this dude will fucking read into something and make up his own fucking headcanon is genuinely one of the funniest things ever, dude. I don't know. One second, guys. Give me 1 second, guys. I have to go turn on the TV real quick. 1 second, guys. Alright. I got it. I'm back. Alright, let's look at the Naruto wiki page. Interesting. Huh. Guys, guys, this can't be right. Do you guys see what I'm seeing? Do you guys see exactly what it is that I'm seeing? Holy hell. Doesn't the letter M come before the letter N in the alphabet? Why is the top thing say Animal Path and not Amaterasu? AMA, so it should be above the N, right? Beyond the Animal Path, right? Okay, what about Tsukuyomi? Where's Tsukuyomi? Where's Tsukuyomi? Where's its Madara? But Noodle said that Madara should be able to use Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi in his past. But where is it? Where is it stated? It's not written here. The wiki must be wrong. The wiki must be objectively wrong. This is just absolutely fucking wrong. Everyone knows that Noodles knows One Piece and Naruto better than anybody else. Sorry, Naruto, not One Piece. Better than anyone else. Damn.
This is by far the most impressive and controversial statement for this Madara, but I will be detailing this more later in the video. There's some other minor things as well, such as Madara's proficiency with ninja weapons and kinjutsu, and he also has access to his Bancho fan, which is capable of converting ninja into wind release to reflect attacking jutsu away or back at his opponents. I should also mention that Madara's MS comes with a major flaw, which is blindness. Madara is only able to use his Mangekyo ability so much before he will eventually turn blind, but this will be circumvented in a later form. That's about all we have to go on though for this variant, so now I will be going on to the next major and most familiar stage in Madara's life, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Foundation of the Leaf. As you saw in the first section and what you will continue to see for the rest of the video, I will be following a strict formula, first discussing strength, then durability, followed by...
Hold on, I need to read this comment real quick, hold on. I think that having to have Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi to have a Susanoo was retcon to being able to utilize the abilities in both eyes. I believe this is the case as Sasuke doesn't possess Tsukuyomi, but he has a Susanoo. We could also bring up the Susanoo that Kakashi could briefly use. It was in retcon, it was never a thing. It was retcon for sure, but all Uchiha were supposed to have the same abilities in the data books and makes it clear, but Shippuden obviously made a more variety of Mangekyo. Okay, so this is just another guy just writing in their scaling. No, I don't give a shit. Gotta hand it to Madara strong, but not as strong as Zetsu hand is a joke, by the way. You weren't a subscriber. Yeah. So is no one just gonna call out that, like, damn, this shit got a dope, informative vibe? I guess. I don't know, man. I know that, like, people like power scaling YouTubers. I say people as in, like, the very small minority of people that, actually give a shit about this stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like a lot of the times people just kind of just go with whatever the fuck somebody says because they have a mic and not actually. This is why I'm always telling you guys. Don't just take everything I say as gospel. Make your own conclusions. Come to whatever the fuck conclusion you want to believe in. I'm not gonna police anyone in what they should believe as far as like scaling goes. But like, holy fuck. Then you have people like this. Basically, I'm pretty sure if I made another YouTube channel and I just started spewing wrong facts about power scaling, people would actually fucking believe me. Why the 99% of fiction can't take Aizen? Alright. Good video, but huge mistake. I noticed right away was saying Madara has access to Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. He does not. Susanoo requires you to unlock both Mangekyo abilities, not to unlock Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. I showed the data book of where it verbatim says, in order to use them on the Susanoo, you are required to master both the Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. We know that Madara can use Tsukuyomi for sure, seeing that he used it on Obito. No direct proof besides the data book statement for Amaterasu, though. Obito have Susanoo as well, and we know for a fact that Obito's eyes do not have Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Shizui as well, and he didn't technically isn't canon. Yaoi. Sorry about that. The TV controller died, so I had to go switch the batteries. You mastered regardless of them. What's the point of Itachi's Mangekyo? I mean, have you engaged with Ramen before? He's, let's say, not exactly forthcoming and not exactly fair and not exactly friendly. Really trying to be nice here. Okay, I'll put it like this. So, the closest thing to an interaction I've had with... Okay, so just to clear a couple things up. In theory, according to Zetsu, you are right. Like, if it says, like he said, if it says it in a data book, sure. But also, we know for a fact that it's objectively wrong because the series is... When did this video come out? 5 years ago? The series was already done by that point, and saying that a data book statement goes beyond what the series is quite literally showing is just objectively incorrect. This is why I always tell people, data books are only good for as a supplementary source, but if there is something in the data books that is directly contradicting what we see in the context of the actual story, at that point, I'm just going to go with what the actual author wrote in the story on the moment that they were writing, rather than some random fucking book that could literally be contradicted by so many things. Now, John, for context, just as far as the whole, like, noodles things go, the closest thing to an interaction I've had with the guy was about, like, 2 years ago. When, it was about 2 years ago, around this time 2 years ago, he reacted to my Kaido versus, it was either the Kaido versus the it was Kaido versus Madara, or it was the Madara versus the, Navy Admirals. They should not be trusted. I agree. I don't agree with using a piece of literature that is contradicted multiple times. Even if it's contradicted like once or twice, the fact is there are so many things within the data books that you can just argue are not necessarily true or are not necessarily consistent with what is happening in the story. So at that point, the things that aren't necessarily being contradicted but aren't also being exactly backed up kind of creates this weird scenario where, like, what what things do we use and what things don't we use in the data books, right? Like, why should some statements be taken literally and why should some statements not be taken? And then it kind of just goes into like this whole subjective conversation about, well, is it outright implied in the story? Is it outright stated in the story? Then those should be taken in. Okay, but what about those that aren't outright stated in the story, but it isn't necessarily contradicted either? Like, it just creates a whole shit show I don't even want to talk about, dude. It's too complex. Therefore, Limbo exists outside of the entire universe because Sasuke couldn't see it before Sage of Six Paths or something like that. Pretty sure Noodle said that Sasuke could literally see anything anywhere in the entire universe because the data book said he can see everything in heaven and earth. Yeah. So with Noodles, right, he essentially he called me, I think him and his friend called me some kind of like an idiot or a moron or whatever during their stream. I kind of showed up on stream. I asked them a couple of questions that they just weren't even remotely interacting with, like, well, Sasuke, they saying that Madara can manipulate the admirals because you can manipulate elements with chakra. And my question was, when does anyone just manipulate an element without any form of nature transformation or change in chakra nature, like Sasuke did with Kirin? And he's like, well, what about Sasuke? Well, Sasuke's literally manipulating a bolt of lightning. He's literally guiding it down. And I'm like, but wait, his arm is literally cloaked in lightning chakra. And it's literally connected to the lightning through lightning itself, through lightning release. So what are we talking about here? Oh, but you don't think that the chakra dragon, you don't think that the giant lightning dragon is enhanced in any way? No, because it's literally saying he's just merely guiding it. Just because it looks like that doesn't mean shit to me. Madara versus Aizen. If I give Madara, I mean, you'd have to kind of shoot Madara up to planetary. If you want to kind of put him against Aizen, you have to shoot up Madara scaling to planetary. But you can also argue that Madara should be technically faster than Aizen. Is that a video? Is it still up? Yeah.
A speed and then ending with his hacks or any other.
Check out Noodles' channel. Check out Noodles' actually, you know what? I'll just do it. We'll find it real quick. Yeah, there was a couple of questions that I had asked him and the other guy. Mind you, the other guy was the one that was allegedly scaling One Piece. It's right here. Oh, it was streamed a year ago. No, it should be 2 years. Because last year I wasn't in that year I remember I was with my family at the beach. Last year, I wasn't with my family at the beach. Yeah. So, yeah. And Sasuke was out of chakra, true. If it makes you feel better, he called me an R word and an F word and a liar after losing a 5-hour debate to me over whether Jiraiya killed 3 or 4 or 5 Pats of Pain, then banned me. Is the stream up? Was that a live stream? I would love to check that out. I would love to check that out 100,000%. Virtue and Sage of Thick's Calves ducked a 2v1 Tobirama versus Minato debate. Minato versus Tobirama and Itachi. Also, yeah, Noodles insults people who disagree with them. Yeah, I don't care for that kind of stuff. In recent debate, also involved him screaming death threats and rectal essay at his opponent. Yeah, I know the one that you're talking about. He was talking about R-wording his guy. Six from Tokyo reacted to it. I watched a portion of the live stream. Him and his friends were cracking the fuck up by like the stuff that they were saying. I thought to myself, yo, this is honestly kind of sad. Like that they're saying that this was one of the best debates. Like if this is what people view as power scaling debates, no wonder people who come into my chat when I ask them, if you want to have a casual conversation, we can. They think that I'm just gonna jump them with a bunch of other dudes. Noodles destroys Jay the Great in a one-sided debate.
Yo, what's going on, everybody?
Yeah, it was this one.
You're not
Fucking you up.
You're not capable of refuting what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead. Let's see what you're gonna say.
So I made that point. Secondly, because that's the case, he does say virtually no physical attacks work on me. So there are some, and we see. Now Zima, you want retard and ask me for fucking evidence.
Nobody thinks you're getting the W right now.
Let's go to the next point. When you're ready and you start throwing.
All right, I'm ready for the next point. Let's go to the next point.
Let's go ahead, fucktard. You lost that point.
All right.
Yo, it is absolutely fucking insane that this is what... Yeah, no wonder people think this is all what power scaling servers are like. Correct. This is why people think that I am going to insult them when I tell them, let's just have a conversation. Just tell me what your scaling is. You know what the craziest part is? The most I would probably do to someone is just kind of like just laugh at the absurdity of it, but I'm not going to sit here and call somebody an idiot just because they don't fucking agree with me. I saw this yesterday with like Six, with like a debate, let me see if I can find it, with Six from Tokyo. Let me see, I remember yesterday, I was looking through this right here.
Degree. There is
and they're having a debate.
And there is regeneration.
They were having a whole back and forth about like some prior TikToks that Jordan had made.
A section for the Kawaki point, because you weren't understanding the problem that
I haven't given Jeff access to the server again. But Jeff, if you want to be back, since everything's been cleared up, if you want to be back in the server, I can send an invite for the server. I can send it to you personally. My phone died. Fuck, my phone's dead. I can send an invite to the main server again, or at least the other server, the free one. I can send out an invite for that if you're down for it. The chats are pretty chill lately. Mostly just people just memeing around and just having fun. Give me 1 second. I'm just charging up my phone. Because yeah, he was 100% dead. But no, I haven't given him access yet. I think he's still technically banned underneath it, but I'll fix that up later. I'm not gonna hold it over him anymore. He gave me full context for everything that had happened. I don't think he deserves to be banned. If you want the full version, check out the YouTuber Serenity. If you promote the self-promotion, I also did a reaction analysis and stream a couple weeks ago. I'd be down for that. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Listen, I'm not afraid of anyone. I'm not afraid or against anybody like promoting their channel. If I eat, we eat, right? Like, it's always when we playing D&D. I'm not playing D&D. I tried that shit before. Not a fan of it. Anyway, let's finish up this video with Noodles.
Abilities. Anyway, shortly after the death of Azuna, Madara achieved what is known as the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, otherwise known as the EMS. The EMS is unlocked through the search for placement of one's own Sharingan for another Sharingan of close relation. Madara took the eyes of his brother, which allowed his EMS to develop. The EMS grants a plethora of abilities, whilst also amping the user's physical statistics. EMS Madara's power, when first exposed, was possibly one of the most impressive displays in the entirety of Naruto, as he was single-handedly wiping out an entire division of the Shinobi Alliance through the means of his Taijutsu and Ninjutsu. He uses Great Fire Annihilation Jutsu, which was capable of stalemating legions of Shinobi water-style users.
Legions of Shinobi water-style jutsu. Well, hold on. He's lying. Chat, he's lying. You know what's crazy? You wanna know what's crazy? I got into a debate with like some guy on Facebook or whatever. He tried to bring up like Madara being able to burn down multiple water style users. Bro, that is a fucking lie. It was like 6 of them, dude. It was like 6 water style users right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 fucking dudes. Let's look at the fucking anime adaptation, right? I'll even bring that up for you guys right now. Cause that shit is a fucking lie. Legions of water style users. What a fucking liar, dude. I'm going so hard. You know what? I shouldn't be going this hard. It's not really that crazy. Madara versus the Shinobi Alliance. Here we go. Only Tobirama repels Madara's fire. Well, Tobirama and the Mizukage. Like, 5, 6, 7? Yeah. Alright, blah, blah, blah. Fire style. Or whatever the fuck. God damn it. Always some bullshit. Where's the Fireboru? Okay. Not this one. Where is it? This one? Okay, look how many Shinobi are running forward. That's already 4. That's already 4 Shinobi we see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I guess we saw the jaw of a third guy, so not making the joke, but, well, to be fair, there seems to be more off the panel. Not really. Again, count them right here. Count the number of jets of water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 people. A legion? You can't even get it up to double digits. I'm Cold Joan again. I'm gonna let it settle down. I still can't believe I was lied on like that. Yeah, when you gave me the full context and you sent me those screen recordings, I was like, yeah, no, these guys completely went off the rail for no fucking reason, and it's just one of those guys. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. If somebody comes at one of your friends, I'm not saying don't just immediately side with your friend, but like try to have at least a bit of openness as to the full conversation, because a lot of the times there's 2 sides to every story and it's not just completely one-sided. Walking in here to Noodles is a terrible timing. It's not that bad. We're just going back and forth, but yeah. Focus right here. You see that there's a 7. Okay, so the 7 people in the manga, 7 people in the anime. 7 people in the anime, maybe 9 people, maybe 10 in the manga. Like, no, there's no fucking way you're gonna sit here and tell me that he can match 10 fodder at 1. Yeah, he can match 10 fucking random water style users with no fucking name. Listen, I love Madara, but it's like, when you remove the bias Take away the bias. Forget about how much you like the character. To be more precise, how would Aizen's Kyokusui get to interact with Madara or Naruto versus visual prowess? Kyokusui Getsu's abilities work on the 5 senses. When it comes to Genjutsu specifically, there's an argument to be made that they can only dispel Genjutsu because they have the ability to see through the illusion through their Sharingan. It's a bit weird depending on the character, because characters that don't have a Sharingan have to disrupt their chakra flow or have to manipulate or have somebody shoot chakra into them through physical contact in order to disrupt the chakra flow in order for them to be off of the Genjutsu. But that's because Genjutsu innately works by manipulating the flow of chakra within the opponent. I don't know exactly, based on the way that it's worded, the Sharingan is able to see through the illusions, but is that because of a matter of it is able to discern the user's chakra, it's able to see that the user's chakra is being manipulated, or is it visibly seeing through the illusions, right? It's one of those cases. It's one of those cases where it boils down to what you believe being able to see through illusions means, right? Mind-controlled 3 giants, where he mind-controlled 3 giants. Except for in the manga where he straight up mind-controlled 3 giants. Where are the 3 giants he mind-controlled? You think Kyokusui Getsu can affect Limbo clones? Fuck no, I don't even think he would be able to interact with the Limbo clones. Aizen would have absolutely no idea where the Limbo clones are. He would have absolutely no... I don't believe that Aizen has any way of interacting with them. Which big 3 villain is overrated, underrated, and fairly rated? Overrated? Either Madara or Aizen. Honestly, I think that Madara and Aizen are overrated. Both of them, like, genuinely. Underrated? Pain. I think Pain is generally underrated by people just because he appeared so early into the series. I think that he would genuinely be still a problem in the war arc. Maybe not, like, Ten Tails onward stuff, but I would think. We get a hint that Sharingan sees through illusions in the Forest of Death. Remember Sasuke sees little flames as whatever from the Sound Shinobis when he's with Kabuto and Narusaku. Yes, I recall that. Let me see. Yes, I do recall that. It's weird, dude. It really is weird because it's like, is it a matter of like the person just having like bad genjutsu? Like, what exactly are the means that we're referencing here, right? It would have to be before this. Right. So he sees them through like the flames, right? And then they show up right afterwards. You hit their physical cells and use doppelgangers to mask the real... I think I might be missing some pages here. If I knew, we wouldn't have to go through this. Yeah. And then they show up right afterwards, right? That's when, like, like Naruto and the others, they show up, like, right behind them. My neck ache. Yeah. I don't know, man. Am I missing a page? It says I'm missing page 14. Let me just pull that up real quick. What was it, chapter 65? 63. Let's just do that. I believe Kaido is underrated because most of the critiques people are mad about it. It didn't turn out how they wanted. Oda never teased the deep character for Kaido. But that's the thing. The thing is that, like, okay, people look for different kinds of things when they look for their fucking media, right? So, obviously, different things are going to have different levels of importance for certain people. And I think that's completely fine. But the problem that a lot of people seem to have in general... no, it would be this page right here. When the fuck do the others show up? Naruto's on his own. Total effortless. Who asked you? Charge in. I can't use the Sharingan. This is my last chance. Oh yeah, it was like around this point, right? We've been hiding our psyches all night. It'll be done. Our remains, our bodies are easy. I know a man, one who made me here, making us all work hard. Little payback. Suckers, they're from behind. We sneaked up behind you using genjutsu to beat you at your own game. You expended all your chakra. I'll handle the rest. Yeah. What the fuck happened here? It's kind of weird. Can Kyoka block the Sharingan ability of seeing chakra if Aizen isn't aware of it? Likely should be capable. Did I imagine this? I thought we saw them like little spirit fire things. We did. No. You're not imagining it. There's an image right here. This is what we're referencing, right? This is what you're referencing. But in this case, isn't it just a matter of like all the clones themselves being like all of them just being clones, right? Isn't that the issue? I'm not sure. No, it wasn't this.
Despite having a typing disadvantage. Shortly after devastating the 4th Division, Madara was confronted by the 5 Kage, which resulted in the grandest battle yet. During this battle, he was able to withstand direct attacks from the Raikage, who is capable of tearing through the physical body of the Eight Tails. This is impressive because the Eight Tails' physical body is so durable that it took direct strikes from both his own Biju bombs and the Tin Tails.
Took direct strikes from its own Biju bomb and the Ten Tails tail beast bomb? You mean it losing its fucking tails as a result of the attack? Let's pull this up real quick. Let's pull that up. Part 2, right? Yeah, it's 4th Great Shinobi War, Part 2. Should be around 6. Right here. No, it didn't tank anything from the... It didn't tank anything. They literally say it right here. Tenacious. Nice, you got them. Looks like you left one of Octopus's legs behind, but Eight Tails, Mr. B, sorry, I mean, it's a mean and cowardly plot. I'm smashing right through its eye. He didn't tank jack shit. He's fucking lying again. So he clearly just fucking lied. And also, saying that he tanked his own tailed beast bomb, let's just clear this up real quick. You see this? You see this? You see those little red spots there? See the little red spots? You see that blood it's dripping out of? Oh, what happens right afterwards? Yeah, what happens? I'm gonna have to res for a while. I'm also at my limit. Like, no, he's just straight up lying.
Tails lasered. Prior to Madara's encounter with the 5 Kage, he showed Kabuto that he was simply in a different realm to the Shinobi Alliance. Madara used what is called Tengai Shin.
Oh yeah, sorry, I spaced out. No, you're fine. Horty Jones is one of, if not the best. I don't read much manga. Big 3. Deconstruction of racism and the effects of environments and future generations. Also, what people were willing to do in order to gain power that ultimately is only going to destroy them. He's talking through his nose. I don't know about that. I'm not going to insult the guy on anything else. I'm just going to call him out when I see things that are just... that he's stating that are like... if you just ignore blatant shit that's happening in the story and you're just not being open about what is actually going on. Who doesn't know the difference between endurance and durability. Yeah. Yeah.
Say, otherwise known as Shattered Heaven. They were the massive meteors that he called down from seemingly
Massive
nowhere.
meteors, less than 80 meters tall. Did you watch the One Piece teaser? What's up, Ashraf? I checked it out. I didn't see the full thing. It looked good though. I checked out the previews on like a window when I popped up YouTube before I started streaming. It looks fine. I like it. It looks interesting. It'll definitely make like the fights a bit more dynamic, which I'm excited about. So it's all good. There are arcs in One Piece that are hated just cause, I swear. I'll defend Fishman Island till I die. It's fire, and I'm tired of hearing it's not. It's just the anime. Reading through the manga, it's not as big of a slog as it is in the anime. Like One Piece is a series that's just sometimes just a hard read for people, and I don't say it's because it's like very complex. It's just there's a lot of shit happening, and there's a lot of diversions into other parts. He's literally showing a panel of the Eight Tails dodging the attack. I'm aware. Yeah, it's more so of a case of like. Nobody wants to see the backstory of the queen of the Fishman Island Kingdom. Nobody wants to see like their flashback. It takes too long. Blah 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 blah. Like some people just don't have the patience to see the story fully fix out. Right? Again, the remake fixed the pacing, so the critique should disappear. Yeah, but people are also not just gonna give it a second chance just because, right? At least the average person won't, which is fine.
Destroy the 4th Division. These meteors were so powerful that they generated forces over 724 trillion tons of TNT.
You made that up. That is objectively not true. There is no way you could even remotely prove that within the actual context of the story. It's not stated anywhere, so I don't give a shit.
Literal countries away and caused earthquakes in
literal countries away. Literal countries away. Bro. Sure, I guess. Literal countries away. That is not an incorrect statement. I will give him this. That is not technically an incorrect statement, but just to be clear, this right here is the country where most of the Shinobi War is taking place in. This right here is, I think, part of here is where they fight. Here is the Shinobi Alliance. So saying that it's countries away, I guess if you think that Shingai what's it called? Tengai Shinsei. If you think that Heaven Concealed took place in this region right here for whatever reason, then sure, I guess the term countries away would count. But they're basically just like a couple of hours stroll away.
Neighboring lands. Even this is not EMS Madara's most impressive feat of power, however. During Madara's confrontation with Hashirama...
If I remember correctly, he's relying on a calc from Webcam Parrot, but the Ten Tails Biju Bomb at Multi-Continental, but it wasn't accepted on Versus Battle Wiki. One Piece is probably the only super popular anime I never watched or read the manga. It's a bit of a read, Natalie, I will say this. It starts off in a very humble way, where it's like... It's a very small-scale story, and it only continues to expand. If you like a story that has consistent character progression, consistent ability progression, the characters, you see the characters grow along the way and invite and figure out new ways of tackling things, then I would say check it out. If anything, check out One Piece, like Marco said, or just read the manga. One Piece, if you prefer rewatching anime, don't check out the anime, because the anime does, again, have, like, pacing issues. Or just wait until the remake comes out. Regardless. Your choice.
At the end, Madara possessed the Nine-Tailed Fox and fired a Biju Bomb, but the Biju Bomb was caught by Hashirama's Wood Golem, which he would then redirect and slam into Madara Susanoo, which resulted in a massive explosion that obliterated the surrounding terrain.
It blew up like a mountain, dude. It blew up like a surrounding area of like a mountain.
However, Madara Susanoo was not only able to withstand this blast, but it also appeared to have taken no exterior damage from it whatsoever.
Fantastic.
This is majorly impressive because the Ninetales is a being demonstrated capable of beating other Biju who can level entire continents. And even...
Sorry. That was like such an outright crazy reaction out of me. I'm sorry. I don't know why I just like shrieked like that. Is bro unironically saying, I swear I fell in love with One Piece in the literal first episode? No, I don't think that's weird. If it generally already called out to you, or you like the sense of adventure, I think that's great. I think that's great, guy. Honestly, that's not. I don't think that's weird at all. Bro turned into the Joker. I'm sorry, but listen to what he says. Listen to what he fucking says, real quick. Listen to what this guy says.
Stand this blast,
Pay attention.
but it also appeared to have taken no exterior damage from it whatsoever. This is majorly impressive because the Ninetales is a being demonstrated capable of beating other Biju who can level entire continents.
Who can level entire continents? Biju? Where is the continent? Is a continent that was leveled with us? Why the fuck are you saying that they level continents when the most they ever do is level mountains? And also, this is an explosion from the fucking Ten Tails. That's an explosion from the fucking Ten Tails. You know, the thing that's stronger than Kurama? Again, just to be clear, and just to clarify one very important thing, right? There are no continents in One Piece, in Naruto. There are no continents, plural, right? You could argue that, sure, maybe outside of the map that we see, yada, 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 but there are, like, as far as at least I am aware, let's read this together, for most of the countries on this continent, mind you, the Fourth Great Shinobi War took place in, let me show you guys, one of the second... I will stick by this. The second smallest country or region on the map. Why did he put the Biju's bomb there? Kurama got absolutely stopped by the Ten Tails. Because Noodles is Noodles, that's why. Is it with us? Got me laughing. That's what I'm saying. Is the continent with us? Where's the continents? Where are the continents that got wiped out? You say that as if you did half the evidence work and research he did, because backing up things he's shown, like the current continent feat. My guy, are you fucking blind? This is the full panel. This is literally the panel that Noodles is showing. And look who shot the fucking thing. This is literally the fucking panel that Noodles is showing. What the fuck are we talking about? Are you high? Am I high? I'm definitely not high. I don't have any drugs. So what the fuck are we talking about? This is literally the same fucking picture. And it was shot by the Ten Tails. What the fuck are we talking about? What research? The guy is blatantly lying to you. This isn't even a continental explosion. This is one of the smallest fucking countries on the map. This didn't even blow up one of the smallest countries on the fucking map. What are we talking about? Jesus Christ. People just look at shit so fucking surface level. Hey, it's not Noodle's fault when countries and continents in Naruto are just a few kilometers long, maybe 15 at max. I don't know about that, but sure. Dude, they have to be rage baiting. It has to be rage bait. This dude legitimately, yo, you're high. I'm starting to imagine that I must be high. Cause what the fuck? Yeah, no mountain in Naruto has ever vaporized. Even when Naruto, with his Rasen Shuriken-tailed beast bomb, says he just pulverized the meteors Madara sends at them. I don't know, man.
And even this is a severe low end of the Nine Tails capability.
He's likely referencing to those multi-continental calcs, which was debunked, and it was for the combined attack between Gyuki and Kurama, correct? And even then, it doesn't blow up multiple continents. It doesn't even blow up a vast majority of the continent. Dude, we're talking about two of the strongest tailed beasts shooting a massive explosion on one of the smallest countries on the surface of the planet, and doesn't even reach half the size of one of the smallest countries on the planet. What the fuck are we talking about? Launch a Biju bomb. It was multi-continental. Over. Every Biju bombs are multi-continental. Two Tails can launch a Biju bomb. Two Tails is multi-continental. Actual ramen argument, to be honest. Yeah. It has to be insane. It has to be insane. Where's this dude? Where's the dude that said this shit? Yo, Koloimo. You still there? Look at the curvature. I don't give a fuck about the curvature of the planet. This is not a full continent. This is just a country. I'm just saying that even going by calc, the logic is bad. That's what I'm saying. Yeah? Like there's no logic here. He's just showing. Who gives a shit about the curvature of the planet? What the fuck does the curvature of the planet tell me? The Kishimoto likes drawing perspective? Right. Tell me how big this fucking thing is then. If you're seriously telling me to look at the curvature of the planet, alright, sure. Then tell me. I'll show you some curvature of the planet. Oh, I'll show you the curvature of the planet. Right. So then you're telling me, right? You're telling me that because I saw the curvature of the planet, then that must automatically mean that this explosion in One Piece must be massive as well, because I can see the curvature of the planet right here. Look. Oh, look. It's the curvature of the planet. Look at the horizon. Look at the curvature. Oh, man. I guess because I'm looking at the curvature of the planet, that must mean that this explosion in One Piece in chapter 113 must also be a multi-continental. What the fuck are we talking about, dude? Jesus Christ, dude, just stop. Just stop. Koloimo, just stop, please. Strom 4 and other Naruto games fueled this shit. I don't give a shit what the games did, bro. It's so dumb, bro. Like you just have to jump through so many mental hoops, bro. They're doing horizon scaling. It's such an old way to scale the big explosion. To be fair, Parrot's calc used the curvature, the calc, the radius, so that can be appreciated. The calc is still wrong, though. I mean, it goes wide, regardless of the logic that they use. I think it's fine. If you're gonna listen, if you think that the characters are strong because of a calc, sure, fine. I'm not gonna tell you you're wrong. I'm just gonna say like, okay, I don't personally give a shit. The calc means nothing to me. But like, we gotta sit here and genuinely like be real about something, right? Fuck what you see on the panel. Go by what the context of the story is presenting. Again. The war takes place, especially everything after chapter. Basically, everything after chapter. What chapter do I even tell you right now? Everything before chapter. You can argue that anything that like it takes place over two countries. You could argue that it takes place over like two countries, right? But everything, and I really do mean everything after chapter 600 when the Ten Tails is fucking revived. Not even the Ten Tails. Everything after chapter 600. Everything after chapter 600, 10 chapters before the Ten Tails is revived. Yeah, all of it essentially takes place in the Shima region, and they never blow up the whole thing. Thing is, in one of the supposedly canon games, there's a combo attack between, like, Naruto, Hashirama, and Asura. Their combined ultimate chakra base scratches the surface of the planet. Yeah. No, yeah, I know the one you're talking about. And you know what's crazy? I like the jutsu. I like the way that it looks, but it's like, dude... They're still only blowing up a small portion of the of a country, bro. You're only creating an explosion on a country, so the game actually downscales the verse way below planetary if you use them. Yeah, but because of the Red Nebula, the Crimson Nebula, or whatever the fuck, it raises it up. I don't know, man. I don't care.
Ability. In the third and fourth Dana book, there are statements suggesting that the Nine Tails has attack potency on a planetary scale.
No, it does not. No, it does not. Stop saying that turn the world to ash automatically translates to having the literal power to blow up the planet in one hit. It does not go through. And the series itself, the source material, doesn't back this up. There is nothing in the source material that states Kurama could literally blow up the planet with a single attack. There is no scaling in the series that shows Kurama, even with one of the strongest tailed beasts, can make a hole that is even half the diameter of one of the smallest countries on the fucking planet. It's like this big. What I'm circling right now, it's like this big, and I don't even think I'm. And okay, but you're eyeballing it. No, I don't even think I'm really eyeballing it. I think I'm literally giving you a fair scale of how big this explosion was. Like, what the fuck are we doing, man?
Data book states that Kurama could turn the world to ash, and the fourth data book states that the Nine Tails wields.
The Redshift Nebula. I love that because there's literally no such thing as a Redshift Nebula in astronomy. One of the silliest made-up things ever to come out of our community. Yeah. Dude, I don't know, man. It's like, am I the one that's wrong for not seeing the bullshit that they're seeing, bro? Come on.
It's earth-shattering destructive power.
Earth-shattering destructive power, yes, because when you shoot a tailed beast bomb, yes, the ground shakes. Yes, there is a big hole. Oh, guys. Oh, geez. Oh, God. Look at the big hole. Let's look at the big hole that they left. Oh, look, they shattered the Earth. They literally left a big hole on the surface of the planet. Cool, fantastic, dude. What are we talking about? What are those? Ashwagandha, thank you. Vegetarian capsules, cool, thank you.
What that is for?
I don't know. Let me see. Clinical support KSM6 helps reduce stress, helps maintain normal cortisol. You know, let me just take that right now. I'm gonna just take these right now. Thank you. Yo, why did my mom just walk into my room and because she went to Costco? Why did she just hand me? Why did she just hand me a pill of like supplements, a bottle of like supplements that say it's there to lower cortisol levels? I'm crying. Jesus fucking Christ. You know what? I'm taking one right now. Thank you. My mom's so nice. It's not cortisol pills. It's one of those like it's like one of those vegetable ashwagandha, whatever the fuck things. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna take it. She got them for me. I'm gonna take them. Why not, right? This is just mama trying to take care of her son. Honestly, guys, go give your moms a hug. I just talk like this on a daily basis, so it's fine. But honestly, guys, if any of you guys are with your mothers or your fathers or your parents, honestly, or get a chance, talk to them, say hi to them, give them a hug. Honestly, your parents do care. You'd be surprised, but like what a parent, the things that a parent is willing to do to check out and like, you know, do for you, I think it's a good thing. You can't, but oh, it's alright. Well, if there's anyone in your life that's important to you that'll just do nice little gestures like this for you, just give them a hug. It's always nice to just let a person know that you appreciate and love them. Sometimes I tell people sometimes I even tell my friends, like I just hit them up and I just randomly tell them like, yo, I just really appreciate you for being in my life, you know. As someone whose mother died of cancer, I wholeheartedly agree with Eon. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Kaiseron. I'm genuinely, I'm sorry. W mom, not gonna lie, I love my mom. And I will see her next day, traveling back because my sister's graduating. Congratulations! My niece is graduating tomorrow as well. She's finally graduating high school. I don't know if I'm gonna go to the graduation show. I don't know if I'm gonna go to the graduation per se, like itself, just because of like a limited ticket count. Personally, how do you guys feel about graduations? I told her I would go if she would want me to, because as proud as I am for her, as proud as I am, I do not care for those ceremonies. I think graduation ceremonies are a fucking massive waste of time. Personally, that's just a me thing. I'm not saying that they are. I'm saying I personally view graduations as a waste of time. It's just you sitting around for a couple hours listening to some asshole yap until you get your diploma. That half the time, at least if you're in the States, they don't give you your diploma. You have to like get it sent out home, shipped home months after you graduate, or you have to go pick it up in person at school. That's what I had to do. My mom died of a heart attack, so no hugs. Shoutouts to No Mom Gang. I'm fine with it now. Well, either way, if you have a relative or someone in your life that does these kind of like small signs of gesture, give them a hug. Just give them just say hi to them, right? I don't mean to bring up any like bad memories for anybody. I know that not everyone has their mothers in their lives or even their fathers in their lives. So, you know, for anyone in your life that is important to you, whether it's your grandma, I got a ginormous gift, so I like graduations. I just don't have the patience for them. I told my niece I will basically be on my phone the entire time during the graduation until, I don't give a fuck if it disturbs anybody. I will be on my phone using my headphones, listening, watching whatever fucking video I'm watching until she goes up. Then I'll take pictures, clap, go crazy, and then just sit back down and be on my whatever. I feel like graduations are. I didn't even go to my own college graduation, dude. That's how much I hate them, bro. Rest in power and rest in peace to everyone's great loved ones. Yeah, seriously. It's our connections with the people that make life a little less monotonous and a little more special every day that I think is what's important about being alive, you know. Every day's a gift. But seriously, guys. Alright.
There's some people who believe the third data book statement is only displaying that the Nine Tails can destroy the world's crust, but I believe this to not only be a bad but also unsupported interpretation.
Why?
As the definition of world is the Earth together with all of its countries, peoples, and natural...
Cool, so we're going by that definition. Fine, so then you agree, right, that then Whitebeard... So, Noodles, then you would agree that because it's not even stated in a supplementary source, but actually... an actual statement within the manga, you would then agree, right, Noodles, that Whitebeard has the attack potency and destructive capacity to destroy a massive planet like the one from One Piece, right? I guess by your logic, right, Noodles, at least within the context of this video. We had one of these teacher pets who had his own speech and was sucking off the teachers. Bro, my grandpa even asked me who the clown was. What the fuck? What the fuck? We can have the Chinchou convo during the graduation. Yeah, we can have the Chinchou conversation. All good, no. It sucked at the time, it's been a while, now I get to make awkward jokes. Well, I'm happy that you were able to reach some level of, what's the word here? It's called the 5 stages of grief. I think the final stage is called acceptance, but it's not so much acceptance. Well, I guess acceptance would be the right term, right? But anyway, I hate perfection. To be perfect is to be unable to improve any further.
Natural features, and all of its natural features would entail all parts of the Earth, like its mantle and core. I also believe the interpretation I'm using is a fair middle ground, as it is also commonplace for the word world to be used in context to the universe and other celestial bodies. This statement uses the term...
Okay, so you're gonna say all things in the universe, sure, but then also... what piece of information within the actual context of the story supports this idea? Because if you're just going to interpret it based on a definition, but you're not going to develop your interpretation based on any actual feats in Hashirama.
Term Shinra Bansho, which refers to all of creation, but can also be translated as world. So using the word world in
I call
context
it
of
healing via weaponized cringe. Fair enough, that's funny.
Is pretty fair in my eyes, and is supported by the 4th data book statement where it outright says Earth rather than world.
Yes, because Earth can also mean the fucking ground, my guy. Jesus Christ.
That place him in the highest echelon of scaling in the entire verse. There's actually a staggering amount of impressive speed scaling that is applicable to Madara, but if we went over all of them, this video would take 3 days to watch, so to cut it short, I'll only be talking about his more impressive speed scaling.
No, it wouldn't. His speed scaling essentially boils down to data book statements. Do you agree with them? Do you? He scales somewhat similarly to characters like Naruto and the others who have some form of a light speed feat. That's it. That is the light speed scaling. There is nothing impressive. There is nothing interesting about it. It is, look at a separate piece of information. Look at a separate source of media. What does that separate source of media say? Does it contradict anything in the anime? In some cases, yes. What characters do you think are how fast, etc., and you get your answer. That's really it. It's really not that insane. We can't use the actual manga to scale. Also, you must confirm the same wording is used in every translation or else it doesn't count. Clearly, Whitebeard is only island level. Good. The thing about One Piece has a narrative statement that high AP doesn't equate to high AC. To avoid these, it didn't look like it arguments. Naruto does not. 100%.
To scale Madara's speed, we must first talk about the 4th Raikage. 4th Raikage is stated in the 4th data book to be capable of performing his lariat attack at the speed of light.
Almost light speed. Or light-like speed. Depending on how you choose to reference the kanji Gotoki, which is specifically used for similes. It's not direct comparison. Not a direct comparison.
Now, there's a common mistranslation that I've seen multiple people use where it states that the Raikage was traveling at almost the speed of light, but this is not correct, as the kanji directly translates to speed like light or speed as light.
Light like speed, with the kanji Gotoki.
Which means that the Raikage is not traveling at almost the speed of light, but rather at traveling similar speeds to light. Now, whether similar refers to the Raikage speed being above or below, we don't really know, so I think the safest assumption is to take the middle ground and assume the Raikage is traveling at the base speed of light.
Sure.
This is actually downplay because we know that the Raikage can perform the Lariat in base, which suggests that when he activates his Lightning Cloak, we could be dealing with a Raikage who is significantly faster than light. Madara himself...
Objectively not true for the following reason. The databook statement is specifying this scene right here with B and A. And what are they both using? Guys, what are they both using? It starts with a C and ends with a K. A cloak. So arguing that he's light-like speed and base, disingenuous. Disingenuous.
In the fourth data book, the far Raikage who is significantly faster than light. Madara himself is easily able to combat and react to the Raikage during the war arc.
React to and combat the Raikage, yet every single time the Raikage tried to hit him, he did. A cock? Okay, that was funny. That was funny. No. Why'd you detract that? I saw that. That was funny. That was funny. Stand 10 toes on your joke and hope that I find it funny and I don't time you out. That was funny. Yeah, that was funny. That was very funny, John. A cock is crazy. Yeah, we're reacting to the Elden Ring video after this. Sorry.
So this would at least...
This was a 27-minute video and it was the first one they put up. I would have put your video up if I had checked out the timing beforehand. I'm sorry.
We will be checking out the Elden Ring thing. But this is by far nowhere near his best showing, as this is still a severely downplayed Raikage.
Severely downplayed Raikage? How is the Raikage being downplayed here? He caught the Raikage off guard. Did Brojo say, yeah, but actually, no, this is my own opinion, is objective. It's not almost like it's there... Therefore, it's the same as light. And not only then, he also says that the Raikage can perform the Lariat. Because the Raikage can perform the attack. The Lariat, it's 27 minutes too. It's 23 minutes. Thank you very much. Sure.
Okay.
I'll stop pausing.
It is stated in the fourth data book that the Raikage boasts speed on par with Minato Namazaki, or the Yellow Flash.
Namazaki is crazy.
To perform a feat that has been calculated at around 25 times faster than light.
What? What the fuck? How?
This level of speed does not enter the upper echelon of Madara's scaling, as he was also capable of slapping away Nine-Tails Chakra Mode Naruto, a character who is shown to be...
Yeah, well, he was falling from the sky with no way to push himself off the air. So you can't even argue that Naruto jumped up into the air and then fell down at light speed. So that this feat doesn't mean anything. This feat means that he can keep up with Naruto's thrusting speed. A Naruto thrusting speed that would be falling at whatever speed you think Naruto's coming down at.
Be around 73 times faster than the Raikage, which if we assume that the Raikage is only moving at the speed of light, which is massive downplay, this would mean...
No, it's not. That's, if anything, the fairest interpretation you can give him. That is, if anything, the fairest high-end interpretation you can give this guy.
Have speed scaling that is around 73 times faster than light.
You know what's crazy? He's not even giving like any actual information, like how the actual math behind it. Like he's just saying it's 50 times. Like there's no why. Jesus, I'm not watching the rest of this, dude. I don't know. I can't sit here and watch the rest of this.
People generally
like. What are this calcs? Yeah, like where are the calcs? Like at least show me the fucking the evidence. At least show me the little blue red lines with the number of pixels in between. Namizaki is a crime. He did also say that the Susanoo is temptatious, though it's not even all that bad relatively, instead of tempestuous, yeah. You can't really think anyone in One Piece has a chance after watching this Eon. Be so for real. You are 100% trolling, aren't you? That Rage Bait used to be fucking real, bro. Rage Bait used to be real. God damn. Bro is saying source material is downplaying, yeah.
Draw with this calc is that the Raikage's distance moved after...
Actually, the lesser than light speed is the most fair because it was... If he was at that speed, he didn't... then why didn't he choose words more carefully or say he moves at the speed of light without the fancy wordplay? No, I agree, but when I say it's like the most fair comparison, it's like if you just give Naruto every benefit of the doubt, then sure. I think Seth had some crusty-ass calcs that put the Raikage at 72 times the speed of light. Wasn't that the Naruto calc? How is it massive downplay if he never provides a multiplier? I suppose. Double Lariat, both brothers were in their base. Are you being serious? Shaky 7 Black Mac. Are you being serious here? Because I could just literally prove to you that that's objectively wrong. Like, I'm all for having interpretations about stuff, but there are also things that you can just call out as objectively wrong, and that's one of them. Saying that they were in their base, that would fall under the definition of something that is objectively wrong. I didn't know that A could glow. I didn't know that A and B were in base form. I didn't know that their base form counted their QB cloaks, their specific cloaks. I didn't know, man. Never mind. Yeah. Never mind. Right. Let's Don't fall for the low cortisol bait. I'm not. I'm really not. I'm just trying to make sure that this person understands that I am the last person in this entire stream, out of every single person here, out of all the 32 people here, I am the last person you should try to check on fucking knowledge about Naruto. Jesus Christ. I am the last person you should try to check, bro. I'm more accepting of Calix than you, but this is bullshit. If you are not even going to give a source, what is the point? Yeah, listen, at least if you gave the source, at least if you gave, like, the calculation, I'd be like, alright, there's a bunch of math going on, sure. For the context of, like, it is a math-based calc, sure, I'll sit here and at least try to go under the premise of the video, but it's like he's not even doing that. He's not even showing, like, any evidence. He's just saying things to say it. Yeah, he's not showing his work.
Naruto dodged this attack is not clear, but if we compare the scene of Casey and Naruto dodging the Raikage and the scene of Minato dodging
it's not like
the
they're
Raikage,
transforming, like,
see
when he goes into a second stage, I guess, yeah.
barely moved in comparison to Minato.
Wait, let's see.
We can clearly see this section in the Minato feat, where the Raikage barely moved in comparison to Minato. And seen as the Casey and Naruto scene is meant to narratively replicate the Minato feat as displayed.
Narratively replicate, sure, but does that mean that he's literally moving at the speed of teleportation? I'm closed off because a lot of what he says is objectively wrong. Like, were you not here when I went over the whole, like, big-ass explosion and he's trying to compare with Kurama and the Ten Tails? Were you just not here for that? Because this dude quite blatantly made some bullshit up, like saying that this is a Biju explosion when that's a Ten Tails explosion. Saying that this is multi-continental. What the fuck are we talking about? I'm not keeping an open mind to someone who's essentially not providing any actual evidence for anything that he's saying. He's just giving a very fucked up interpretation that has absolutely no basis off of it. So no, I don't have to keep an open mind. Objectively speaking, nothing is forcing me to. I kept more of an open mind with the Ichigo stuff because the guy ended up showing comparisons. Yeah, if you say this as if there's common knowledge, what is even the point of an informative video at this point if it's just your opinion? That's what I'm saying, right? Like, if you at least show the math, I can at least get behind the idea and say, okay, well, there's the math kind of does back it up, so okay, sure, it's right. But he's not providing anything. He's just saying 50 times the speed of light. Where the fuck is he getting that number from?
And seen as the Casey and Naruto scene is meant to narratively replicate the Minato feat as displayed by the numerous statements of Naruto being compared to Minato specifically in speed, I think it is a fair assumption to say the distance the Raikage moved is minimal in both scenes. I would also like to...
No. Well, I guess I could give you that in terms of, like, the Raikage stopping his punch after he hits the wall. But by your argument, by your narrative reasoning, that would then mean that Naruto moved as fast as teleportation. Like, literal teleportation.
To point out that simply dismissing a calc because it has assumptions would dismiss all calculations entirely, as they all have assumptions present within them. The goal of a calculation is to minimize assumptions, and when the assumptions are needed to be made, to use rational and justifiable assumptions, such...
Axioms of math. Mathematics is based on axioms. These are facts that are assumed to be true and accepted without proof since they are considered to be self-evident. Examples of axioms. Things equal to the same thing are equal to each other, or in mathematical terms, if y equals a and x equals a, then y equals x. Right. But by your logic then, if you're trying to apply this logic to KCM Naruto, then Naruto moved at the speed of teleportation. Naruto's speed is just instantaneous. So Naruto just can run... So Naruto essentially just has immeasurable speed then. He can just go anywhere he wants, no matter the distance, at the speed of teleportations.
Dismiss all calculations entirely, as they all have assumptions present within them. The goal of a calculation is to minimize assumptions, and when the assumptions are needed...
No, it's not to minimize assumptions, because you're still making assumptions. You still have to make assumptions. A calc still requires some level of an assumption in order to reach that conclusion. You still need to have an idea of how far the distance is. You still need to know how much time it took to reach that point. If you have absolutely no way of objectively proving that the distance, the range, the distance, the speed, etc., the distance, the amount of time, the size of the attack, the actual, finally a match for your gooning speed? No, absolutely not. I goon so fast, I come before I want to come. Noodles trying so hard to be smart with the shitty calcs. That's kind of mean.
To use rational and justifiable assumptions, such as the one mentioned
I don't know, man. There's so much that goes into, like, just making calcs that, like, you essentially, it's all just a quote-unquote educated assumption, and it's really just an assumption made entirely from made-up vectors. There's just from vectors from whatever, yeah.
Finally, we have reached the end of the speed scaling for EMS Madara, and this will basically be the best speed scaling we have for the rest of the
I'm
video.
gonna say Naruto
as
scaling
there's
is
no way to
overrated
quantify
100%.
future variations and amps that Madara will gain, such as his Rinnegan and his Sage 6 Pads powers.
Right.
Just know that those variants are significantly faster, just to an unknown degree. To finish EMS off, we will discuss all of his abilities and hacks. Madara's glaring flaw with his Mangekyo Sharingan, as I mentioned earlier, was the blindness that comes with using its abilities.
Sure.
But luckily, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan circumvents this issue, as the user will no longer go blind while utilizing EMS abilities.
Then why don't you try to make your own video as well if you think you can do so much better than he can? Oh, I can 100% make a better Madara scaling video than this. I could 100,000% make a better video than this with actual evidence from the story without trying to make random fucking comparisons. I could 100,000% give you a more reasonable perspective of how powerful Madara Uchiha is, and I don't have to make up any calcs. I will just tell you straight up, you can either choose to believe this or this and move on to the next point. This or this, move on to the next point, this or this. I watched this video and it was the most bullshit speed scaling of all time. Maybe next time you could react to it is like 8 minutes long short.
Which basically means Madara can spam of them as much as his...
If you did, Eon, it wouldn't be as good though. No, it would 100% be as good. It would 100% be better, actually. I would argue way better. I would 100% argue way better. I'm convinced channels like these are just rage bait to keep... It's not rage bait. It's not rage bait, and I'll tell you why it's not rage bait. He genuinely believes all of these things. If you've watched any Noodle streams, he genuinely... It at least seems to me like he genuinely believes not only all of his takes and his impression and his interpretations being right, but here's the other portion. What it's like to fight Madara Uchiha is not a bad idea. It's not. But let me put it like this, right? It's not rage bait for a specific reason. When you see the comments, he's always hearting the ones that are agreeing with him as well. It's a consistent pattern of behavior. I'm gonna be so genuine when I say like, let me see if I can word this perfectly. The point of power scaling is to essentially reach a conclusion or some form of interpretation based on the evidence that you can find within the context of a story. You can essentially scale any single character to any kind of degree, depending on what line of reasoning you're using, and as long as your logic is consistent. But a lot of logic isn't in of itself consistent with the narrative of a story, right? Because we have to consider not just specific portions of the story, but the plot as a whole, right? How can Madara be 50 times larger than the speed of light if it's not stated anywhere? How can you get these calculations if it's nowhere near remotely implied? The guy essentially has an agenda, and he pushes that agenda by essentially using calculations or by essentially using specific scans without giving full context of an image, because at the end of the day, all it does is allow people who believe the things that he say, or people who, like yourself, Shaky 7 Black Mac, that you want Naruto to be the strongest verse possible, or you like Naruto so much that the series being this powerful, at least as far as Noodles is saying, the series being this powerful makes you feel good inside. It creates a positive level of dopamine, a positive amount of dopamine in your brain, because it makes you feel like, well, the story that I like a lot is also super fucking duper strong, and oh man, it can go toe to toe with one of the most amazing series in all time, one of the most iconic series of all time, like Dragon Ball or Bleach or blah 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 blah, then the series must be good because of it, but that's not the case. That's not the case at all. A lot of the times people view power scaling from a very emotional perspective. You're doing so as well, Shaky. And I'm someone who I hate putting in emotions into things. I can't say I'm 100%, I can 100% remove emotions, because again, I can even say, but wouldn't you want that too? No, I don't really care. I don't, actually. I don't give a shit. I don't care if One Piece is a powerful verse. I don't care if Naruto is a powerful verse, because as an adult, as someone whose prefrontal cortex has fully developed, I see that it's one of those things that means absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. It does not matter to most people. Even if it matters to some of you, it does not matter to most people, and it's not something that matters in the grand scheme of things if a series is powerful. No, I'm not 33. The thing is, in my opinion, one of the most interesting peak fights in Naruto was the Zabuza fight. The series never needed to get more powerful than that to be cool or rad or whatever. Exactly, right? You can find value in not you can find value. A lot of people find value in early Naruto because fights in the past were about high stakes moments where a specific situation can go wrong if you view a situation poorly, or if you dissect a situation as poorly, right? Kakashi brings out his Sharingan. He fights Zabuza. Zabuza makes a large mist. Kakashi's trying to figure out exactly where Zabuza's at, but Zabuza pops up in front of all the kids. And where he could have tried to kill all the kids in the moment, Kakashi tries to attack Zabuza, but Zabuza tries to attack Kakashi, but he tries to swing at Kakashi. He creates a water clone, and Kakashi had Zabuza from behind. Again, small moments like this create a situation where it's not the most it is high stakes, but it's not the most powerful. It's not the most insane, but it now creates a situation where, oh shit, Kakashi got the jump on Zabuza, but Zabuza got the jump on Kakashi. It's this kind of situation where you can develop stakes without the entire planet being at threat, or the entire country or the entire continent is at threat, right? Setting up these low end stakes, if anything, allow a person to find more of an attachment to the series or characters, because what it does is then develop a situation where it's like, oh shit, if I am ever in a situation where you can, as a human being, say, if I got a gun to the back of a guy's head, and he puts a gun to my head, oh, it was just some weird thing. Oh, it's now his gun is behind the back of my head, or he has another guy aiming a gun at me. Imagine how five-headed it would be if you assumed all of these things in the first place and had a guy find the guy that's aiming the gun at you as you were aiming the gun at the guy, right? It's like, sure, it's a whole game, it's a whole conversation about mind games. It's a whole conversation about outplaying your opponent, about not being caught, or about outplaying through either better tactics or, as Naruto is called, being unpredictable, right? Kakashi says it when he's fighting Zabuza, right? When he gets caught off guard, he says, damn, I thought I could go underwater and regroup, but it was a tactical error. This is the thing that people like about early Naruto. The fact that Kakashi couldn't just get out of the situation with a magical eye or with a magical ability. He literally gets caught off guard, and now he has nothing he can do but rely on his team to get him out of there, right? Those are the levels of stakes that people want to see, and those are the level of stakes that people tend to adhere to more. It's not just about who shoots the biggest fucking explosion. If Naruto, here's the thing, I started off my YouTube channel thinking the Naruto verse was way stronger than the One Piece verse, and as I started scaling One Piece, my opinion changed around. I've said this multiple times. My opinion slowly changed until I reached a point where I'm like, yeah, no, One Piece is just straight up stronger, right? So my point with all of this is that people like Noodles, they want the story to be as powerful as possible and will use whatever they can to make the story seem as powerful as possible, and yet they don't actually have anything to back it up besides just my opinion. This is why I'm sure many of you have seen on the internet people say Naruto used to be about hand signs. Naruto used to be about actual ninjas and not supernatural gods. It's not because they don't like the big explosions or stuff like that. It's because it removes any of the actual tactical capabilities that the character has, and it just becomes about, do my powers match up well against their powers? And if they don't, either I get a power up or I get whatever. But the data books, yeah. Why are we watching Noodles? Because somebody wanted me to. Lightning Splitter can lose to someone on Zabuza's level. It is amazing. I think it doesn't change later. Kaguya lost to Nart and Sasuke and Saku. Yeah. Anyway. That's the reason why. It's not about characters being powerful. It's never been about that. No one gives a shit if a character's powerful or not. If they're powerful within the context of the stories, then sure. I would never say that Madara Uchiha isn't a powerful character in the context of Naruto. In the context of, but here's the thing, people take away that happiness from themselves when you start comparing it to other series, because yeah, if I start comparing One Piece to Dragon Ball, sure, it's gonna appear way fucking weaker, but that doesn't take away from the characters, that doesn't take away from the writing, that doesn't take away from the setting, that doesn't take away from the themes, that doesn't take away from the overall package. It's just, whether or not it's a hard pill to swallow for some of you, the characters are just going to be weaker, and that's okay. Who gives a shit? It's not like they're ever actually going to fight. That's why I say I don't give a fuck who's actually stronger, because it doesn't remove my enjoyment of watching Naruto, and if it does to you, I'm just going to be honest with you, grow the fuck up. Grow the ever-living fuck up, and stop thinking that if someone says because of an opinion that their verse is stronger than yours, why do you care? Why do you have to fight it? Just let them have their opinion. It doesn't fucking matter. If you think that Naruto being stronger than One Piece makes you happy, then sure, whatever the fuck makes you happy. But I'm not gonna sit here and lie to my viewers and lie to you or whatever. So are you gonna finish the video? Yeah, sorry.
His chakra capacity can withstand.
Yeah,
Madara also showed use of the Yasaka Madatama beads, which are described in the data book as being Itachi's strongest range jutsu.
Yeah, Itachi's
and it's the same
range
jutsu Itachi used in conjunction with.
But you're taking up the substance by saying Madara, the final ending villain, loses to, I don't know, someone from One Piece. You just put your own feelings in on purpose. No, I didn't. What am I taking away from the substance? Who gives a shit? What matter? What effect? What? Let me put it like this. What substance am I taking away if I say Madara Uchiha gets blitzed and... Am I taking from the ending of Naruto, from all of his fights, if I'm saying that he gets blitzed and one-shot by Monkey D. Luffy? How does that take away from the substance of the series? How does that take away from his substance as a villain? How does that take anything away? It's an opinion. Would that objectively happen? I can't tell you because I'm not the authors. Only they can tell you. Only they can write that. But based on the scaling, that's my opinion. If that makes you lose face, if that upsets you, that's your fucking problem and that's something you need to work on. Because me saying Luffy curb stomps Madara 10 times out of 10, negative difficulty, no concept of difficulty in a fight has no effect on the actual story. It has no effect on the actual story,
with Casey and Naruto in version 1B's Biju bombs to blow up Nagato's Shibaku Tensei. They're also stated in the same databook page to be able to...
It doesn't sit well with you? Then okay, that doesn't sit well with you. I don't give a shit if it doesn't sit well with you. I can provide evidence, feats, and statements as to why Luffy can curb stomp Madara 10 times out of 10 negative difficulty. You can't do the same for Madara. You cannot. And the reason why isn't because you're not allowed to view it in any other way. It's because the scaling just doesn't add up. It just doesn't add up for it. I agree with your perspective. I also kind of empathize with the desire to retaliate against trolls, I guess, but also feeding trolls never helped out. Yeah. It's like if somebody's out here saying it just, Madara just wins 10 times out of 10, no reason, I'm not going to provide any reasoning, it's just my belief. Okay, sure. I can have a conversation about it, but if you don't want to have a conversation about it, okay, then just don't have a conversation then. I don't give a shit. Fine. You're judging Luffy based on vibes, and you're saying that he doesn't add up or whatever. It doesn't sit right with you. It doesn't matter if it doesn't sit right with you. It's just an opinion. It's not actually going to happen. It doesn't matter if I say it. They're never actually going to fight, so why the fuck should you care? That's my point. Grow the fuck up. Remove your feelings from the situation and just be able to look at the characters honestly and say, I think this character beats this character, and that's really it. I mean, sure, it's only natural that you'd want your favorite character to be the best as possible, but at the end of the day, it's just fiction. Exactly. It doesn't matter.
From thousands of miles away, which should give Madara a massive range in comparison to his previous forms. Madara also has access to Izanagi, which he would use to prevent his own death after the Hashirama fight. In brief, to describe Izanagi, it is virtually the ability to change a person's fate prior to an event. It is also likely that Madara is aware of Izanami as well, seeing as Madara learned Izanagi from the Uchiha Stone Tablet, so Izanami should be similarly present. But we never actually see Madara use it in the series, so it is uncertain whether or not he can actually perform the ability. As mentioned earlier in the video, Madara has access to the Susanoo, which means he would be able to use both the Tsukiyomi and Amaterasu. We never get to see Madara use Amaterasu, but we do actually see Madara use Tsukiyomi. He doesn't outright directly say he is using it, but he directly casts the jutsu on Obito.
Look into my eye. Right. Yo, Noodles, buddy, guy, pal. Guys, I can't zoom in, but I'm gonna make the screen bigger. Okay, you see how he puts Obito in Genjutsu, right? Can you guys tell me where the Mangekyo Sharingan is on this image? Can you guys tell me where the Mangekyo Sharingan exists? Can you guys tell me where exactly you guys see a Mangekyo Sharingan? Because all I see is the basic Sharingan ninjutsu. Should I give out small timeouts for people like that? If they continue? I mean, if he starts like spamming or spouting shit, then you can put him on timeout. Otherwise, just leave him be. He's not really saying much anyway.
And specifically describes it as the jutsu that he would use to create the ideal world and cast upon everyone, which is in reference to the Infinite Tsukiyomi. Not to mention, the Infinite Tsukiyomi is literally, which specifically describes it as the jutsu that he would use to create the ideal world and cast it upon everyone, which is in reference to the Infinite Tsukiyomi. Not to mention, the Infinite Tsukiyomi is literally just the normal Tsukiyomi reflected on the moon, so I don't think it's outlandish to say that
it's not the normal Tsukiyomi reflected on the moon. It's not the fucking... It's a jutsu on a far grander scale. Like, if we're just gonna sit here and say that, well, they both use visual prowess to put the opponent under hypnosis, then you could just make the same comparison with literally any other fucking jutsu, dude. Like, don't do that.
Would have access to the normal Tsukiyomi anyway. Madara's Genjutsu is by far one of the most potent in the entire verse.
And it's at best equal to Observation Haki if you allow it to, because in all honesty, Observation Haki just grants, as far as precognitive abilities go, it just grants far more. Like, why do I have to see my opponent when I can just stand, when I can literally just stay asleep, have it active, and then just knock somebody out if they try to come near me, instead of having to have my eyes active and then activating the ability at the same time.
Is described in the third data book as being the only Uchiha who is capable of controlling the Nine Tails. This would
Cool.
even include the likes of Itachi and Shisui, both of which have genjutsu that are described as being the most powerful within the verse, that being Tsukiyomi and Kodo Matsukami. Itachi possesses the
Cool, but Madara's Genjutsu is not as powerful as theirs because those are specific Mangekyo Sharingan abilities and not just regular Sharingan Genjutsu.
Tsukiyomi, which literally projects infinite-sized realities within people's minds. And
Namely, this means inside the Genjutsu, the physical world, common sense is completely irrelevant and opposing caster is impossible. Somebody calling Tsukiyomi finds themselves in a strange world of infinity. Their fate entirely lying inside the caster's hand. Fantastic, we took it hyper-objective. Yeah.
Shisui possesses the Kodo Matsukami, which Itachi describes as the ultimate genjutsu. Kabuto says that there's only one genjutsu powerful enough to break the Edo Tensei, that being Kodo Matsukami. So even these genjutsus are apparently not strong enough to control the Nine Tails, as stated in the third data book, which...
No way, dude. No fucking way. The third data book, and yet Obito was able to fucking do it. So I guess Obito's regular base Sharingan Genjutsu is better than two Mangekyo Sharingan Genjutsu. Sure, fine.
Which makes Madara's Genjutsu more impressive than both of theirs. Some people may not think this Madara is capable of producing a Genjutsu of this magnitude, but many people fail to realize
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, now I see what you're saying. It's not helping.
this is the same guy who is going to use the Infinite Tsukiyomi, which quite literally projects entire universal spaces into the minds of all of its victims, tricking them into believe that the dream cast upon them is their reality, which is the most impressive display of Genjutsu in the entire series.
Get it,
There's
man.
a very
Like,
impressive feat
wow.
in the Akatsuki Hida novel, where Itachi is able to successfully cast Tsukiyomi on a swarm of bees. It is unknown how many bees are there, but there's
Fantastic.
likely hundreds of them. Taking into account that even a single Tsukiyomi dream is infinite in span, that would mean that Itachi is casting likely hundreds of infinite spaces into the minds of these bees, which would make his Genjutsu multiversal in effect.
Bro said Tsukuyomi is multiversal. Me and Eon shared smoothie I might actually have to time you out for that. I might actually have to put you on a 5-minute timeout for that. That one is actually timeout worthy. What the fuck? Don't be gross, dude. Come on.
This is one of the most likely hundred of them. Taking into account that even a single Tsukiyomi dream is infinite in span, that would mean that Itachi is casting likely hundreds of infinite spaces into the minds of these bees, which would make his Genjutsu multiversal in effect. This is one of the most impressive feats of Genjutsu in the entire verse, only outclassed by the infinite Tsukiyomi that Madara cast later in the series. The only reason that one is more impressive is because Tsukiyomi was casted on billions of people, and even some other...
Because I am tired of hearing Tsukiyome, I will now mention that Noodles unironically argued that Madara can cast Tsukuyomi on quintillions of animals, insects, etc., thus making him 5 quintillion times uni. must be numb and knees bruised after this infinite glaze. Yeah, that's crazy. Let's not get too crazy with the jokes on him because I don't want to start insulting the guy either. But like, that's crazy, dude. Jesus fucking Christ.
other living creatures such as cats and dogs. Most people, when they think of Madara, don't think about his Genjutsu, but it is definitely one of his most viable weapons in combat.
Yeah, most viable weapons in combat that he used exactly, what, 3 times in the series? Correction, what, 4 times? I guess if we're talking about 3 times in combat, right? The first time against the Nine Tails, even though it wasn't actual combat, he just put it, hope you get to scale Fairy Tail eventually, because there are so many metas. There's so many metas as dumb as this one that need debunking. Sure, I will use my platform to potentially debunk Fairy Tail scaling in the future for you, Aster. I don't know, man. I don't know. If you're actually creating an infinite space, would that not mean that you need infinite chakra? Would it not by sheer virtue mean that you have to have infinite chakra if you're putting in an infinite amount, if you're putting in like hundreds of bees in an infinite space? I'm going to tell Nuyo about this, by the way. See ya? Cool, fantastic, go ahead. I could give 2 shits about what he thinks. Literally would not matter to me in the slightest bit. Oh, Noodles, this guy named Eon, he's making fun of the video that you made. Oh, fantastic, cool. Yeah, cool. The fuck's he gonna do? He's gonna call YouTube on me? He's gonna demonetize the stream? What the fuck is he gonna do, bro? If anything, I'm pausing the video for longer than the video actually is, so how the fuck is he... You can't even copyright this shit, dude. What the fuck are we talking about?
Moving on, Madara is also capable of absorbing chakra.
So guys, real quick, do some math with me. Do some math with me real quick, right? I need to make some ratios real quick, right? Because this might be important for my video. Mechanically work, it's a form of time manipulation. It is not. Or is it more targeting and reading the will of the opponent and getting an image? Every attack, essentially, every single attack and action a person has some level of like willpower or life to it. It has some level of intent. Observation Haki users can essentially pick up on said intent and predict what's going to happen next based on the intent. So if I'm walking down the street and I have my observation Haki active, I can see, depending on how advanced I have it, I can basically see everybody within the range of, like, let's say a city to maybe even an island to maybe even a country, depending on how powerful your Haki is. You can essentially sense the Haki of every single person, so you can essentially figure out how many people are around you, how powerful they are, etc, etc. And in terms of like the predictive ability, every attack has a breath to it, some life, some level of intent behind it. Haki users can essentially read that intent before it happens, before you even start doing it, and they can essentially predict what it is that you're gonna do. Luffy can predict not Luffy. One of the Boa sisters can predict Luffy's kick before he even starts swinging his leg, as an example. Okay, so what is the chakra quantity to... What is the chakra quantity to consumption? Consumption ratio, right? Like for a jutsu, right? So what I mean is, like, for a jutsu, right? How much chakra does one put into a jutsu? How much chakra does one put into a jutsu? Is what I'm saying, right? You can also see through walls and... Oh, yeah, you can also... Yeah, you can sense them behind walls and everything, yeah. It's not just intent, it's emotion and a kind of mind reading, plus some glimpses into the future, well, depending on how far, whether or not you have the advanced application or not. But, so how much chakra does one put into a jutsu, right? Like, if Itachi is putting a swarm of bees in Genjutsu, is the amount of chakra per bee, right? Is the amount of chakra per bee relevant to the amount of chakra for the jutsu? Is it dependent on the bee's size? Because it's like less chakra can just... Is it dependent... Why is this wrong? Proofreading... Oh, dependent. Is it dependent on the bee size? Does he require an infinite amount of chakra to make these infinite spaces in Tsukuyomi? Of chakra to make infinite spaces inside Tsukuyomi? Zoom, like what the fuck are these questions? So whenever I download the video, is that a universal feat? Yeah, like... So whenever I download a video, is that a universal feat? Not necessarily, unless the video is an infinite amount of time long, right? I don't know. From a 1 to 10, I put Itachi to 2 to 6, or 6 to 7. Alright. No, like, Luffy and Marineford could glimpse into the future. Yeah, Mihawk, that might have actually been a sign of literal future sight. I'm not gonna lie. If the opponent has no will, like a robot, would it work? It depends, because attacks have intent. The pacifista are essentially humans in the sense of, like, they are technically alive, but they are willpowerless cyborgs, and yet you can still read their intent. So I would say it doesn't matter if it's a robot. As long as it has any kind of intention for attack, you could still do it. You and me both liked it. That's another 5-minute timeout. That's a 1-minute timeout. I'm so triggered. Tsukuyomi are dreams. Fuck, they're infinite. That landscape is not bound by normal physics rules. I know.
He does this in his fight with Hashirama during the war, where he absorbed all of Hashirama's chakra in a few seconds, which would make Madara's chakra absorption the best in all of the Naruto series, even including the likes of Nagato and Kasame. Kasame, although able to absorb massive portions of Beast chakra, wasn't able to capture it all in one swing. Madara, on the other hand, was able to drain Hashirama.
No, he wasn't capable of... No, Samehada wasn't capable of ripping away all of the chakra from the tailed beast. It's less of a matter of Kisame not being able to encapsulate the whole thing. Is it stated that they can sense the pacifista? No. I'll put it like this. Let me ask you a question. Alright, then let me ask you this question first, right? Do you believe... I'm going to answer this for you, right? Because it's not stated. Do you believe Luffy used observation haki against the Pacifista post time skip when he called Light slow? Do you think Luffy used observation haki? If the answer is yes, Aster, then yes, they can sense it. If the answer is, then you've just answered your own question. Yes, he can do it. If you're saying that Luffy did not use observation haki and he, if you're saying that Luffy did not use observation haki and he just called Light slow based on raw reaction time, then no, he didn't. I guess by that logic, no. People calling Tsukuyomi an infinite, real, physical space are in need of assistance. No, they're just trying to scale it up as high as they can. Can pacifistas feel love/lust? No, they are mindless machines, but again, every breath has an attack, as stated by Rayleigh. Every single breath, every single one of those things has an attack, so yeah. It kind of, again, depends on whether or not you think Luffy used observation haki. If he did, you just answered the question, yes, he can sense even from robots.
Has more chakra than perfect Jinchuriki Cloak Naruto,
Made them
who has
stones,
the most
so
chakra of any of the other Biju and Jinchuriki.
they have to be
this same
inanimate
Naruto
objects to
has
fall in
possibly
love
the
with her?
most
I
impressive
guess.
chakra display in the
my bad.
series, as shown in the war
I
arc.
just noticed, even though my YouTube says I'm caught up, I'm 10 seconds behind. Sorry if I moderate gross stuff in time. No, you're fine, you're fine.
Where he not only filled the entire Shinobi Alliance's chakra, which is at bare minimum 70,000 shinobi, but he also
Then
amped
I
them
guess
to
he
an
can
extent
sense it.
greater
Then I
than
guess
their own
pacifistas have enough
capabilities.
intention
This
that they can
Naruto
sense
has
it.
less chakra
The fuck
than
is he
War,
saying?
where he not only filled the entire Shinobi Alliance's chakra, which is at bare minimum 70,000 shinobi, but he also amped them to an extent greater than their own
A
capabilities.
time of peace
This
came,
Naruto
the
has
nation started dealing with the aftermath of intense struggle. Which is when then identified the dead and missing became more pressing matter. The battle was fierce enough to alter the terrain of the continent. So those who left behind corpses were lucky. Given this, many more were identified as missing than dead in the villages. Somewhere around 10,000 people in the 5 great nations, sacrifices of the Great Shinobi War, a war that threatened to destroy not only the ninja villages, but the world itself. Yeah, destroying the world itself doesn't mean that he literally was going to destroy the entire planet in one shot. It just means that the world as we know it, society as we know it, could be wiped out, because guess what he was doing? Putting all of society inside of a fucking giant tree, bro. Someone succeeded at using Genjutsu on Mecha Naruto? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Itachi Genjutsu'd Mecha Naruto. Fantastic. Filler shit. Cool.
less chakra than Hashirama. Madara drained Hashirama within a single panel. Absolutely maddening, I know, but it happened. By far, Madara's most physically imposing chakra than perfect and capture it all in one swing. Who has the most chakra of any of the other Biju and Jinchuriki. This same Naruto has possibly the most impressive chakra display in the series, as shown in the War Arc, where he not only filled the entire Shinobi Alliance.
Wait, time out. If look. Mecha Naruto, hold on. Mecha Naruto, this is non-canon, so I don't, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, but like, at least non-canon to the manga. Mecha Naruto only has chakra. It has no willpower of its own. It's essentially just working off of programming, and it's only fueled with chakra, right? It's fueled by literal chakra, right? So if Mecha Naruto is fueled by literal chakra, and Itachi put it under Genjutsu, then that means you need to be able to have chakra in order to be put into Genjutsu. So what the fuck are we talking about? Jesus Christ, dude.
Minimum 70,000 shinobi, but he also amped them to an extent greater than their own capabilities. This Naruto has less chakra than Hashirama. Madara drained Hashirama within a single panel. Absolutely
He
maddening,
didn't
I know,
drain
but-
all of Hashirama. He absorbed Sage power. He literally says, so this is Senjutsu chakra. He absorbed the leftover Senjutsu chakra that Hashirama had. He didn't absorb all of Hashirama's chakras. Do not be fucking disingenuous, dude.
By far, Madara's most physically.
I kinda don't. I thought
imposing
Mecha
ability is his perfect
Naruto
Susanoo, which is
was
virtually just a
fucking
hyper
stupid,
cracked up normal Susanoo, which was already devastating to begin with, as shown when.
Designed by Kishimoto in a rare instance of officially verified filler. Better than Kaguya being canon, I guess. Nice.
When he was literally tossing the Kage around like a pinball machine. Madara should have maintained all of his previous abilities from the Warring States period, as well as there's nothing suggesting he lost them, and this could apply to future variants as well. So from here, just remember.
What is a composite Itachi? What's composite Itachi consist of? Has Itachi showed up in other series other than like Naruto? I'm genuinely asking. I don't know. And Sora from the artificial Nine Tails filler. Oh yeah. Yeah, we agree on that. A glimpse, future week. Yeah. I will never get when and how Orochimaru had enough time to make a Saturday morning villain mecha copy of Naruto, or why. Yeah, why did he do that?
Remember to stack all of the previous abilities and scaling from each of Madara's forms. Anyway, that's it for EMS Madara, so next we will uncover Rinnegan Madara. So Rinnegan Madara's attack potency should logically be largely greater than his EMS state, as the Rinnegan is implied and basically stated to give the user a power amp. There are multiple statements to suggest that the Sharingan itself amps strength, and the Rinnegan is simply an upgrade to the Sharingan, so it likely functions similarly, but there is an even more obvious statement given to us by Obito that the Rinnegan overwhelmed him with power. So this would mean that Madara's previous strength should be amped to an even greater degree, although the extent of this amp is basically unknown, but it must be pretty serious if Obito is barely able to wield it. It should also be noted that Madara was the original owner of the Rinnegan that nearly overwhelmed Obito, so the strength he should gain from it should be superlative to the power that Obito achieved.
Should be superlative to the power that Obito achieved, but it's unfortunate that it's unquantifiable.
Should be about the same as before, if not a bit better, because of all the reasoning used at the beginning of the video surrounding Counterforce, so we can just quickly dismiss that. Now, we will try and go over hacks as quickly as possible, since there are quite a few of them to cover in this section, and this video is already edging a length greater than my Akatsuki ranking video, which you guys should go check out as well by clicking the link in the description. I will note that there are multiple forms of the Rinnegan Madara, so I'll be placing them into a composite form, and including the likes of Blind Madara,
Hashirama Cells Madara. Storm games? Yeah, that was in Ninja Storm Revolution, right? What the fuck? Somebody said Fujitora and Doflamingo versus the Raikage and Killer Bee, bro. That is such a one-sided fucking fight. That's not even funny. The Pacifistas have a singular bit of organic to them, then they should have the voice of all things and thus intense. Yeah. So the Pacifista are not inherently just cyborgs. They are clones, sure. Pacifista, but they are technically human. If I am correct, they are technically human. Yes, they are human weapons. To an extent, there is some humanity in them. Who said that? That's, my phone recharged. My phone recharged to like 86%. I went to grab it real quick, and I guess when it started up, it just, I kind of like opened up Facebook real quick. I kind of opened up Facebook because it was like one of like the last things that I had opened up, and it was just the first thing that I saw. Fujitora and Doflamingo versus what's his face. But yeah. Oh god, this is frozen. Oh geez, oh god. Oh, I don't need this anymore. I don't need that either. I don't care about the noodles debate.
All into one. Starting off simple, as mentioned, Rinnegan Madara achieved Hashirama cells during the War Arc, which grants him wood release such as wood clones and the wood dragon that can suppress tailed beast, and yin yang release due to the combination of blood between the Uchiha and Senju. This factor also actually improved his use of the Izanagi, as stated by Obito, that in order to properly utilize Izanagi, you would require both the clan's bloods, which Madara at this point in time achieved. Madara also obviously has access to the abilities of the Rinnegan, which I will now briefly cover. The abilities of the Rinnegan are separated by 7 paths. The human path has soul and mind manipulation, as the user is able to rip people's souls from their body, but also obtain information from their thoughts. The Naraka path would allow Madara to summon the King of Hell, which can devour its victim's souls. The animal path enables summoning abilities, such as the Giant Chameleon, which can turn invisible, and the Replicating Dog Thing. The Ashra path has the ability to regenerate weapons and armor, in which it can augment its own bodies with.
What phone is that? It's fast as fuck. My phone, well, to be fair, was off, so it had a time to cool down. Piece of advice for you guys, just something that I do. It's a Google Pixel 9. It has a couple glitches, but it's not a bad phone. I like the phone. It's a Google Pixel 9. I will recommend this for you guys. If you guys ever have your phones being really hot and it's not charging fast enough, put your phone in the refrigerator or your freezer or somewhere on some place that's cold. Even if it's in front of like a fan or an AC, make sure your phone gets cold. And if it has fast charging, it'll charge way faster because it's no longer heating up.
Path is one of the most useful Rinnegan abilities, as it is able to absorb the chakra from opponent's ninjutsu.
Technically, the Pacifista do have will, and you can see this with the Seraphim, where one of them quite literally helped out Luffy, even though it wasn't part of their prerogative.
In the hands of Madara, it was incapable of absorbing particle style. The Deva Path enables gravity manipulation in the form of Almighty Push, Universal Pull, and Chibaku Tensei. Chibaku Tensei also has a sealing aspect of it, which can even imprison Biju. The last path is the Outer Path, which enables the Rinne Rebirth Jutsu, a resurrection technique that transcends the concepts of life and death. It is the same technique in which Nagato utilized to revive all the lost lives during his raid on the Leaf Village. Madara also gained access to the Geto statue and can summon it at will. It also comes with its own abilities, such as the Soul Dragon, which can rip the soul out of Madara's enemies.
They're not entirely robotic.
The final major ability of Rinnegan Madara is his Limbo clones, which are clones that are physically equal to Madara in every way, but are invisible and intangible to most ninja, as they don't actually exist in the same reality that they are attacking from. It is described in the data book that they attack from an adjacent world, which means they're attacking from a separate plane of existence or dimension. These clones are extremely deadly, as they virtually are undetectable even to most sensory ninja, due to their existence not being present in the same plane. Although this Madara is shown to be capable of using one clone in the manga, it is possible that he can use more
You don't want
clones.
moisture on your phone. You don't want to, like, the phone to get also, like, very moisture, to build up a lot of moisture because it's very hot. You want to give it a chance for it to cool off a little bit on its own. Like, just put it down, turn it off or whatever, and then put it in the fridge. Then put it in the fridge. As long as it's not too hot out, it shouldn't cause any issues.
Like he does in his Ten Tails form, but it's not certain, so we'll be safe and leave it here. Anyway, that'll do it for Rinnegan Madara, and next we will finally be entering the last section of the video, Ten Tails Sage Six Paths Madara, or what I'll be referring to him as Six Paths Madara, by far has the most impressive attack potency feat. Shortly after Madara casts the Infinite Tsukiyomi, he calls upon the Shinju tree and spreads it over an absolutely massive chunk of the earth in an extraordinarily short amount of time. The amount of energy required to perform this feat at the speed that Madara did would give you a low-end result of 9.5 times the destructive force necessary to bust the earth, a mid-end result of 37.5 times the destructive force required to obliterate the Earth, and a high-end result of 939 times the destructive force required to obliterate.
Bonnie has... He did his homework here? He did not. None of these numbers are even remotely factual. As a matter of fact, Akumi Guso. I'm just gonna call you Akumi. As a matter of fact, I'm just gonna be straight up here. All of this shit is... He's just spewed a lot of bullshit. I've already debunked most of the stuff that he's talked about. He's 100,000% overestimated everything Madara's done and even been disingenuous in a couple of his claims that I already pointed out beforehand. As a matter of fact, I would go as far as to argue that recently... My opinion on the discussion, recently, and by recently I mean the last 6 months, my opinion on the discussion of Kaido versus Madara actually had changed. I think Kaido could quite literally swat Madara with a single swing of his club in base form, and he would turn Madara into a splat of blood on the wall, and there's no way you can convince me otherwise. He's not as impressive as what Noodles is portraying him out to be in this video.
The Earth. The reason they're
all there was is Madara downplay, and all there is here is absolutely disingenuous Madara glaze. So what's your point? I can't take notes from someone who quite literally does not even provide evidence for anything that they say. Oh, the Bonnie thing, right. Bonnie has supreme control over the pacifistas, but in scenarios where she was going to be attacked by them, she never technically once, I think, gave out a command. He puts on screen are half the time they're completely unrelated to the thing he's trying to prove. That's what I'm saying, bro. He's not proving anything. Like, how the fuck do you get the math necessary to say that Madara summoning the Shinju tree was equivalent to the force necessary to destroy the planet 9.5 times?
Within the calc surrounding how fast Madara performed this feat, so each result simply depends upon how fast Madara spread the roots of the tree across the planet. This would mean Madara has now moved into the higher tier of large planetary. Whether or not the speed scales to Madara's...
Where's the evidence, bro? Where's the evidence? I'm just seeing a singular picture that says 55 pixels, 19 pixels, and 178 pixels. That's all I'm seeing. I'm not seeing any math. I'm not seeing anything. You're just saying that it's strong.
Short amount of time. The amount of energy required to perform this feat at the speed that Madara did would give you a low end.
Oh, so to finish up the question, Memento, the Bonnie thing. I do believe will and voice are different when the pacifists have no will of their own, but definitely a voice. I mean, if you think so, that's fine. I think it kind of just is interchangeable. I think both are fine. I think it's interchangeable. It's fine. I can see your point, though. I can 100% see your point. But yeah. Heck, how does growing a tree inform Madara's physicals or his AP of his other jutsu? That's what I'm saying. But you know what? People that glaze this fucker are just not good. They're just going to give you some weird thing like, did he summon the tree or not? Because if he summoned the tree across the planet, then it must mean that it must be planetary. No, the range of the tree is planetary. The actual attack potency, like what it's like to get hit by that tree, I don't believe it's planetary. It does not one-shot the planet. No.
Result of 9.5 times the destructive force necessary to bust the Earth.
Yeah. Put the fries in the bag, bro.
So it is possible that it does scale to its durability, but we don't know for sure. Madara's speed, as mentioned...
Eon, turns out if I want to be OP in D&D, I just need to be a druid who masters growth spells, because clearly rapid plant growth makes me a large planet buster, I suppose. I would say it's a difference since it would be influenced like Kuma's chip, but the voice can never be taken away or influenced. I think that's fair.
In the EMS section has no quantifiable difference, but we do know that Madara gained massive physical amps that should drastically increase his speed, just to an unknown degree. As for Madara's abilities, he is shown to use 4 Limbo clones in battle against Naruto and Sasuke, which is quite an improvement from his prior Shonen, as he only displayed the capability.
Hasn't even gotten to the tree or his form yet, so honestly, get upset at this means nothing to what Madara is capable of. This is Madara's true strength. What is Madara's true strength, Akumi? You know what, Akumigu? Yo, Akumigu. If you want, if you're okay with it, I can post. Let me just post it again real quick. I can point out here's a server invite for all you folks, for all you lads and ladies in the chat, right? I'm going to generate a link, copy. Here you go. If you want to debate me on this, if you want to give me an explanation as to how strong you think Madara is, I'm more than welcome. There is going to be nobody else in the call. It'll be just me. No one else is going to say anything. I'll remove chat. It'll be just you and me yapping it up about where you think Madara stands. If you guys want to join the server, there you go. You guys can join, etc., etc. But yeah. Take a break and start up again later. If you want to have a discussion about this, you're more than welcome to. There's the Discord server. Let me know here if you want to ping me in the Discord if you want to have a conversation.
Ability to use one. Madara in this state also has the capability to fly.
By the way,
to wield a jutsu called.
Well, I'm gonna be the better person here and politely decline because I know better than to debate. I am a civil pacifist, so I'll decide for that reason. I mean, no one thinks you're the better person for saying do you want to decline. If you want to decline, that's fine. Like, let's not try to make this whole thing about like, oh, you're the bigger person here or whatever. I'm just asking. If you want to have a conversation, we can. If you don't, that's completely fine. I'm not gonna badger you about it. However, I will say this. If you cannot back up why you think Madara, quote unquote, if you cannot even tell me why Madara is the power level that you think he is, I'm gonna be honest with you, there's kind of nothing you can really use. Anyway, I'm not gonna call you. First of all, I can promise you right here, and everyone here can also back up that I'm not gonna insult you or whatever if we disagree on something. I'm just gonna tell you I disagree for these reasons, and that's it. But that's fine. If you don't want to, I think that's completely fine.
Called Light Fang, which is literally a beam of light, and it's possible that he can use this jutsu in an earlier.
Crazy that he's talking about the Light Fang being a beam of light, which he's as if it's anything even remotely relevant when he's saying that Madara is 50 times the speed of light as a Jinchuriki. Why even bring up that the Light Fang is light speed if it would be 50 times slower than his quote unquote Edo form?
Form, but he never does so we'll just leave it here to be safe. Madara also obviously has Sage Mode granted from his 10-tail Sage 6-pads chakra, which means he's a sensory ninja and is probably capable of absorbing natural energy. There tends to be a side effect with most other types of Sage energy, where if an opponent takes in too much natural energy, they get transmuted into an animal such as a
By the way, Michael Dorsey, if you want to join up the Discord server, the link is there for anybody to join. As many people can join within the next 6 hours. Pretty chill, all things.
Toad or Snake. There's no confirmed side effect for Sage 6-pad Sage Mode, but I would like to think that since most people literally
Why does everyone named Michael just give their full fucking government name with 4 numbers to follow up? Actually, what the fuck? That's true. Why the fuck does every single Michael have their full government name plus 4 numbers to denote? Is this supposed to be like your birthdays? Are you telling me that you were born on February 5th, 1990, and you were born on September 2nd, 1931? I guess so. I guess we have someone here that is older than me. And I'm only in my late 20s.
Trying to wield Nine-Tails chakra or the Sage of 6-pads weapons, that there would probably be some kind of side effect caused by coming into contact with Sage of 6-pads chakra. As mentioned earlier,
I refuse to believe that, Monkey Man.
Which allows him to reflect the Tsukiyomi on the moon, which casts the infinite Tsukiyomi. Madara also obtained the Kamui, which for those that are familiar with the series is notorious for being one of the most powerful ninjutsu in the entire verse. The Kamui allows the user to teleport themselves, objects, or other people into an alternate dimension, which is useful for multiple reasons, such as turning themselves intangible, battlefield removal, and or sniping off the heads of people he doesn't like. Madara in this form.
Can I just say something? Madara showed up here, right? And you know how he throws out you know how he threw this rod at Sakura? You guys want to hear something really funny? The speed of this throw is really slow, and I can prove it.
Or other people into an alternate dimension, which is useful for multiple reasons, such as turning themselves intangible, battlefield removal, and or sniping off the heads of people he doesn't like. Madara in this form is also
maybe it's because there were other monkey mans. Maybe it's because there were 436 other monkey mans, and you just didn't make the cut as number 1. I'm sorry to tell you this, monkey man. This is why you need unique names like Asteriaremia and Gnome Test and Eon. Everyone knows that Eon is a very interesting name. I'm kidding. I don't
1/3 of his body being destroyed after a massive attack from 8th Gate Guy, and can even survive getting severed in half as Sasuke successfully achieved against him. By far, Sage 6-pads Madara's deadliest ability is his truth-seeking orbs, which virtually function as a form of existence erasure. For those that don't know what existence erasure is, it is defined as the simple power to remove something from existence, leaving nothing behind, a level of destruction beyond incineration, vaporization, and atomization. Rather than just reducing something to its constituent parts, this ability leaves absolutely nothing behind. Powerful enough uses of this can even erase the mind and soul, if not more fundamental aspects of one's existence, such as concepts. The truth-seeking orbs were the only ninjutsu capable of stopping the Edo Tensei's regeneration.
Your opinion. It's fine, leave him be. That dude or whatever the fuck his name was, he's not chatting anymore, so I don't really care. At the end of the day, what am I really gonna time out somebody for saying, oh, this person's right, when it's like, no, they're not. They're just trying to glaze up Madara as high as possible, and I mean, sure, that's their free will, they can use it however they want, I don't really care.
The reason the Edo Tensei are able to regenerate
he does
like
not
they
have
do is
Hakai.
because the Edo Tensei bodies are not normal atomical bodies, but rather vessels that a soul is attached to. Basically, unless the soul of the Edo Tensei vessel is affected, the vessels will regenerate. If you notice, when Minato's arms were torn off by Ten Tails Obito's truth-seeking orbs, they did not regenerate. Even later, when we see Minato in a spirit form, his arms are still not present, which suggests that his arms got erased. In the fourth data book, there is a description of Kaguya's eternal truth-seeking orb where it states that it reduces entire time spaces to nothing, which would include even the most minute constituent parts of its existence, which is, again, existence erasure.
Right, and these time spaces are a result of what? Ninjutsu. These time spaces don't just exist because they make them, they exist because they are literally performing a ninjutsu. So yeah, what am I supposed to tell you there? It had the power to obliterate the world. It doesn't say even time spaces, it just says it has the power to obliterate the world, yeah, the one that they're currently on.
Madara himself is even able to interact with these
I was
truth-seeking
more so
orbs.
talking about people being passive-aggressive and calling you things. I won't debate you because I'm civil, I'm pretty clear subtext there. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I don't really care. I don't really care. I don't think it really adds or removes from the discussion. Luffy versus Naruto's worst anti-feat and speed. Whose is worse? As far as an anti-feat, what feat does Naruto have that's an anti-feat? I guess Naruto's biggest anti-feat would be... I guess Naruto's worst anti-feat would be... dodging the Light Fang? Right? It would have to be that? Because there's kind of no other speed scaling for Naruto besides like that, and I guess dodging A, but the dodging A just shoots him up, not doesn't... I don't know. For Luffy? Probably the Gazelle Man.
Which would actually give him resistance to this level of erasure as well. There's some more abilities that Sage 6 Paths Madara has as well, such as...
Yeah. I'll don't worry about that. When it comes to people like that, I'll be the one to time them out. Don't worry about it. When it comes to people like that, I'll time them out.
Yin-Yang tendrils, which he can send out to entangle and attack people, and probably some other abilities, but I didn't really feel like they were important enough to list. Anyway, that's basically it. There are probably
also straight up proof that, like... Actually, let me not
a few things I forgot, but I think I covered everything major. If I did forget something big, though, make sure to leave an angry comment down below so I know which people I should find and erase next. Big thanks to my research.
Alright, let's watch this.
While playing Elden Ring, have you ever stopped to think exactly how big everything around you is? Which do you think is taller, the walls of Leyndell or the Hoover Dam? The Academy of Raya Lucaria or the Empire State Building? Well, let's find out. Part of the reason the lands between feel so otherworldly is the incredible sense of scale infused into them. And the purpose of this video is to show you how it would feel like to be a tourist in the lands between, if that makes sense. I want to take a look at this large...
It didn't look like MFTL speeds, to be honest. I mean, he was flying and you see him for like one singular moment, right? Debatable Kaido is quantity and Madara's quality in terms of hacks, abilities, and power and prowess. No. I think you're misunderstanding. No. Madara is quantity because Madara has more abilities. Kaido is quality because he has less abilities, and all of his abilities either directly counter or straight up outscale everything that Madara has. Because if we're being honest here, Madara does not have the best light speed scaling. Madara does not have the best physical strength scaling. Madara does not have the best durability scaling. Madara does not have the best ranged scaling besides, I guess, unless you want to say the Infinite Tsukuyomi, which sure. The only thing that like he beats Kaido is technically in terms of like full-on range. Would make him not appear at all. I get it.
Larger than life structures, and imagine how it would feel to see them in real life. And while we're at it, we're going to find out how big they actually are.
I should really go back and play Elden Ring, man.
So, let's start this journey with the jewel of Limgrave, Stormveil Castle. It's clearly been...
Dude, I have to go pee again. 1 second. I have to go pee again, but we will be watching this. My bad. I just have to go pee real quick. Ugh. Can't wait to see somebody tell me, oh man, no, you're wrong. Madara, he summoned meteors. Fantastic, yeah. Admiral feat. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. Why is anyone in Naruto... What is anyone in Naruto gonna do to borrow breath spam? Yeah, imagine having to fight what is essentially the Ten Tails, but, you know, more dangerous. Imagine what it's like to fight the Ten Tails, but literally more dangerous. I don't know, man.
Visible from the first step side of Grace at the very beginning of the game.
How strong do you guys think the terrain is?
Massive already.
I don't know, man.
This point of view doesn't even fully convey its size. At 580 meters long and 250 meters wide, it comfortably outscales the biggest castle in the world, the 13th century Malbork Castle in Poland. And not only that, but the tallest tower in Stormvale is 170 meters tall from the base, which is just crazy tall for a castle tower. That's taller than the Great Pyramid of Giza, or the same height as the Washington Monument.
Also, since we're going by meters, right? Just for context, Sarume, the giant kraken that Luffy one-shot, it's bigger than that. It's like almost twice as big as that. So this tower, right here, right? This massive tower, this massive imposing tower, it's like less than half the size of a kraken in One Piece. Just for context.
Speaking of really tall towers, in Lingrave we also find the first of the 6 Divine Towers. These towers measure an incredible 300 meters in height from the entrance door, roughly the height of the Eiffel Tower. And a total of
that is the size of the octopus in One Piece, by the way. This is the size of the octopus in One Piece.
150 meters from the base, which will make the Divine Towers the 6th tallest towers in the real world. The towers are thankfully serviced by a lift, covering an equivalent of about 9 years of riding this unassuming platform and watch it go down and further down into another world entirely. The lift descends for a full 65 seconds and covers 500...
Is this guy Italian? I feel like he's Italian. I don't know. I get like his accent is kind of coming across to me as like Italian. Is that fucked up of me? Gotta bounce. Have a good one. Good luck. Have fun. Okay, so heads up, guys. Just before you head out. Did the stream just crash? What the fuck? No. The stream didn't crash. The stream didn't crash. What the fuck? Oh, it's not maintaining enough. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god. Give it 1 second. Alright. Alright. Okay. Hold. Hey, we reached 43 people peak. That's lovely. I guess I still got it, huh? Alright, 1 second. My PC should now have way better... So it's not on my end. Yeah, it was on my end. I forgot I had it on Wi-Fi. It's on my end. It's not you guys, it's me. Okay. Yeah. Okay, stream health should go back to normal in a second. It'll be fine. Yo, quick, gotta go right now. Maybe I'll come back later. Have the good rest of your day. Yo, just as a heads up for everybody, I'm gonna take like a 30-minute break, and I'm probably gonna come back and stream with my girlfriend. We're gonna play some, I have a surprise for you guys. Maybe you guys will enjoy it. I don't know if you guys are going to enjoy the content, but I asked her if she could like spend like an hour with me so that we can try something out that we did talk about. Maybe you guys will enjoy it. Maybe we get some extra views, but otherwise, we'll try to finish off this video and then I'll probably head out. Okay? Out of those characters who gave the best head to, out of those two, who gave the best head to these characters? That guy to Ichigo or Noodles to Madara? Noodles to Madara. The guy that was explaining the things about Ichigo, I at least feel like he had some reasonable places from coming from, and some reasonable places where he was coming from, and he was also being genuine about like some of the narrative points introduced by Ichigo, the whole steadfastness stuff. I have no arguments against that, because truth be told, I do think that he actually does bring up a good point. This idea, like, how did Ichigo change them? Well, as he showed, their steadfastness, right? That consideration, that his ability to want to help others, etc., is what made others want to change for the better. I think it's fine. Yeah, I had the same thought, especially because of the way he pronounced Italian names. Ah, got you. Yeah, I genuinely did think that this guy was kind of coming across to me as a little bit Italian from like his accent, and especially from like his vernacular. But anyway, so yeah, the other guy wasn't really giving Ichigo head until like the final end, like the final minute or so. He was like, Ichigo's like not even a character, etc., etc. Cool, okay, fantastic. I don't need to hear you glaze the guy anymore. But he did bring up some good points. Noodles just made up bullshit. Noodles was just spewing out bullshit with nothing to back it up. I don't think Noodles is a good scaler at all. I really don't. If that's the stuff that if he really thinks that putting out disingenuous claims like that and not being able to back up any of it, especially some of the calcs, is a sign of good content, I don't know what to tell him. I really don't.
Eaters, making it, to my knowledge, the tallest lift across all the Soulsborne games. Would it be the tallest elevator in the real world, though? Well, that depends on how you define it. It handily beats the world's tallest outdoor elevator, the Bailong elevator in China, but not the tallest building elevator, installed in the third tallest building in the world, the Shanghai Tower, also in China.
That is very
What
tall.
about mine elevators? Well, the Mponeng gold mine in South Africa has a single lift that descends 2,280 meters, and not even the Shifra River comes close. Also, making this particular lift so slow was done on purpose in order to let the players slowly enjoy the unexpected spectacle of the Shifra River. I say this because the other similarly sized lifts are much faster. For example, the deep Shifra well that leads up to Khalid only takes 34 seconds to ride the full 452 meters. And the deep Ainsel well, found after beating Astel, rises 470 meters in just 20 seconds. That's 23.5 meters a second, which is pretty fast for an elevator. The fastest elevator in the real world is in the CTF Finance Center in Guangzhou, and it travels at 21 meters a second. So, while Elden Ring might not have the tallest elevator in the world, it does have the fastest one.
God damn it, I dropped my phone. The reason this measurement are possible is because the engine uses meters as a unit for distance, so you can get accurate sizes to real life. I think that's fine. Lapis, all things considered, did bring up a very good point about pixel scaling, that it does work a lot better for games because the scaling should always be consistent since the models are never really changing in size or shape. So I think it's fine.
You want another record in the game? In the two Eternal Cities underground are these two enigmatic thrones. At 45 meters of height, the thrones would be the biggest chairs ever built, as the tallest chair in the real world is only 30 meters high. Oh, and in case you're wondering, I estimate that the mysterious figures sitting on the thrones would be about 36 meters tall standing, 1.5 times the size of the fire giant.
Okay, so for context, this is approximately what a tailed beast is, and that's approximately the size of Momu the sea cow. Jesus Christ, these things are big.
So, what else can we find underground? The Shifra River also houses the eternal city of Nokron and its impressive aqueduct. At 215 meters tall, it is absurdly tall for an aqueduct. For comparison, the Ponte delle Torri in Spoleto, Italy, one of the tallest aqueducts in the world and also the tallest bridge in the world for almost 400 years, sits at a measly 80 meters. From up here, we also have a beautiful view of the Moguin Dynasty Mausoleum, clearly inspired by the Greek Parthenon. The artists took the inspiration and then went big. The mausoleum is more than double the size of the Parthenon, 160 meters long, 58 meters wide, and 32 meters tall.
Interesting.
If it wasn't for the columns getting a little bit in the way, you could easily play American football inside the mausoleum.
That's insane.
And while you might be very familiar with the two Eternal Cities and the Mogwai Mausoleum, there is one last underground structure that I feel is unjustly overlooked, the Grand Cloister. It's hard to notice while fighting for your life in the Lake of Rot, but both the Grand Cloister and its entrance are breathtakingly gargantuan in size. The entrance to the cloister is through a 65 meters arch, which sits inside a 182 meters tall structure. That's exactly the same height as the Statue of Unity, the world's tallest monument. And speaking of statues, the figures guarding the entrance are proportionally double the size of the Statue of Liberty. The inside is equally grand, with a ceiling 125 meters tall. A 30-story building could easily fit inside the Grand Cloister. But let's go back above ground now. Right above the Grand Cloister is the Academy of Raya Lucaria. The sorcerers are mining magical glintstones from the caves below the Academy, and in fact, here's glintstone crystals coming out from the ceiling above the Lake of Rot. Now, I'm not a geologist, but it's probably not a good idea to build massive structures on top of a gigantic underground cave, and this might be the reason why the whole region of Liurnia is gradually sinking. Nonetheless, the sorcerers managed to build an impressive academy here, and they even kept on challenging gravity and common sense while doing so. The academy has a beautiful spiral structure that ascends around the axis of the main tower. We start at the bottom of the spiral at the main entrance, pass through the various buildings like the Church of the Cuckoo and
around
the
25?
Debate Parlor.
Oh, so the tail beast would actually be smaller then, right? Ah, it froze. Give it 1 second. Let me close up some stuff so make it smoother. Yeah, this froze. Oh no. Let me pull it back up. Sorry about that. Sorcery is being downplayed. Ah, yes, let me guess. Sorcery is being downplayed. $80 for GTA 6. Oh, look at that. Maybe a wonderful
and
attempt
finish
at actually
right on top
making a
of the
game that's
entrance,
worth
in the majestic
money.
Grand Library, where
It froze again. No fucking way, dude. What is happening? No fucking way this froze again, dude. No, we're done after this video is over. We're done for the day. I'm going to come back like in an hour and I'm going to stream. So around like 6:30 p.m. I'll come back like in 30 minutes and I'll start streaming with my girlfriend. He's about 7 meters taller than Gamma Bunta.
where Queen Renala
I'll just leave
is
it like this.
imprisoned. A clear inspiration for the architecture of the library is the Aachen Cathedral in Germany, whose construction began under Emperor Charlemagne. The cupola and the spire are unmistakable. The Grand Library is much bigger than its real-life counterpart, though, especially in regard to height, to better impose itself on the Liurnian landscape. While exploring the dungeon, you might catch a glimpse of the base of the tower, hidden in the sinister interior of the Academy, and it is unbelievably tall.
I hear you, Jeff.
It measures 320 meters from its base, but since it's built on top of a massive rock outcrop, it stands 407 meters high from the base of Liurnia. Even excluding the base elevation,
There are
that's
some
still
features
taller
locked
than the
behind the premium $100 edition. Yo, Rockstar can eat a fat cock for that, bro. I don't care. Yo, whenever a company does that shit where they just hide away actual game features inside of a more expensive version, bro, it doesn't even make you want to get the game. I might actually not get it. I might actually just not get GTA 6, bro. This is so ass.
the Shard, the tallest skyscraper
If that game
in
doesn't
London.
come out as like instant game of the year,
That
I don't
should
know,
give
bro.
us an incredible view of the lakes. We can reach the top of the tower via another really tall elevator hidden in the Academy Crystal Cave, but sadly the view from the top is always shrouded by the omnipresent fog around the Academy.
He's basically Deku.
But
You
let's
think Deku's a
finally
good
move
character?
on to the Altos Plateau and examine Leyndell, the royal capital. As a testament to the war-torn status of the lands between, the city of Leyndell has been built as an impenetrable fortress. Seriously, the amount of defensive measures built around the city puts everything existing in the real world to shame. Leyndell's first line of defense is an outer ring of incredibly tall walls that surrounds the city, forming a third of circle
no game is worth more than
around
$60.
600
I agree.
meters in radius. Should an invading army ever manage to breach these first walls, it will be met by a second ring of walls with a moat at the base. Inside these walls, the city proper is defended by a third ring of walls and a second moat, because, you know, why not? Even though the circle shape of the walls is not fully closed because of the plateau cliffs, the structure is reminiscent of the ancient city of Baghdad, known as the Round City. Sadly, nothing remains of it today, but according to various literary sources, Baghdad in the 9th century AD had a circular design about 1 kilometer in radius, enclosed by a triple ring of walls, much like Leyndell. And these defensive walls are so massive that it doesn't even make sense to compare them to real-world fortifications, which usually top around the 30 to 35 meters mark at most. The walls of Leyndell are 265 meters tall at the tallest point, gigantic even for fantasy. The walls depicted in Attack on Titan are only 50 meters tall, while the wall in A Song of Ice and Fire is said to be about 220 meters high. George R.R. Martin himself regretted making it so tall upon seeing the set for the show, because he didn't realize it would be just too big. Martin co-wrote the Elden Ring backstory, and I wonder what he thought upon seeing that they made Leyndell's wall taller than most dams. They are 40 meters taller than the Hoover Dam, for example, and almost exactly the same size as the Vaillant Dam in northern Italy, the 10th tallest dam in the world, that is sadly remembered for the 1963 disaster that claimed nearly 2,000 lives.
I'm not saying he has to be Italian for that, but like, how often would you know of travesties happening across certain countries if you weren't actually part of that country? I'm just saying. World history like that, there's a lot of history that happens and a lot of us just don't know where it comes from, so I'm just saying.
It makes sense that, lore-wise, the only being that ever managed to breach the city defenses was the gargantuan dragon Grand Sax, the biggest of its kind. The highest point in Leyndell is, fittingly, Queen Marika's bedchamber. The tip of the bedchamber dome is 160 meters high from the city road level, and on the inside it features the world's most uncomfortable bed. The internal structure is possibly inspired by the Pantheon in Rome, with the ceiling coffering and the oculus letting the light in. For once, the building found in the game is actually smaller than the one that possibly inspired it, but don't worry, we're going to see how they made up for that in the DLC. Right after the bedchamber is the Elden Throne, the grandiose entrance to the Erdtree, and the door leading inside it is one of my favorite pieces of architecture in the whole game. I love how the Elden Throne and the bedchamber are the very first things we see as soon as we step inside Leyndell. It's like we are being shown the finish line. I mean, that's definitely where the game is going to end, right? Of course, something as stupidly huge as the Erdtree needs something dramatic, not just any old regular door. For example, the Pantheon that I mentioned earlier is also famous for its 7 meters tall bronze door. So, how do you feel about a door that's 108 meters tall? That's about the size of a football pitch, but vertical.
Jesus.
Sometimes I wish the game had a first-person option just for stuff like this. I mean, look at that thing. I love it. Incredibly, that's still not enough to beat the tallest door in the real world, the 100.
Do you guys think it's safe to like breathe in all the Erdtree particles that exist in the air? I don't know. I'm just like, do you guys think that like the Erdtree has like pollen? Like, does it really suck? Like, do you guys think it sucks to like live near the Erdtree because like at certain points in the year you're just covered in pollen? Yeah, that bed is uncomfortable. She should sit on me instead. I agree.
39 meters door to the NASA vehicle assembly building. Isn't that amazing? Despite what certain weirdos might say online, we are still building wonders. Another amazing structure in Leyndell is hidden underground in the subterranean shunning ground, and that's the well leading to the Cathedral of the Forsaken. This well is about 240 meters deep, or about 80 stories, and has a double helix structure with 2 sets of staircases that allow visitors to ascend and descend at the same time without encountering each other, avoiding traffic problems in the narrow staircase. A possible inspiration is the beautiful St. Patrick's Well in Orvieto, Italy. Of course, Elden Ring had to go big, so the Forsaken Depths well
Made by
is
the
more
Elden
than
Ring?
4
No, no,
times
no,
this.
no, 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 no. It pollinates. It needs to pollinate. All trees need to pollinate. Fuck is you talking about? Oh god. Yo, guys, let's all laugh at Troll. He thinks that like real world physics, science, and math can't be like pushed onto like a video game or like a piece of media. Look at this guy. This fucking guy. You really are a troll. You really are a fucking troll. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, dude. Like, come on now. You're really gonna tell me that you don't think that the giant tree in the video game doesn't pollinate like all other trees across our real world? Come on now, dude. Come on now. Come on.
Sides of the already impressive Italian well.
What does that look like?
And from the depths of Leyndell, let's ascend to the
Jesus,
summit
that's
of the
right.
lands between, the colossal Forge of the Giants. This impressive artifact is big enough to be visible from the very start of the game, even though it's more than 5 kilometers away. The forge is basically a big bowl, 80 meters tall and 145 meters in diameter.
I feel like people genuinely don't understand how big some of the things in this series are. Like, I might unironically use Elden Ring to scale some of the shit that occurs like in One Piece, bro.
Broken edges, it has a useful internal volume.
Oh, funny story. When I first beat the Fire Giant and I got all of my when I first beat the Fire Giant during my first playthrough of Elden Ring, and I had to go to like this end right here of the bowl, what you're supposed to do.
140 million liters, or 56.
1 second, I'll explain it through here.
Nothing similar exists in the real world for a comparison, as far as I know. The shape kinda reminds me of an upside-down Royal Albert Hall, the historical concert hall in London, and that could easily fit inside the bowl of the forge. But then I thought, it kinda looks like a cooking pot.
Okay, so when I first played through it, right, I got up to this part right here, and I didn't know what to do. So I didn't know that what you're supposed to do. The game intended thing that you're supposed to do is go all the way over here, right? Because there you talk to the girl, Melina or America or whatever the fuck her name is. You go over here, you talk to her, you get the Erd tree thing, and then you start lighting the bitch on fire, right? I thought that you were supposed to jump down to the center of the bowl, and I ended up dying. So on my revive, after beating the Fire Giant, since I still technically hadn't died before, I went back to try and grab it, but I got so ahead of myself that I ended up falling off of the chains, coming up to this giant bowl, and ended up losing all of the runes that I gathered from beating the Fire Giant. It was so fucking ass,
Could we
dude.
use it for cooking? There's space for 140 million liters of oil in there, after all.
Oh boy, the deep fry is here.
Going by the rough estimate that I found of 1/3 of a gallon to cook 1 pound of turkey meat, the Forge of the Giants could be used to deep fry about 71,000 metric tons of turkey in a single sitting.
That's insane.
That's about 7.4 million turkeys, or roughly
That's a lot of
16%
turkeys.
of all the turkeys consumed in the US during Thanksgiving.
That is insane.
Right, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, architecture stuff.
Yo, the U.S. is still #1 in terms of gluttony, and I am all for it, bro. If I had to live in a country that perpetuates a single fucking deadly sin over everything else, it would have to be gluttony, because that means we're eating fucking good, bro. That's fucked up. I should be saying that.
Farum Azula.
Yeah.
The last structure I want to talk about before moving on to the DLC is the centerpiece of the crumbling flying city, the Maliketh
I'm
Arena.
crying.
This gorgeous building seems heavily inspired by the Baptistery in Pisa, located
I
next to
actually
the
have been
tower
in Pisa.
the
I have
so-called
been to
Piazza
that
degli
tower.
Acoli. In fact, various
But you have to
parts of
pay to
Farum
get
Azula
inside, and
seems
my
at
mom
least
said,
partly
fuck
inspired
no.
by the
I'm not
historical
paying
buildings
inside to go
found
to a
in
religious
Universal Square.
location.
One example is the similarity between the Beastman graves and the graves found in Pisa's monumental cemetery. And of course, there's a leaning tower too. As for the Maliketh's arena, it is incredibly massive, as tall as a skyscraper with its 235 meters of height. The internal space where we fight Maliketh is 82 meters tall and 60 meters wide. The Pisa Baptistery, while by no means small at 55 meters of height, could easily fit inside the arena. Let's move on to the DLC now. While not as vast as the main game, the Realm of Shadow is home to some architectural marvels that put even the biggest structures in the main game to shame. Between Beastman grave.
Okay, so that is him. It's him.
That is relatively small for the standards of this video, but that at the same time is much bigger than it has any right to be. The arch leading to Belurat, the Tower Settlement. Right at the beginning of our exploration of the Realm of Shadow, the appearance of a giant wicker man guarding this colossal gate catches our attention, leading us to wonder what might be behind it. at 79 meters tall, is bigger than the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, and it also beats the Monumento a la Revolución in Mexico City, the tallest triumphal arch in the world. Interestingly, there was a monumental arch planned at some point in the past that would have comfortably smashed all of these records. The colossal 117 meters triumphal arch planned for Berlin by Albert Speer, the chief architect of Adolf Hitler. The arch was just one part of a greater project for transforming Berlin into Germania, the new world capital, a project that thankfully never came to be.
Yeah. 100%.
Next is the DLC unmissable megastructure that serves to catch the player attention right at the start, Messmer's Shadow Keep. Much like the Shadow Tree is the shadow of the Earth Tree, the Shadow Keep is the dark counterpart to Leyndell, a black fortress that is the visual opposite of the Golden Royal Capital. Just like Leyndell, the keep has been built with war in mind, and as such, it also features massive walls, just shy of 200 meters in height.
I think you're a couple of,
I want to emphasize what sort of crazy scale we're talking about here. For comparison, this is how a 200-meter tall wall looks like in real life. That's the Kolnbrain Dam in Austria. And that's not even half the size of the keep, which sits at an incredible 510 meters tall from the base.
Jesus Christ.
It is as tall as the Taipei 101, which was the tallest building in the world upon construction and kept the record until 2010. If the keep was built in Liurnia, it would be taller than the entire Altus Plateau and would reach all the way up to the city of Leyndell. And, well, remember the Shifra depths well? Imagine riding it for full 65 seconds going up in the air instead of down into the heart, and it will take you exactly to the top of the keep. Inside the main tower of the Shadow Keep,
looking at
majestic
Elden Rings
specimen
and
storehouse.
Dark Souls, truly the architect and must be making a fortune building this crazy stuff. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think it is. I'm not behind. My message just arrived later for some reason. I got you. I'm gonna be so honest. I think one of the best things about like just these games in general, it really just is the architecture. It really just is the grand sense of scale that you have to go through. Because like real talk, you don't really like you get a sense for it in the game, but you don't really like fully comprehend like how big some of these structures are until you go through it.
Single room at the center of the tower with a 145 meters tall ceiling. Coincidentally, that's the same height as the interior of the Carian Study Hall, the entrance to the Divine Tower of Liurnia, so the two buildings are pretty much tied for the achievement of tallest single-story ceiling in the game. For reference, the Grand Hyatt Hotel in Shanghai has an atrium that spans 33 floors. This is how it looks like, and that's still 30 meters shorter than the storehouse and the study hall. I suggest you try not to fall from here.
Oh my god, I
is possibly
hated
the
that
most mysterious
fucking
mech
portion of the
construction
game,
in the whole
dude.
game, which I'm going to simply call the Gate. It is exactly as tall as the Shadow Keep at 510 meters,
It's beautiful.
but dominates over
I
it by
imagine.
virtue of being built on higher ground, right in front of the Shadow Tree.
I imagine.
To have a better idea of how gigantic this thing is, here's how the New York City skyline would look like if the Gate was built in Manhattan. I wouldn't even know how to classify it. It kind of sits in between being a monument.
Elden Ring felt like a real open game. You can go anywhere you wanted, and I love that. There's few games that can genuinely give you this. I would say Breath of the Wild or even Tears of the Kingdom can give you that sense of scale, depending on whether or not you played one over the other. Giving the player that level of freedom is always one of the most important things you as a developer can do, in my opinion. Because having like I think it's also about like the game design itself, from the perspective of what direction you are taking the player in, and how can you guide the player without giving them any actual, guidelines. You know what I mean?
A gate and a wall, and while there are some hints regarding its purpose, it is never fully explained in the game. It could be purely symbolic, a bowl collecting sap from the Shadow Tree, as seen from the phenomenal vista that introduces the DLC, and from the many tree fragments that can be found collected in a chalice at its base. We might never know for sure, but it does raise interesting questions, and it definitely serves as an incredible set piece for the realm of Shadow. And we're still not done. Let's finally have a look at the tallest building in the whole game, an architectural impossibility that will reveal itself only after burning the ceiling tree, Enir Ilim, the Spiral Tower. I feel sorry now for saying that the architects that built Raya Lucaria were being reckless. They were clearly very sane men compared with the lunatics that built Enir Ilim. The whole structure sits on top of the settlement of Belrat, supported by unthinkably thin and tall pillars. The spiral motif, ever so important to the Hornsets who presumably built the tower, is present everywhere, in the tower's general structure and in the pillar's decoration. Just before the top of Enir Ilim sits the impressive cleansing room. As the final step before the Gates of Divinity, it is likely that Queen Marika passed here through her ascension to godhood, and the room does resemble her bedchamber, inspired again by the Roman pantheon. The cleansing room is much bigger though, at 45 meters high and 80 meters in diameter. The artists also took a page from their own book, as the mysterious praying children found in the room clearly resembles the monumentals from Demon's Soul. At the very top of the spiral is our final destination, the Gate of Divinity. Have you noticed the top of the gate, shaped like a bowl? It's quite reminiscent of another gate. I like the idea that while the Black Gate is a symbol for collecting the blessing of the tree, the Divine Gate represents the giving of a blessing. The arena in front of it is littered with the remains of countless sacrifices, and so are the columns extending above and below it. From the top of the tallest column to the bottom of Belrat, the Tower of Enir Ilim rises 765 meters tall. That's the tallest point in the map, excluding the Shadow Tree itself, and tall enough to be the second highest structure in the real world. surpassed only by the 828 meter of the Burj Khalifa in
That
Dubai.
is insane.
Elden Ring's amazing art direction definitely struck a chord with me, and I tried my best to show you the game's locations from a different perspective, both literally and metaphorically. Here, above the clouds, is the end of our journey through the landmarks of the lands between. Please leave a comment if you enjoyed this weird little trip.
That was very interesting. Guys, I'm going to step out right now. I'm going to go eat something, and I will catch you guys in about 30 minutes to an hour. I'm going to be back here to stream with my girlfriend, but yeah. Hope you guys have a good rest of your day. If you guys don't want to show back up, it's okay. Just trying to test something out with her. But, and I'll catch you guys all in a bit. Alright? Peace out. By the way, Aster, thanks again for sending me the video. It was actually, like, out of all the shit that we quote-unquote watched today, I think it was honestly the most interesting one. I love how European it is in a world where Japan is so fantasized. Yeah. Alright, guys. I'll be back later. Peace out. See you in a bit.